The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1676 Radiation. No matter how capable they are actually scum who don't know how to distinguish between grains and work. After all, they are not that kind of people and will not make quick money. All criminals basically have one characteristic, that is, they love to be lazy and hate to work, except for psychopaths. After all, they are all perverts, so they can't be regarded by ordinary people's standards. In short, a group of people complained and used the climbing ropes dropped by the Sandman to climb up the waterfall little by little. This is not a simple thing, especially the cliffs are full of water and moss, and the water drops splashing from the waterfall on the side make people feel uncomfortable. It's summer now, but the water temperature of Black Rock Mountain is ridiculously low. It seems to be only a few degrees. If they hadn't been trained by Craven, they would die of hypothermia at any time when they were wet. But when they climbed up the cliff, they almost froze to death. Don't think that low water temperature is not a big deal. In fact, low water temperature is enough to kill people. Water has excellent heat conduction. When the human body enters low water temperature, a lot of heat will be lost. The longer the time, the more dangerous it is. If you wear clothes in 20-degree weather, there is no problem at all. If you don't wear clothes in 20-degree weather, you will only feel a little cold, but it will be fine if you hold on for a few hours. At most, you may catch a cold afterwards. But if you are in water temperature below 20 degrees, you will shiver in less than an hour. If the water temperature drops by another 10 degrees, you will scream when you enter the water. If you hold on for a few minutes, you will immediately feel obvious. If it is a few degrees lower, it will be really freezing cold. Especially for people like them, wearing clothes, getting wet, and exposed to the air. When the body temperature evaporates the water, the heat is lost faster. So when they climbed up the cliff, everyone was frozen like a grandson. Only the Sandman said it was normal and a little hot. They quickly took out dry clothes from the waterproof bag and put on down jackets. Hurry up. Take everything and speed up immediately. After changing his clothes, Craven immediately picked up his equipment and wet clothes and walked towards the depths. Fuck. I'm freezing to death, Mark complained tremblingly. Then hurry up and move, it won't be cold if you move. We have limited time, at most there are more than 10 minutes left, and the patrol soldiers will come here. Don't stop, and don't leave anything behind. Craven actually doesn't need to wear a down jacket. The witch's blessing allows Craven to adapt to various extreme natural environments. In his daily life, he only wears a leather vest. But adapting to the environment does not mean immunity. Low temperatures will still make him feel uncomfortable and affect his athletic ability. So in order to save his energy, he still put on clothes. It's better now. The deeper you go into the park, the lower the temperature. In order not to be discovered, a group of people ran madly into the depths of the park. The deeper they go, the lower the chance of encountering patrol personnel. Black Rock Mountain is only 1,973 meters above sea level, with an area of 100 square kilometers. The canyon is 13 kilometers long. And the maximum height difference between the top of the mountain and the bottom of the valley is about 1,200 meters. On the edge of the top of the mountain, there is a barrier lake that was formed a long time ago. That's where Scylla sleeps. It has become a huge block of ice, and the lake water is frozen from the inside out. The cubs are centered around Scylla. They feed on the radiation released by Scylla, and they also hunt animals around them to supplement. So this makes the forest extremely quiet, even without birds singing. According to Craven's intelligence, the animals in the entire park are either preyed on or scared away. So they don't need to worry about encountering wild animals. There are even very few insects. In order to ensure that the young ones will not run out of the park at will, the military will regularly release some animals in the park, such as cattle, sheep, horses, etc. But after releasing these animals, it is difficult to find them again, and even their corpses cannot be found. After walking about 10 kilometers, the temperature is getting higher and higher. They can even see frost on the leaves, and they start to exhale white air from their mouths and noses. Be careful. We are almost in the most affected area. The altitude began to rise. Although this altitude will not have any effect on the human body, after all, this altitude will not cause the air to be thin, But the temperature here does remind them that they have come to a dangerous area. Those cubs are not cute little animals. They are natural predators, so it's best not to act alone. No need to remind us, Craven. We all know what their mothers look like. Do you think we are stupid? Mark said what everyone wanted to say. After all, except for Mark, everyone is a decent person and will not vent their inner thoughts at will. Remind you, after saying that, the group of people sped up their pace. Except for the lake, they didn't plan to go to other places. They needed to go around. After all, those cubs would not gather together like quails waiting for them to catch. Hey, Craven, since you are collecting intelligence, why don't you collect some intelligence about those cubs? That way, our hunting operation may be easier. Shut up, idiot. All the eyewitness reports about those things are confidential. I'm not 007, I don't have the ability to rush into the barracks and steal those reports. Craven actually likes Mark very much. After all, this farm boy is the most restless and says whatever he thinks. Compared to the other three gloomy bastards, he is much easier to get along with. Besides, this guy is not very cunning, at least there is no need to be wary of him. Well, we just ran into the monster's hunting ground casually, but the monster's photo is confidential. Isn't this too ironic? Mark still couldn't restrain the desire to chatter. The forest was too quiet. Except for the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves, they could hear all kinds of sounds. This damn silence is not what Mark likes. He likes the deafening music in the nightclub and the screams of girls being stuck. He is not one of those fools in the city who likes to pursue tranquility. If you like to pursue tranquility, just leave the city. Spending money to find tranquility in a noisy city. It's pure and simple. No. This is not ironic, because most people in this world will not risk their lives to wake up a titan beast and run here to hang out. Snart answered Mark's question on behalf of Craven. In fact, the other two thought so too. Including Sandman. Sandman has always been confident in his ability to save his life, but Titan is an exception. Although he has never been to Miami, he has seen the tragic situation in Miami through TV. The whole land has been melted into a colorful layer of glass. Or it can be said to be obsidian. Now the hottest surroundings in Miami are those hard obsidian. After all, the whole city has been melted, and they have nothing but this now. Sandman thinks that if he is touched by the ghost things sprayed by those monsters, he may also become a pool of obsidian. He is sure that if that happens, he will definitely die. If possible, he prefers to fight wits and courage with those policemen, rather than running to the wild and teasing those monsters that are taller than skyscrapers when they stand up with a group of idiots. Yes, I know you all think I'm crazy, but there is no way. The wild blood in my body drives me to pursue the most dangerous hunts, and I can't control it myself. Or I haven't thought about controlling it. Craven was actually scolded by them many times. But he didn't want to change. He didn't like a monotonous life. Hunting made him feel alive. The struggle between life and death with the prey, the concentration when chasing the prey, and the satisfaction of hunting successfully made him unable to stop. Madman, thank you. Soon they crossed the snow line. The snow line can be seen at an altitude of 1,000 meters. This is definitely an amazing discovery in the history of geography. You should know that Georgia has a subtropical humid climate. Due to the latitude and the proximity to the warm water ocean of the Gulf of Mexico, the climate is pleasant all year round. The temperature in summer is between 27 and 35. There will be a small amount of snowfall in northern Georgia in winter, while they are in the south. It rarely snows here. The moment they stepped on the snow line, a cold wind blew over. It was like the breath of a giant beast, which shocked everyone. Of course, this is impossible. It's just a psychological effect. However, things immediately became worse. Not long after they stepped on the snow line, the wind began to blow, and then the weather became gloomy, and then the snowflakes began to hit them mercilessly. The blizzard came, and it came without any warning. It came as soon as it came. Wow. Does that mean that Georgia will have a summer ski resort in the future? I believe many rich people are willing to spend money to ski in the tropics. Mark was still chattering. Snart looked at the surrounding terrain. Black Rock Mountain was not steep. On the contrary, the slope was gentle, which was a very friendly place. The ski resort here is only suitable for beginners. The slope was gentle, so it was not so exciting. This was not a good thing for many skiing experts. Hey. Those who are willing to spend money to come here are basically beginners, Mark retorted. He was right. 80% of those who really went skiing were rookies. There were always only a few real enthusiasts and experts. Sandman, I agree, he was usually very silent, but now he had to divert his attention. He hated snow. Especially when the snow melted into water on his boots and then seeped into his boots. He hated it even more. He felt that his feet were not his own, like two lumps of ice emitting cold air. Damn. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Craven, who was walking in the front, suddenly raised his hand. Have you noticed, our friend the wizard, seems to have not spoken a word until now? Craven just noticed that the heavy breathing sound was gone. A group of people turned their heads and saw that there was no one behind them. The wizard was gone. Because after entering the snow line, Craven had the most experience and the best physical strength, so he took the lead. The wizard had the worst physical strength and could only go to the end. But fortunately, he was able to keep up with the team, and everyone did not stop. They just kept their heads down and hurried on. As for not talking, the wizard was not a talkative person, and he had not spoken since the beginning, so no one cared. But now, a living person is gone. Even in the blizzard, a group of people still felt a bone-chilling cold. This coldness was much stronger than the blizzard. I say, my good hunter, you are not going to say anything, Mark said with some difficulty. Craven looked up at the sky. His face was grim. Fuck. I knew there was something wrong with this blizzard. We've become prey, of course. The only thing that could capture people silently in this barren place is the silicub. Craven felt something was wrong with the previous blizzard. He was an experienced hunter. He knew everything about astronomy and geography, but observing the weather was his specialty. How could he track prey without this skill? At that time, he thought it was caused by the abnormal environment of this place, but now it seems. Captain Frost was wearing a special winter suit. He raised his freezing gun and began to look around. The blizzard made the fleet lower and lower, and all around was white. What should we do? Lure those monsters out? No. They're looking at us, Craven grinned. We are the prey. They'll wait until we relax our vigilance and eat us in one bite. Craven was not angry, but excited. He had been hunting all his life, always chasing prey, but he didn't expect that one day, he would become someone else's prey. This feeling made him feel excited. Hunting is like this. No one knows who is the real prey. Maybe when you are chasing the prey excitedly, you also become someone else's prey. It's nothing. Craven has long been aware of it. But this time, it really made him feel excited. Killing one of his companions silently. This shows that those cubs are not as stupid as he imagined. Instead, they have very superb hunting skills. Craven feels threatened, but it also makes him feel more excited. Then what do you say we should do? Sandman said with an ugly face. Don't worry, they will come out. Believe in the wisdom of the old hunter. Craven took out a lead box from his arms. There was a radioactive sign on it. Snart suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Craven's hand. Are you crazy? If you want to die, don't take us with you. Craven admitted that he was almost scared to death. Damn radioactive substances. If this thing comes out, what will happen to those monsters? He doesn't know, but he knows that his group will be in trouble. Craven saw Snart's nervous look and laughed. Don't be nervous, these things are indeed radioactive materials, but not as serious as you think. After so many years of propaganda about the threat of nuclear weapons, people have demonized things related to nuclear weapons. They think those things are very dangerous. Well, in fact, they are indeed quite dangerous. But not as dangerous as imagined. For example, the alloy of uranium, zirconium, molybdenum and other metals in Craven's hand. As we all know, uranium is radioactive and can be used to make nuclear fuel. In everyone's impression, when touching this kind of radioactive nuclear material, you need to wear protective clothing and be fully armed to the teeth to avoid being injured by radiation. In fact, it is not that serious. Experts who know the business dare to hold this kind of radioactive material directly in their hands, even without wearing gloves, but they need to wash their hands after touching it. Chapter 1677. Anything related to nuclear fusion is dangerous. This is absolutely true, but it is not as scary as most people imagine. After all, the conditions for achieving nuclear fusion are very harsh. Unlike chemical bombs, the explosive energy of nuclear bombs comes from two types of nuclear reactions, nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. The difference between nuclear reactions and chemical reactions is that nuclear reactions occur at the atomic nucleus level and can change the type of elements. Take the atomic bomb as an example. The nuclear material filled inside its body is enriched uranium with a purity of more than 90%. Chain fission of uranium can release huge energy. Nuclear weapons are extremely powerful. After the explosion, they can release extremely strong nuclear radiation. These radiations are released after a large amount of uranium nuclei fission. When it comes to radiation, many people think it is terrible, but when you have a correct understanding of radiation, you will have a new view. Radiation is a phenomenon in which energy diffuses to the outside world in the form of electromagnetic waves or particles. It can be divided into ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. Usually only ionizing radiation can cause greater harm in a short period of time. However, non-ionizing radiation is not that scary. Sunlight is the electromagnetic radiation emitted by the sun. Any object with a temperature above absolute zero, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius, will continue to radiate infrared rays to the outside world. We are exposed to these electromagnetic radiations all the time, but nothing happens. Uranium, U, atomic number 92, means there are 92 protons in the nucleus. It naturally exists in 3 isotopes in nature. Isotopes are elements with the same number of protons and different numbers of neutrons in the nucleus, namely uranium-238, uranium-235, and uranium-234. Their abundances in nature are 99.28%, 0.71%, and 0.006%, respectively. All 3 are radioactive. Uranium-238 was discovered by Martin Heinrich Klaproth in 1789, while uranium-235 was discovered by Canadian scientist Dunstan in 1935. Although uranium-238 is highly abundant and can undergo fission, it cannot continue to spontaneously undergo a chain reaction, so uranium-238 is also called depleted uranium. However, uranium-235 can be used, but its abundance in nature is very low, and it usually coexists with uranium-238. Therefore, they need to be separated to purify uranium-235 to a purity of more than 90% before it can be used to make atomic bombs. High-purity uranium-235 can be obtained by gas diffusion, gas centrifugation, etc., but the process is not simple. It takes 200 tons of uranium ore to separate only 1 kilogram of weapon-grade uranium-235. The nuclear material loaded in the atomic bomb is nuclear-grade uranium-235. Uranium-235 is usually used in nuclear fusion power plants, but the purity of that enriched uranium is only about 3%, which is far less than the purity of nuclear-grade enriched uranium. In the impression of many people, radioactive substances are very dangerous, not to mention nuclear-grade uranium-235. But the researchers dared to hold it with their bare hands, not because they were not afraid of death, but because it was really harmless. Radioactive elements will spontaneously release nuclear radiation, but the 3 natural isotopes of uranium mentioned above will only radiate alpha rays when they decay. And this radiation cannot even penetrate your skin. The outermost layer of the skin on our body is a layer of dead skin, like a thin layer of armor, which radiation cannot penetrate. In short, direct contact with nuclear-grade uranium with bare hands for a short period of time will not cause any harm to the body. As for natural uranium ore, its radiation level is even lower. However, it should be noted that although direct contact is harmless, if uranium enters the human body, it is still harmful. After all, it still has radiation and is a heavy metal. Once uranium is placed in a reactor to react, the radiation level will be much higher, which is very dangerous. Even if you wear protective clothing, you cannot directly contact it. You need to use a robot. The alloy in Craven's hand is indeed radioactive, but it is not very dangerous. Don't worry, men, the radiation of this thing is not as strong as that of a microwave oven. This is of course nonsense. The radiation of this thing is still quite strong, but it is temporarily harmless. Wear gloves and don't touch it directly, nothing will happen. What's the use? You don't want to use this thing to track those monsters, do you? Mark was a little relieved, but still very resistant. In fact, anyone who has received elementary education knows that it is better to be careful with things related to nuclear. Of course. Look around here, there's nothing but snow. I believe they must be starving. Craven smiled reservedly, not caring at all that one of his companions had just died. Believe me, these monsters, they don't actually feed on flesh and blood creatures, otherwise they would have eaten up the earth tens of millions of years ago. Titan creatures are actually omnivorous animals. They can eat anything, but their main food is still radiation energy, because the energy conversion rate of other things is too low. If they really hunt, the energy consumed by hunting is far less than the energy converted after eating the prey. Any living creature is the most cost-effective product of nature, and no creature will do such a loss-making business. What they eat is not enough to chew the food. Then why do they still eat? Each Titan is huge. Their huge bodies and various strange abilities require a huge amount of energy. If they only rely on eating to replenish this energy, they will eat themselves to death and still not be able to replenish it. So the main way for Titans to eat is to absorb radiation. Of course, they sometimes satisfy their appetite, but adult Titans rarely have such opportunities, because they are too big, and there are few prey that they can taste when they eat. After all, they are too big, and they don't need to chew when they swallow ordinary creatures. But young Titans can, like the unfortunate King Kong. This guy has never eaten enough in so many years on the island. He can only hunt for himself and eat some fruits. The same is true for young Scylla. Although the radiation emitted by Scylla can keep them alive, it is too difficult to eat enough. After all, the radiation level is too low these days. Even Scylla is hungry, so naturally there is no milk to nourish the cubs. In ancient times, Scylla would not care about their offspring at all. After all, there was abundant radiation at that time, and they didn't need to care after giving birth. Life can find a way out on its own. If they can't find it, they will starve to death. The military has discussed whether they need to give these cubs something with high radiation. After all, the disposal of nuclear waste is also a troublesome matter for the United States itself. It is better to feed it to the cubs. But soon their plan was rejected by higher-ups. Yes, giving these guys nuclear waste to eat can naturally save the government a lot of money. But the problem is how to deal with these things when they grow up. The money spent and lost by then will be much higher than the waste disposal fee. So, they decided. It would be best to wait for them to starve to death, and if that doesn't work, wait for them to fall asleep. In short, don't disturb them. Those flesh and blood are just a tonic for them, just like you can like to eat candy, but if you only eat candy, you will definitely starve to death. He patted the lead box and said, this thing is their staple food. Okay, but here, Snart accepted Craven's statement, but he looked around. There was a blizzard and the ground was covered with snow. This is their home ground. We are at a huge disadvantage fighting them here. Craven looked around. It seems to be a mistake. This is not his previous hunting. In the past, he could not choose the place. Where the prey is, he is there. Now it is not possible. He is a little limited by his previous experience. You are right. Let's go down the mountain and hunt in the open. After saying that, Craven planned to take people away. At this time, the Sandman spoke. We are afraid we can't leave. The Sandman was very angry. The wizard was indeed two-faced, but the wizard was his man. However, Craven's performance just now made the Sandman feel a kind of contempt. He didn't care about the wizard's death at all. Of course, the Sandman also knew that Craven didn't need to care about the wizard. He would be happier if he had one less cent. But the Sandman was still angry. After all, he saw his future from the wizard's experience. If he fell into a dangerous situation, this seemingly generous hunter in front of him would never look at him more because of this. He would abandon him without hesitation. No one likes to be treated as something that can be abandoned at any time. The Sandman is even more unwilling. Of course, he is not stupid enough to turn against him. What are you talking about? Craven immediately looked around vigilantly. Like you said, those things are very good at hunting. Do you think they will let us go? This time it was Snart, who remained alert. Craven immediately understood what they meant. It seemed to be true. Ha ha ha. Mistake. I always use my previous experience to look at these monsters. My fault. Craven restrained his smile. He had been looking forward to this hunt for a long time, so much so that he himself forgot that he should always be careful and vigilant. Then let's get started. Craven took a deep breath and immediately threw away all the tedious thoughts, preparing to hunt, or be hunted. Mark. Disperse the blizzard, Craven said without hesitation. We should have done this a long time ago. Mark was immediately shocked. As long as he didn't let him face the real Titan beast, he was fearless. As Mark opened his hands, suddenly, the blizzard that had blinded people stopped abruptly. This made everyone's vision much wider. I'll fly up to the sky to take a look. Mark was about to fly up to the sky to check. But he was stopped by Snart immediately. Be careful. Don't act rashly. Do you know what those monsters are like? You dare to fly into the sky. Aren't you afraid of becoming a target? Mark froze for a moment. Indeed, he had even seen the faces of those cubs. How could he know what those monsters looked like and how they attacked? If he attacked casually, he might be the first to be killed. Don't be afraid. They can't hide. Craven admired people like Snart, who was a good hunter. After saying that, he opened the lead box. However, nothing happened. Hey, are you serious? You talked so much, but they are still hiding. Mark waited for a few minutes. But the other three were very serious. Shut up. Snart gave Mark a look. Did you notice, what, the temperature has dropped? As he spoke, frost began to form on the eyebrows of several people. Rustling. Then a series of slight sounds came, as if countless insects were crawling. Here they come. Now even Mark knew that the other party was coming. But Mark was immediately stunned. Is this thing the baby of Scylla? It was a group of spiders, very big, but smaller than expected. About the size of a kitten. They were white all over, with red eyes. They had been hiding in the snow, and now they crawled out of the snow one after another, opening and closing their mouths, making bursts of rustling sounds. Their 8 long legs walked in the snow, not only without making any sound, but also without leaving any footprints. Their camouflage was very good. In the snow, if you didn't pay attention, it would be really hard to find them. Is this thing really a baby of Titan? Yeah, it's a little small. If ordinary people saw this thing, they would definitely scream. But who are the people here? They have all seen it before. Scylla is the smallest Titan, but it is still nearly 100 meters tall when it stands up. These things in front of them, not only do they not look like it, but they are also pitifully small. It's really a bit unexpected. Bang! A gunshot. It's Mark. Poof! A small spider was shot and died. Several people were ready to blame Mark for being too reckless. But before they could say anything, they saw this scene. Too bad, right? Then let's just catch one and the mission is accomplished. Mark smacked his eyes with a bit of unsatisfaction. For this thing, they are willing to spend 500 million? Are those rich people crazy? On the contrary, the Sandman did not take it lightly. Something is wrong. I know the wizard's level very well. With the equipment he has, it is absolutely impossible for such a small thing to deal with it silently. There is definitely a problem. In fact, he was right. As the gunshots went off, the spiders suddenly became irritable, and then the dead spider was immediately swarmed by the surrounding spiders. In the blink of an eye, the spiders scattered, and the dead spider disappeared without a trace. Even the juice that just burst out of the explosion was cleaned up. This time, everyone was a little terrified. These things actually killed each other. On the contrary, Craven was relatively calm. It was nothing. Many insects in nature had this habit, and many even started to kill each other from the moment they hatched. Whatever. Hurry up and catch one and run. Snart was the most pragmatic. He didn't care about anything else. He just caught one and ran. Chapter 1678. Okay, use machine guns. However, Snart's idea was good, but unfortunately his expression changed the next second. The snow on the ground suddenly bulged, and then big feet stretched out from the snow. Then a snow-white spider as big as a tank appeared. Fuck, Mark said nothing and shot directly at the giant spider. Unfortunately, this time, the bullet did not work. The bullet hit the thing, just like hitting wood, making a muffled sound, but the damage was very small, only causing the big guy to drip the green slime of the base. Then the thing rushed towards them as if it was enraged. No matter how much this thing weighs, it is so big that it is so powerful even if it is made of balloons. A group of people immediately launched a counterattack. First, Snart used the freezing gun directly to freeze the thing. But it was useless. Although his freezing gun created a thick ice armor on the monster, it could not affect the monster's activities. Here is a little knowledge, that is, no matter what kind of insect it is, they are actually quite powerful. Although insects are small in nature, they have amazing strength that can surpass their size to hunt, defend, and adapt to their environment in various ways. The structure of insect muscles is more complex than that of human muscles. These muscles are composed of many fibers, which allow insects to generate greater strength than other creatures in a relatively small size. In addition, the muscles of insects are closely integrated with a nervous system and can be precisely controlled by electrical signals, enabling them to perform complex movements such as flying, jumping, and climbing. At the same time, the exoskeleton of insects is made of hard chitinous substances. These exoskeletons provide protection and support, allowing insects to withstand the pressure and impact of the external environment. The exoskeleton also provides muscle attachment points, allowing the muscles of insects to generate greater strength. In addition, the exoskeleton also provides the positioning of organs in the insect body, ensuring the correct position and function of the organs. Of course, whether Titan creatures will be classified as insects still needs to be verified, but as for these spiders in front of us, no matter how you look at them, they look like insects. Although it is a bit outrageous, they do have some characteristics of insects. For example, strength. Take their mother, Scylla, for example. She may be the smallest and lightest of all titans. But in fact, she is the most powerful among them. After all, you can tell by looking at her size. Scylla looks like a mixture of spider, octopus and conch. She has 6 huge and thin legs, and her body is disproportionate to her limbs. Her head is shaped like an octopus, and she has a shell similar to conch on her body. The main part of her body is the head. Actually, it is a combination of the body and the head. It only needs 6 thin and long legs to support it, and almost 90% of its body weight is on its head. But it can still move quickly, so you can imagine how powerful it is. Well, this view is a bit subjective, but you can imagine that its offspring will never be as weak as ordinary spiders. Damn it, Mark threw away the gun in his hand and raised his hands. Boom. A huge thunder fell from the sky. Split the giant spider into charcoal. Get us out of here first, Mark. They're coming up. Craven's weapon is very retro. He uses a bow and arrow. Craven is a classicist. His family was once a noble family of Tsarist Russia, and a great noble family, with a family history even older than the Romanov family. The Tsarist family is the Romanov family. I think the reason why Natasha's last name is Romanov is actually Marvel's Black Russians. Although it fell into decline due to the revolution, Craven became a hunter in order to revive the family's reputation. So he always liked some classical things, but later he completely deviated. When he first dabbled in hunting, Craven would use a shotgun, but as he became addicted to hunting, he began to like using bows and arrows, hunting knives and traps to hunt more and more. Even now, he rarely uses metal. He prefers to use the most ancient means, such as stone knives and stone arrows to hunt. Maybe if he continues to develop, he may even use nails and teeth to fight. Who knows? But obviously, these retro weapons are useless against the vast number of spiders. You can't even deal with these things with a machine gun, let alone a bow and arrow. But the problem is that no one had expected this to happen before. Who would have thought that a titan beast like Scylla would reproduce in this way? It is like those marine invertebrates, spitting seeds wildly, reproducing tens of thousands of offspring, and it is considered a profit if one survives. Mark heard Craven's shout and immediately waved his hand to control the wind and air, taking the group into the air, and then ran down the mountain. Damn it. I can't hold on for long. Be careful. I won't care if you fall. Mark can use the air to carry heavy objects, but there is a limit. This thing looks simple. He can use the wind to tear a truck into pieces, but he can't take a person into the air properly. However, the difficulty of the two is completely different. One requires extremely high control precision, and the other is just a disparate venting of power. Of course, it is not the same thing. Snart immediately grabbed Mark's pants. He fell, and Mark's pants fell with him. Craven was even more outrageous. He jumped onto Mark's back and wanted to fall down with everyone. Only Sandman was emotionally stable. He could fly away by himself. But he didn't mind Mark taking him along. Wouldn't it save some energy? Fuck. You two bastards, there is a disadvantage when a few bad guys work together. They're all selfish people. No one wants to give. They don't trust each other, let alone sacrifice for each other. Even Snart was the same. It was already difficult for him to control each other from fighting in the rogues. What was the result? Jesse still betrayed them, and the bastard Master Mirror became a traitor. So, since they are all bad guys, don't set up any organization. They don't get along. How can a group of selfish people who don't even have the same basic interests work together? Their basic interests are their own interests, and they don't care about others, at all. However, at this moment, more bulges appeared on the snow on the ground, and more giant spiders crawled out. Each one was bigger than the one just killed. After they appeared, they didn't chase Mark and the others, but rushed towards their own kind. Those big spiders had no interest in the small spiders, but only in the dead giant spiders. Fuck, they seemed to devour each other. Mark ran away with the 3 burdens while watching the spiders cut their own kind into pieces. Craven looked at those things and thought of what he had seen when hunting in the Far East. Raising goo. The other 3 were stumped by this unfamiliar word. After all, there is no word for raising goo in English. Craven used Chinese, but his Chinese was very strange. When I was hunting in the primeval forests of the Far East, I heard a legend from the local natives. They had a very strange, poisonous insect in their area, which was artificially cultivated. They would find many poisonous insects in the forest and put them into a large vat. Then, on the 24th day of the 6th lunar month, they would hold a grand ceremony to sacrifice to the goo. This ceremony would last for 3 days, namely the 24th, 25th and 26th. During these 3 days, the owner would use a fresh pig, a chicken and a sheep every day, cook them, and then at night when the stars were all together in the sky, the whole family would move the pigs, sheep and chickens into the secret room for raising goo and prostrate themselves to pray. After the prayers were finished, the pigs, sheep and chickens would be chopped up and thrown into the vat. The vat would then be sealed, and after a year, the poisonous creatures in the vat would devour each other. The last one to survive would become extremely powerful and have magical powers. That's how we raise goo. Fuck. Who the hell wants to listen to myths? Does this have anything to do with what we've experienced? Mark started cursing. There is a lack of food here, and these cubs can only move around in areas where Scylla emits radiation. They have no way to go out and hunt, so they can only choose to devour each other. This is just raising poisonous insects. Craven didn't care about Mark. What do you want to say? Snart thought Craven was confused. I mean, if someone suddenly throws a few chickens to those poisonous insects that are killing each other while raising poisonous insects, what will happen? Craven said. The Sandman said in a toothache tone, a group of hungry and extremely ferocious insects will never let go of the food that has finally appeared. That's right. These guys will never let us go. Even if our size is just a few sparrows in front of them. They won't let us go. Before he finished speaking, it was like an avalanche on the mountain, with countless snow avalanches and countless spiders in it. Damn it. Run. In fact, as Scylla's sleep deepened, these little monsters could receive less radiation, and they had to all squeeze around Scylla. This is also the reason why Craven and his team were safe until they reached the snow line. These monsters began to slowly fall into the lowest level of vitality due to lack of food and water. If no one disturbed them, perhaps in the near future, most of them would starve to death due to lack of food and water. Even those who relied on devouring their own kind would slowly starve to death due to the death of other of their kind. But these bastards changed all that. Not only did they walk in the snow on the backs of these spiders, they also took out the radioactive materials that had been deposited. Isn't this just looking for death? The Titan cubs who had been hungry for a long time were completely crazy. In fact, the Scylla race did not have the habit of cannibalism. After all, in ancient times, they did not lack this little food and water. Their enemies were natural enemies, so they chose to reproduce so much. Just like the Mudos. Reproducing and many at a time, and being able to survive is a victory. The more Scylla reproduces, the higher the survival rate of their offspring. Cannibalism is just life looking for a way out for itself. After all, when you are hungry, there are no so many messy things. So when there are other things to eat, they will not risk devouring their own kind. So Craven and his men were in trouble. Those spiders chased them and bit them like an avalanche. At the same time, such a big commotion also alarmed the military. After all, this is a focus of attention. Not sending people here is for the safety of the soldiers, which does not mean that they will not pay attention. It is modern and there are many ways to deal with it. There is no need to send people to watch it. Sir, there is something wrong with Black Rock Mountain. Soon the drone discovered the abnormal phenomenon and was immediately exploded. The military did not dare to use radar to illuminate this side. The radiation is much greater than that of radar. Who knows if it will not attract the attention of Scylla and wake it up. Even if Scylla is not awakened, it will be troublesome to wake up its cubs. So using a drone that burns fuel became the best choice. Upon hearing this, the person in charge of the base immediately came to the drone driving base. What's going on? No abnormal radiation was found. It shouldn't be caused by radiation. Now it's speculated that someone is committing suicide. Don't underestimate those guys who have nothing better to do. In China, If the People's Army sets up a restricted area in a place, basically no one will go there out of curiosity. Those who really go there are basically people with ulterior motives. But there are still those who have nothing better to do in the United States. They have dealt with several such cases before. The most ridiculous one was a blogger, who ran to the restricted area specifically to attract attention. As a result, he has been secretly detained by the military until now. It's not that they don't want to sentence him, but once he is sentenced, it will inevitably attract attention. Once it attracts attention, then more idiots will come, so the military simply secretly detained him and let him disappear. There are also some boring people. For example, there are environmentalists protesting. No, you environmentalists can protest if you want to, but why go to the military base? Hey, others want it. Just like most people can't understand why those environmentalists go to museums and destroy artworks. They are all antiques, priceless. But those bastards insisted on destroying things. Why don't you go and blow up those big companies with bombs? Go blow up government buildings. What did museums and artworks do to you? Anyway, these idiots are everywhere now. That's why there are such speculations. Send more drones to see what's going on? If someone is asking for death, everyone looked at the person in charge. Bomb them to death. Drones can be equipped with missiles, and they are very advanced. The leader of the drone team said hesitantly, will it be bad? What else can those idiots do except waste food? Do you want me to send people to rescue them? Or you can take people with you. The military should actually be the place least affected by public opinion, but it's different in the United States. The trend of political correctness has also affected the military. In the past, the U.S. military was quite discriminatory against women and people of color, and few women and people of color were promoted to high positions. People of color, especially black people, are actually not suitable for military service. Although they are physically strong, they lack team spirit and discipline. Women. To be honest, it is definitely not a good thing for any country to have more women in the military. This is not discrimination, but women are simply not suitable for the needs of war. However, that is only said to the upper class. For the grassroots, conservatism is the orthodoxy. If a commander asks the soldiers below to rescue those idiots because of the so-called political correctness, the soldiers below will definitely riot. Soldiers' lives are lives too. No. I mean, make less noise. The higher-ups told us not to make a big noise in Black Rock Mountain and use missiles, okay. Then use machine guns. Chapter 1679 Alarm Upgrade. Look up, Craven suddenly pointed to the sky. Several people looked up and found a drone hovering in the sky above their heads. Fuck. We've been discovered. The worst situation has occurred. They have been discovered. They really didn't expect this to happen. According to their idea, they entered the park, found a lone silicub, and then caught it directly, and then ran away while no one noticed. However, the first step went wrong. The silicub was found, but there were no lone ones. There were all over the mountains. Damn, for the first time, I felt that the titans were not that valuable. There were all over the mountains. Why did they let them catch them? In fact, the US government also wanted to steal a few back for research. Unfortunately, the Battle of San Francisco, the Battle of Hawaii, and the Battle of Miami, this is not counting the losses caused by other titans. Anyway, the United States suffered the greatest losses in the world. For a while, everyone had a bit of PTSD of the titans and stayed away from such creatures, for fear of causing any consequences. After all, no one knows anything about the giant beasts, nor do they know their habits. They are finally going to sleep, and no one wants to provoke them. If you catch the silicub and anger it, who'll take the blame? Anyway, the White House doesn't want to take the blame, and neither does Congress. After all, once there is a commotion, it can't be covered up at all. Anyway, as long as there is a commotion at that time, it will definitely be liquidated. So it's better to just be honest. And other countries are similar. Many countries also have titans underground. I don't envy the United States, if this thing is really worth envy. Anyway, no one wants to make trouble. Although the United States has suffered the most, other countries have also suffered a lot. Everyone has been talking about titans recently, and they don't have time to cause trouble for the United States. Only Nick Fury is brave, or this grandson is going to make trouble. Fuck. What should we do now? Should we continue the mission? Should we run quickly? Mark was a little anxious. What the hell is this? Not only did we not get to eat the sheep, But we got into trouble. We can't run. We don't have any savings. If we run away, we'll be left with nothing. Craven gritted his teeth and looked at the drone in the sky. It was useless to shoot the drone down now. The best way now was to catch a Scylla cub immediately and then run away. Maybe we could get some money. As for the deal, Craven knew now that the Red Devil would never get involved. Why do we care about those monsters now? We have to run away quickly. Your buyers will never get involved at this time. Maybe they will be the first to kill us. Craven was not the only smart person. Snart quickly thought of this. Snart didn't know who the buyer was, but a tyrant like the Red Devil would never trade with them again because he had been exposed. Unless the Red Devil was willing to be an enemy of the entire United States, he would find and kill them first. That's right. No matter what you do, I can't get involved anyway. The Sandman was the most decisive because he ran the fastest. As long as he ran out, he could turn into wind and sand, and no one would think of finding him easily. He would not go crazy with Craven. What will happen if you run away? Won't you still be hunted? Will the Americans let us go just because you didn't take the Scylla cubs? Also, given our current situation, what do you think will happen if we don't have money? But who the hell dares to buy? Don't worry, I've been around for so many years and I know a lot of people. I know a buyer who is definitely interested in these things. Of course, don't think about selling them so expensively. A few tens of millions will be good enough. The first one to waver was Mark. He was just afraid of being poor. If he wanted to run for his life, he naturally couldn't be without money. Anyway, they were all exposed, and if they didn't make a fortune, it would be a big loss. Let's do it. Snart and Sandman looked at each other in tacit understanding, gritted their teeth and nodded in agreement. Just like Mark said, they had revealed their true colors, and if they didn't make a fortune, it would be a pure loss. I'll go catch one. It doesn't matter if it's dead or alive, just one will do. Craven didn't care at this moment. His buyer was a super fanatical animal specimen collector. His basement was full of specimens. He wanted all the animals that could be made into specimens. His biggest dream in life was to collect all the specimens of animals. The rarer and more endangered they were, the more he wanted them. He even had a specimen of a dodo. This species is a flightless bird that is only found on the island of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean. This bird was completely extinct due to human hunting and the impact of human activities just 200 years after it was discovered by humans. It is one of the most famous extinct animals besides dinosaurs. It is also the only extinct bird designated as the national bird of Mauritius. The dodo became extinct in 1681. In August 2016, the world's most complete dodo bone was auctioned for $4.4 million. But he has the most perfect dodo specimen in the world, just like a living one. Anyway, as long as there is no big problem with the appearance, he will definitely pay a high price. Understood. The Sandman immediately turned into a ball of sand, but just when he was about to take action, suddenly, he found several drones in the sky. These drones were obviously targeting them. Seeing this, the Sandman immediately grabbed a spider and flew to Craven and his friends. He wanted to run alone, but he couldn't find a buyer. So he had to stay with Craven. The intelligence department sent a message that they found the information of those guys. At this time, the intelligence director of the base pushed open the door of the operation base with a document in his hand. These guys went from the Scylla. They are definitely not lost bloggers or psychopathic protesters. The pixel quality of the military's drone monitors was not very high, so at first the people in the base didn't see clearly who provoked those Scylla larvae. It was not until the drone flew closer that they clearly saw the strangeness of those people. In fact, at that time, they didn't believe that those guys were idiots who came to find excitement. After all, which idiot can fly? Who are they? Mutants, and they are criminals. They are Sandman, Captain Ice, Weather Wizard, and Craven the Hunter. Craven the Hunter, the army is a relatively closed society, and they don't understand the outside world. After all, which soldier watches TV all day? And Craven is a person who specializes in wandering in the dark world. The military is unlikely to come into contact with such people, so they don't know who Craven is. In fact, even ordinary people don't know who Craven is. A killer and scavenger who specializes in wandering in the dark world, specializing in doing black work. At this time, the head of the base looked at his intelligence director. In other words, this is premeditated. In fact, he had guessed it a long time ago. But he always thought of luck. What if it was really a few mutants who were bored? but it was premeditated, then the problem would be serious, and his responsibility would be huge. The number of people in this U.S. military base is not too large, only more than 3,000 people. After all, they are just monitoring a sleeping monster, and they will not go deep. They are only in the outer police circle. Whether it is the government or the military, they will not send too many people. First, there is the cost issue. Second, there are more troubles with more people. But the specifications of the base are definitely not low. All the soldiers in this base have been strictly inspected. All of them have undergone various inspections, and even immigrants are not allowed. All of them are white people with red seedlings. At least 5 generations online are all Americans, with no foreign relations. Everyone must not have any criminal record, and even direct relatives are not allowed to have criminals. And the business ability must also be up to standard. It can be said that these 3,000 people are all selected from the best. Including him, the commander of the base, is also a lieutenant general. A base of 3,000 people, the commander is a lieutenant general. You can imagine how much the government and the military value it. In order to ensure that there are no problems, except for manpower, they can't give it casually. That's really giving whatever you want, and the authority is scary. The greater the power, the greater the corresponding responsibility. If there is no problem, then the commander of the base has a bright future. Once the qualifications are met, he will be promoted to general. But if there is a problem, I'm sorry, prepare to retire. If there is a big problem, think about the military court. If Scylla is released, he should just commit suicide. At least he can be called a martyr, and maybe his family can even receive a medal or something. That's right, sometimes, the dead are more valuable than the living. Kill them. Now. Right now, the most important thing now is to kill those idiots quickly. As long as they are dead, everything will be fine. He can also retire peacefully in an idle position. Don't even think about advancement. The situation is so serious. Connect me to the White House right now. I have an emergency report. Just tell me if the specifications are high or not. You can talk directly to the White House instead of going through the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Department of Defense. The call was connected soon. It wasn't Benjamin. Nonsense. He is the president, and it is impossible for him to answer a call from a lieutenant general anytime and anywhere. It was the president's chief of staff. The president is giving a speech now and has no time to answer the phone. Tell me the situation. I must assess how bad the situation is. At this time, a call from Scylla base was obviously not a trivial matter, so the chief of staff said directly. Someone broke into Black Rock Mountain, premeditated. If you still want to cover up at this time, you will be courting death. The government and the Ministry of Defense will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, and any lie will only bring more severe punishment. How bad is the situation? Rating Level 3 Emergency. The base that monitors Titan has its own threat rating. Level 1 Situation does not need to be reported immediately. The base can solve the problem independently, but a detailed report is required afterwards, and the superior agency will strictly review it. It is similar to the previous times when those idiots protested at the gate of the base. The base can solve it by itself. But the superior still has to ask. Level 2 Situation means that the base commander must report the situation to the superior immediately. The base has the right to deal with it, but it needs to report the progress at any time. This is the situation of the blogger. Level 3 Situation means that the base commander must not conceal it and must report it to the superior. But it does not need to be reported to the top. In other words, there is no need to alarm the president. But in the president's briefing, you will see that the president himself decides whether it is necessary, and he will listen to the full report himself. Level 4 Situation means that the sleeping Scylla is threatened, which is a dangerous situation and must be reported to the White House immediately. The president and the top brass will immediately enter a state of war readiness. Level 5 Situation. That means things are out of control, and the base can only do its best and leave it to fate. The Titan beast was completely awakened. Everyone run for your lives. General, you have exceeded your authority. The chief of staff felt that the base commander was making a fuss. No. Sir. It's just for now, because there are 3 mutants among the invaders. They are all extremely dangerous wanted criminals. Do you think the situation may rise to the lower level of level 4? Yes, sir. Their purpose, I don't know. I only know that in addition to the 3 mutants, there is also a super killer who has been wandering in the dark world for many years, an extremely dangerous element. The chief of staff now completely understood. Sir. Our drone was shot down. At this moment, a terrified cry came from the phone. The chief of staff immediately became nervous. Are these people planning to force their way in? What are they going to do? Wake up the Titan and destroy the United States? No. Absolutely not. General. What happened? What happened over there? The chief of staff shouted nervously. I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid I need to issue a level 4 warning. Our drone was shot down, and those silicubs have gone completely crazy. They have crossed the gathering place and are rushing down the mountain. Hold on. Strengthen the defense line. We must not let those monsters break through the defense line. The chief of staff obviously thought too badly, but such an order was undoubtedly correct. I need support. We only have 3,000 people and can't build an effective defense line at all. I will report to the president immediately, the chief of staff said decisively. Please protect the defense line. God bless America. Benjamin is now giving a speech on the university campus. This is an old tradition of American presidents. Their favorite thing to do is to give speeches everywhere. After leaving office, their main source of income is to make money from speeches and memoirs. Interesting thing, the memoirs of American presidents are generally not very popular, because no one is willing to read a bunch of whitewashed messy nonsense without any dry goods. Of course, there are exceptions for presidents who had major events during their terms, such as Clinton and Bush Jr. Their memoirs sold very well. Even though everyone knows that the memoirs are full of nonsense, people still hope to find some words in them. But the magical thing is that every president who leaves office can receive huge royalties from booksellers. Another thing is speeches. This thing is also a bunch of nonsense, but every president can collect huge labor fees from every speech after leaving office. Just when Benjamin was talking happily, his chief of staff suddenly rushed in, came to his ear and said something, and even held the microphone with his hand. Then the president's face changed. Chapter 1680 New X-Team. In the middle of a speech, he suddenly left the audience, leaving the audience crying for food. This immediately caused chaos at the scene. Actually, these students were not interested in listening to a so-called successful person who was a million miles away from them, pretending to be cool in front of them. In fact, the reason why they participated in the speech was because they admired the strong. After all, those who could give speeches at universities were basically successful people, and everyone would be curious. Secondly, this was also considered participating in social activities, especially for those students who were interested in participating in politics. Although such speeches were not necessarily good, they were not bad either. If they could interact with the speaker during the speech, it would be a way to success. But it was rare for a speaker to suddenly leave without any warning in the middle of the speech, especially when the speaker was the President of the United States. You know, for politicians, university speeches are actually quite important. Because college students mean the main force of society in the future, it is very important for a politician to get the support of those college students. So under what circumstances would the president abandon the audience and leave directly? There was only one possibility, a crisis that could endanger the president's life. So the students below suddenly made a fuss. After all, if they could threaten the president, then they would definitely be in more danger. Fortunately, the president saw the chaos below and immediately sent his special agents and office members to help stabilize order and appease people. Of course, the truth cannot be told, and it can only be said that there are important matters that the president needs to deal with immediately. Although most people are still suspicious, fortunately someone appeased them. They are all college students. Although they are not very disciplined, they have some knowledge, so things did not get worse. Under the arrangement of the school, everyone left the venue in an orderly manner. But the impact of this incident was also spread out at the first time. After all, when the president comes out to give a speech, the entourage is not only the president's own people, but also and multimedia reporters. After all, the speech of the US president anywhere will be commented on by those boring analysts and commentators. With such an accident happening now, the media naturally cannot let it go. Everyone is curious about what happened that made the president leave without any warning. Did a terrorist attack happen somewhere? Or a more serious incident? In short, there are too many mysteries. However, it is precisely this kind of uncertain secret that is more attractive, and the media ushered in a carnival again. Anyway, the audience just likes to watch those insignificant commentators and analysts swearing on TV. Who cares if what they say is right? So get angry. But Benjamin is not on that mood. He is angry, but more because of fear. Don't let it happen again. If there is another Titan war, whether the United States can hold on is another matter, but his heart can't bear it. If millions of people are killed and injured again, he thinks there is no point in this president being re-elected. God knows how much effort he spent to raise the reconstruction funds for Miami and San Francisco. You know. He even abandoned Hawaii. There is no way that Hawaii has a small population, and votes are not important. In addition, there are mostly locals. When the United States was strong, it didn't care much about those people, let alone now. It can be seen from the Hawaiian fire that the U.S. government really looks down on the indigenous people. How bad is it? Benjamin got on his private car and asked his chief of staff directly. It's not the worst yet, but obviously our intelligence agencies have failed in their duties. We didn't receive any notifications before, not even the slightest warning, and the base was attacked. Now the generals at the base have temporarily classified the current situation as level 3, but it is very likely to develop towards level 4. As for what will happen in the end, no one knows. Contact my generals and those intelligence agencies immediately. I want to have a meeting with them on Air Force One. I need to know why we are always the last to know every time an attack comes, when I spend so much money every year. According to what the chief of staff told him before, this was obviously a premeditated attack, but you waited until the attack happened to tell me that it was premeditated. I don't need you to tell me. What were you doing before? Every time those agencies faced him, they cried poor, saying that the situation was bad and needed more budget. Benjamin gave the money, and you gave me a report like this? By the way, put Kai on the line, Mr. President. I think. What do you think? What do you think? Do you think we can clean up a mess if things get to the worst? We still have to rely on superheroes. Why don't I just go straight and ask my friends to go over and take a look? Maybe we can minimize the losses. After saying that, Benjamin got even angrier. He actually understood what the chief of staff meant. After all, they were the national government. As a result, when the disaster happened, they actually had to ask superheroes for help. This was almost an admission of the government's incompetence. No one wanted this to happen. This would only increase the authority of superheroes in society and weaken the authority of the government. So the chief of staff and those politicians instinctively hated such proposals. After all, to put it bluntly, even if someone died, it wouldn't be them. If the common people died, they died. At most, they would go to the scene, hold a candle and pretend to be cool, and let the media publish 2 whitewashing articles, and then it would be over. What does it have to do with them? But weakening the authority of the government is closely related to them. They can dig into the corners of the country, but others can't. Without the authority of the government, how can they act tyrannically? How can they be superior to others? How can there be collusion between officials and businessmen? How do they get so much lobbying money? But it is precisely because of this that Benjamin is angry. Damn it, is he willing to go and beg for help? He is the president. If there is anyone who cares about the authority of the government the most, it is him. But Nima, you bastards are not up to the task. The country spends so much money every year, and the result is this? Just give me this? Do you know how the people think of us if there is another Titan war? Tell me. Is it better for Kai to solve the problem before it breaks out, or after the problem breaks out? Let Kai solve it? As long as you can give me a reasonable solution, I will immediately agree with your point of view. Benjamin stared at his chief of staff. In fact, he was quite happy to see his chief of staff come up with a solution. Then, can you let Kai stand by? At least give him a chance. What if the problem is not so serious? The chief of staff also knew that what Benjamin said was fine, but he still had to fight for it. Benjamin exhaled. He also knew that relying on Kai was not good, but, never mind. After all, so much money has been spent and so many teams of superpowers have been formed. It's time for them to play their role. Before I board Air Force One, deal with him. Also, think of a way to explain to the public. I don't want to cause any unrest, understood? We already have multiple plans. Benjamin nodded. His staff was still very powerful. After all, he even changed the constitution and could be re-elected for multiple terms. Naturally, ambitious political elites would move closer to him. In order to appease the opposition party, there are even many members of other parties in his staff. His ability is beyond doubt. There are actually many ways for the United States to divert attention. The simplest one is to expose a piece of heavy news, such as some celebrity scandals and some politician scandals. Politicians' scandals are more sensitive, but it is not impossible to release them when the time comes. The most cost-effective one is actually a celebrity scandal. Koreans are the best at this. Once there is a scandal to cover up, they use celebrity scandals to cover it up. After all, celebrities have no status and enough influence, making them the most suitable shields. If that doesn't work, just provoke the international situation. Americans are the best at this. In modern wars, you can find Americans in any war. In short, there are many ways. They are very experienced in this regard. Everyone, the time to test us has come. We have just received a notice that an important mission has been issued, a very important one, even related to the whole world. On the plane of Team X, Church, who replaced Frank as the head of Team X, stood in front of all the members and said very seriously, "Wow. Those congressmen finally thought of us?" Instead of leaving us in the base to continue training, a black man joked. He is Lucas Bishop, a very special mutant. Bishop can absorb most types of energy, including magic, sound, light, psionic energy, spiritual energy, etc., whether it is the energy of the surrounding environment or the energy directed towards him. In short, he is similar to Sebastian Shaw, the former head of the Hellfire Club, but the only difference from Sebastian Shaw is that Bishop will not release this energy. He can only absorb, not release. Finally, the US government helped him come up with a solution and implanted an energy release device in him. That thing looks like a big gun. In fact, that thing was modified by the government using the laser weapon of the Chitauri, but Bishop was used as an energy source. In fact, this is for your own good. Church was still very good to his subordinates. You know, the last X team suffered heavy losses because of insufficient training and sudden participation in the operation. The last time Frank led the X team to fight against the Hellfire Club, they were almost wiped out because of carelessness, and only Henry Philip McCoy, the Beast, survived. The Beast is also sitting here now. When he heard Church talk about his comrades, he moved his body a little uncomfortably. The last time he dealt with a Hellfire, it was a shadow of McCoy. If Kai hadn't come to the rescue in the end, he, Frank, and Church would have to explain. It was also because of this that after the new team was established, the government was very cautious about the use of the team. They didn't want the mutants they had recruited with great difficulty to be lost in one battle. Even Benjamin was heartbroken after receiving this notice. There are not many mutants, and even fewer mutants who are suitable for fighting. There are even fewer mutants who are suitable for fighting and strong. They all lost in one battle. Benjamin almost thought that Frank and Church were racists who had done something bad when they were carrying out the mission. He was relieved when the investigation results came out. But if the new team continues to do this, it will be too much. By then, they will not get any benefits, and the outside world will think that the government deliberately harmed the mutants. That would be a loss. So after the establishment of the new team, they have been training in secret. Even if they carry out missions, they will only carry out some tasks with a higher safety factor to accumulate experience and confidence. Counting it up, the new team has been established for 3 years. It's time to experience the real test. Okay, let's get back to the point. This time, the task we have to deal with is, Church waved his hand, and a virtual screen was projected. There were 4 pictures on it, which were about killing them. Their intelligence is all in your personal terminals. I need you to read it carefully. I don't want to be caught off guard. Several people immediately began to look through the intelligence on their murder. Wow, these people actually escaped from Kai. Tough guy. The person who spoke was Bobby Drake, whose real name was Robert Louis Drake, codenamed Iceman. He was very young and had just graduated from high school. He was from New York. When he was young, he had discovered that he could freeze the moisture in the air into ice. However, because he was afraid that others would know about it and it would be disadvantageous to him, only he and his parents knew about Bobby's ability. Bobby was the kind of person who had a strong control over his abilities, so no one had discovered his specialness. Until one accident, Bobby and his girlfriend were bullied by a bully and his accomplices on their way home after watching a movie. In order to save his girlfriend, Bobby froze the bully. This incident attracted the attention of the special department, and they originally wanted to take him in. Unfortunately, Bobby had not graduated from high school at that time and was a minor. According to the rules and regulations of the police station, he could not join the police force, and his parents were not very happy to let him join the police force because they did not want Bobby to be exposed. Although the environment for mutants has improved a lot, The discrimination against mutants cannot be changed immediately. The police force also respected the wishes of his family and did not force him. As a result, Team X did not follow the rules of martial ethics and directly used means to make Bobby's family agree to let him join the police force. After all, federal agencies are much more powerful than local agencies. For this reason, Sage scolded the church a lot. Because it was the church who recruited Bobby personally. Others had similar feelings. After waiting for a while, the church waited until everyone had finished reading before saying, "Since you have finished reading, then I will tell you the real mission." The real mission. A group of people looked at each other. "Isn't it to deal with the guy in the photo?" I said. "This mission is about the whole world. They are not qualified." The church sneered. "The mission I am going to talk about next will not be recorded in any file, even in electronic files. At the same time, after the mission is over, whether it is success or failure, you must keep the strictest confidentiality. Violators will be punished for treason." Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1681 Mission. It's not a dirty job, is it? At this time, a black man wearing a cowboy hat raised his hand and said, "His name is John, codename Ghost. His ability is teleportation, but his teleportation is different from others. The moment he shows his teleportation ability, a skeleton will appear on his body, and then the body will be reassembled, which looks very scary. This is why he was named Ghost. His origin is quite strange. He was originally a military man. In fact, he also worked for Stryker. At that time, Stryker had not yet gone crazy. He was just an ambitious man who wanted to climb up. His son had not killed his wife yet, so overall that was normal. At that time, in order to climb up, Stryker did private work for those big men in the military. At that time, John was recruited by Stryker because of his special ability. Later, Stryker's son's ability went out of control, and Stryker's wife drilled her own HUD with an electric drill. Then Stryker, who was originally a bastard, suddenly evolved from a bad guy to a pervert. It was also at that time that John ran away and hid everywhere. Until the government found him many years later. The church. "Shut up, John," church shouted. "We are now a regular army with files left in the Department of Defense and the White House. No one can make us do dirty work." Church actually hates this kind of thing. Church introduced him as an FBI man before, but he is not. He was originally from the CIA and is the most successful field agent in the history of the CIA. Don't be fooled by the name of the CIA, but in fact, it is specialized in doing dirty work. All the messy things abroad are done by the CIA. It's a little better in China. After all, there is no shortage of people to do dirty work in China. Ordinary people can now name the dirty work done by the CIA, such as helping foreign drug lords to sell drugs, smuggling arms, funding dictators, assassinating other countries' politicians, and coups. Anything that the official does not show up is done by the CIA. Even the world-famous Golden Triangle, Silver Triangle and Golden Crescent have the indelible credit of the CIA. It can be said that they have done all kinds of bad things. At the same time, they also do some private commissions for many bigwigs in China. Church has done a lot of such things. Finally, he was defeated. Due to years of wandering on the edge of life and death, Church had long thought about retirement, so he reported to his superiors. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this retirement report became his death warrant. The better the CIA's field agents are, the less likely they are to have a good end. It's not that they have done too much evil and there will be retribution. Rather, the better the field agents are, the more they can be exposed to those dirty things that cannot be known by others. As the most successful field agent in the history of the CIA, Church has almost never failed, so more private work was imposed on him. If he died in a mission one day, everyone would be happy. Church would be buried as a hero after his death, and his deeds would be included in the new teaching materials of the CIA headquarters in Langley, fooling more young people to continue to dedicate themselves to the upper-level masters. Then Church's family would get a generous reward. If he still has a family. After all, it is best for people who specialize in dirty work to have no children, no wife, and no parents. Even if they have, they will be killed by the enemy in revenge. What? You said that the CIA will protect the families of employees? Huh. Generally speaking, they will. But if the CIA didn't protect him, his family wouldn't have to be retaliated and killed. In short, it's not easy to be a CIA field agent. Often, after working in the field for a few years, he will be transferred to another position. After all, it is a national organization, and it is impossible to treat everyone as animals and consumables. Otherwise, the CIA would have been finished long ago. Only those patriots with strong will, excellent ability, and extremely high patriotism can enjoy such treatment. Church is one of them. He always thought that he was a firm patriot. Then he became a lonely man. The CIA would never let such a person retire peacefully, for no other reason. He knew too much. So he was hunted down. But Church didn't really find nothing in these years. He did so many dirty things, how could he not be prepared at all? Soon he found his good friend. Kinway had 3 or 2 good friends, so how could Church have no friends in these years? He hooked up with the FBI. Generally speaking, the FBI is actually weak against the CIA. This is still due to historical reasons. The FBI was too strong back then, even stronger than the Gestapo. As a result, under the leadership of the legendary director, the FBI was once powerful and the CIA was only a younger brother in front of the FBI. But with the death of the legendary director, the reckoning came. And what about the CIA? Because it has no law enforcement power in the country, it is impossible to threaten the domestic political structure, but it has received a lot of support. As the United States officially became a hegemon and paid more attention to international affairs, the CIA grew step by step. Instead, it put pressure on the FBI. After all, the people above are biased. So under normal circumstances, the FBI will not confront the CIA directly, although the relationship between the two is definitely not good. But as long as the interests are sufficient, there is nothing that cannot be discussed. The Church has mastered too many secrets in recent years. And some secrets can allow the FBI to benefit from the CIA, so everyone can naturally cooperate. So the Church transferred to the FBI, which can be regarded as a temporary escape. Later, he joined the X-team and completely landed. However, this incident also made the Church very disgusted with doing dirty work. After all, no one likes the feeling of being betrayed. Okay, instructor, just tell me, a girl said impatiently. What's so serious? The girl's name is Anna Marie, codenamed Little Naughty. Her ability is the most deadly. She is an untouchable, not the so-called untouchables in India, but a real untouchable. She can quickly absorb and seize the memory, superpowers, personality and even life of other living human intelligent life through skin contact. This makes her a real untouchable. Before high school, she was actually the same as a normal person. But the characteristics of mutants are like this. You never know when you will awaken your abilities. In the second year of high school, she and her boyfriend kissed secretly in the study room. Then the poor boy fainted instantly and lay in the hospital for 3 weeks before finally waking up. Even so, he lost nearly 2 years of memory and became very weak. Anna Marie ran away for this reason. She didn't want to hurt others. She didn't want people to think of her as a monster. As a result, she was found by the Beast and the Church. Bring it back to the X-team. With the help of the team, Little Naughty finally controlled her abilities. However, because of her boyfriend, she is very reluctant to contact with people. Even now, she still wears special gloves. Okay, Church nodded and said, I will emphasize again, all details of this mission will be sealed, and no one can reveal it in any form. Otherwise, it will be regarded as treason. Seeing a group of people nodding solemnly, Church was relieved. Titan, you know it, right? Boom. A group of people exploded directly. What? Titan? Those big monsters, fuck. This, are you sure they are not asking us to die? Although I am quite confident in us, but instructor, those are Titans. Church did not speak, waiting for them to calm down gradually. He sneered and said, you are scared now? Didn't you all say you wanted to do something big before? Why don't you say anything? And, who gave you the confidence to think you can deal with Titans? If you really have this ability, those superheroes will call you daddy when they see you. Listen to me carefully, the 4 bastards I just showed you, they invaded a place where a Titan was sleeping. Fuck. Are they crazy? Any one of those monsters can easily destroy a city. Iceman couldn't calm down. He thought these people were crazy. Others had almost the same idea. And the key point is that 3 of them are mutants. No matter how their superpowers came from, in fact, everyone regards these people with superpowers as mutants. If what these people did was exposed, the entire mutant group would have to face the strange eyes of people all over the world. Now the production situation of mutants has finally improved a little, But after being messed up by this group of guys, the situation will only be worse than before. You have to know that people used to discriminate against mutants, and they were more afraid of the aliens. In essence, mutants do not cause much harm to ordinary people, so a large part of the society does not have so many negative views on mutants. After all, many people have never seen a mutant in their lives, so they don't have to discriminate against them. More importantly, there are very few mutants, and they will not squeeze social resources. For most people, they will not infringe on their own interests. They have no reason to hate mutants. Of course, ordinary people will be a little bit afraid of the aliens they don't understand. But it's not really hatred. Only a small number of people spread some irresponsible remarks, and some people just follow the crowd because their lives are not satisfactory. But Titans are different. No one thinks Titans are friendly to humans, even Godzilla. After all, tens of millions of people around the world have suffered because of Titans. This is really happening. Now someone wants to provoke Titans and let those monsters return again, and the murderer is a mutant, so you can imagine what will happen next. That's right. This is also what the government and the president are worried about. That's why we are asked to solve this problem. You know what this represents, Church said seriously. A qualified leader must know how to use power. Otherwise, how can subordinates work hard? Now everyone immediately became more serious. After all, it concerns the living environment of their species. In fact, most mutants don't really have much of a species concept. After all, their relatives and friends are ordinary people, but they themselves are different from others. But human empathy still makes them closer to people in the same situation as themselves. Why did they do that? The topic returned to the original question. After all, no normal person would touch the Titans. I don't know. There are too many possibilities. The Church was not sure either. For money, after all, the biological tissue of the Titans is still very expensive on the black market. Maybe they were hired by foreign forces, or simply to retaliate against society? In short, there are too many possibilities and it is impossible to distinguish, but one thing is certain. They had a premeditated plan, but something went wrong in the middle. They were discovered, the place where the Titans sleep. I didn't expect this legend to be true, Little Rogue said thoughtfully. After the Miami War, the Titans disappeared, but their traces were strictly kept secret by various countries and were not allowed to be known by the outside world. In urban legends, the Titans were actually secretly hidden by governments as the ultimate weapon. This rumor is nonsense. Who the hell has such ability? But urban legends, how can they spread if they are not nonsense? This is indeed true. But in fact, the government does not have the ability to hide the Titans. They are actually under the order of Godzilla to continue sleeping. The governments of various countries are just guarding their sleeping places to prevent anyone from macing around and waking them up. After the Titan War, the Monarch organization emerged in the side of various countries. After these bastards discovered a monster Ghidorah number 0 in the Arctic, they actually dug it out and planned to study it. In the end, they were captured and controlled by the Skrulls, allowing Ghidorah to escape, which caused the global Titan rampage. In the final analysis, if the Monarch organization had not been bored and dug out Ghidorah, the subsequent events would not have happened. By the way, I need to warn you. This time, these bastards caused a lot of trouble. They woke up Scylla's cub. That's why the situation was exposed. So we not only have to deal with those 4 bastards, but also have to consider the threat of those Titan cubs. There was no image or text left about the Titans. It was all narrated orally. So no one knew about the cubs before, and even the name Scylla was heard for the first time. That's right, the sleeping Titan is called Scylla. That's the Titan that looks like a mixture of a spider, an octopus, and a conch. It laid a lot of eggs before it fell asleep, and later these eggs hatched, but due to environmental reasons, they can't leave the mother's vicinity and can only move around it, so not many people know about it. This time, all those little monsters went berserk, so we still have to deal with those little monsters. Won't that make Mother Scylla angry? It's just a possibility, the Church said. Our main target is those 4 bastards. As for those little monsters, try not to provoke them. Even if you really have to take action, try to hold back and don't alarm the big ones. Isn't this too difficult? We have to do the job, but we also have to hold back, John complained. Unless you are willing to face Scylla, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 1682, Glorious Years. Bureaucracy usually represents inefficiency, But there are always exceptions. For example, when it threatens everyone's life and death, even bureaucracy is full of efficiency. For example, this time, from the warning issued by the base, to the president's order, to the departure of Team X, it took only a few minutes in total. When people do not endanger their own interests, they will always be lazy. After all, it is none of their business. But Titans don't care what humans think. They can't control them. Who can guarantee that Titans will not come to them? Even the most confident New Yorkers will not naively think that superheroes can guarantee the safety of each of them. Once that thing descends on a city, even with the protection of superheroes, it will cause hundreds of thousands or even more casualties, as well as countless property losses. So this time the efficiency is exceptionally high. In fact, Team X's response was also very fast. After the order was issued, they boarded their special plane in less than 10 minutes, a modified version of the Boeing C-17 Globemaster III transport plane. This thing was originally a toy of SHIELD. Yes, SHIELD and Nick Fury. Nick Fury's aesthetics are full of nouveau riche. He is particular about being exaggerated. Practicality is never considered by him. He just follows his own preferences and asks the SHIELD research department to give him what he wants. For example, this SHIELD Airbus. The prototype is the Boeing C-17 Globemaster III transport aircraft of the United States, but the scientists of SHIELD changed the biplane layout to an improved tandem biplane layout, added a pair of wings, hung 2 more engines, and changed it to vertical takeoff and landing type. This type of transport aircraft is equipped with a total of 6 turbojet engines, with vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, and has a large number of weapons and equipment for agents inside, an interrogation room, and a laboratory. It is officially called the CXD-23 Airborne Mobile Command Station, and is also nicknamed BUS by the team members. The X team uses it as a highly strategic mobile base, so that it can carry out a series of effective reconnaissance, stealth deployment or direct attack operations. This car is the home of the SHIELD agents after leaving home, and it is also their important means of transportation. There are laboratories, operation centers, cargo holds, and private lounges in the cabin. In addition to the common features with a Boeing C-17, the most distinctive feature of the bus is a pair of rear engines and a half-length wing located at the tail of the fuselage below the traditional elevated tail. This gives the bus a higher speed, allowing it to reach its destination in a short time. In fact, this type of aircraft is completely nonsense, but the science department of SHIELD has realized such a nonsense idea. Highlight a powerful flying brick. However, with the weakening and liquidation of SHIELD, many technologies that belong to SHIELD have also been accepted by the government. The government is not happy about this at all, because before this, they hardly knew any information about such things. In other words, SHIELD during Nick Fury's period took the money of the US government and made a lot of big toys that looked high-tech but were actually very practical, while the US government that paid for it knew nothing about it. It's heartbreaking to think about it. In short, with a guarantee of this super flying base that can complete global delivery capabilities, it only took them 20 minutes to fly to Black Rock Mountain. I have to say that this technology is still something. Okay, we have arrived over Black Rock Mountain. Church came to the airdrop exit under the plane, looking at the new X team under his command, and his heart was still full of pride. After all, these children have been trained by him for 3 years. During these 3 years, he not only helped them master their own abilities, but also trained them as agents in special forces to make them qualified soldiers. He believed that they would never let him down. I will not participate in this description, Church shouted loudly at the airdrop exit, so I hope you can complete the task well. In the previous missions, Church had always led the team personally. But now it is not possible. This mission is too dangerous, and his ability can't help them. He can only become a burden, and to be honest, Church is no longer suitable for field work. He is already in his 60s. Although his physical function is well maintained, he is already in his 60s. If it is an ordinary enemy, he can still challenge it with experience and technology, but the biggest problem now is not those mutants, but those crazy spiders. Don't worry, instructor. You can rest assured and retire. The next is our world, little Naughty joked carelessly. When Xiaoteoki was very young, she lost her father. She was raised by her mother. Although she didn't have a hard life due to her family environment, she still longed for her father's love, and the church filled this gap very well. The church was old and clever, and he could easily deal with a child like Xiaoteoki. He could see Xiaoteoki's problem, so under his deliberate guidance, Xiaoteoki got rid of his psychological shadow, and was not like when he first came to Team X. He was in a gloomy state. He gradually regained his liveliness. Don't be careless. Remember the mission requirements carefully. Church couldn't help but emphasize again, but he stopped talking. Although these people were still children in his eyes, they were actually not young, they were all adults. He didn't need to tell them what to do over and over again. Church waved his hand, and everyone began to airdrop. Of course, they couldn't use parachutes. After all, with their initial velocity, if they used parachutes to descend, they really didn't know where they would land after jumping down. After all, there was no conspicuous reference. So they used flying backpacks. It was still Chitauri technology. The Chitauri had a lot of experience in airborne operations. When they invaded the Earth, they did it by airborne operations. Their flight backpacks were very small and very practical. Except for the poor endurance, there was nothing wrong with it. But you are doing airborne operations, you don't need to have a lot of endurance, and you don't need to fly in the sky all the time. They have very agile air combat units, air motorcycles. Watching the team members jump down one by one like dumplings, the church was full of pride and worry at the same time. Don't worry, old man, I'll watch them. John, the last one to be airdropped, patted the church and shouted loudly. John was the oldest among them. He was already in his 40s. Originally, the superiors were a little hesitant about John joining Team X. After all, he was too old. And he was still an old soldier, which would have a bad influence on these young people. The reason why Team X recruited young people was that they valued the plasticity. After all, many of them actually didn't feel very deeply about being discriminated against, and they were easy to fool. They were easy to train. The older mutants had already suffered enough from the world's beatings, and their views on the government and even the whole society were very negative, even radical. They would not trust the government, let alone work for the government. John was obviously such a person. But the church stood up and insisted on recruiting John. Being young is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. They need a real leader of the same kind. No matter how good the church's relationship with them is, it cannot replace the position of the same kind. They need a guide. John is very good in his eyes. He knows how to protect himself. He has experience and a bottom line. After leaving Stryker, he just lived in seclusion and never used his abilities to make a profit. These are all advantages in the church's view. As for the shortcomings, is there anything perfect in this world? Keep an eye on them, John, the church said seriously. Although the wind was strong, John still heard what the church said. He nodded, and then fell directly from the plane. Looking at the empty cabin, the church was still a little disappointed. Who would have thought that the cold-blooded and heartless church would show such an expression? It seems that you are really old. Moses, Church's real name is Frank Moses, but few people know his real name. Don't make me sound like I'm not a human. People will get old. Come on, what are you doing here? Joe Mason, a black agent. He has been retired for a long time, because he is almost 80 years old. He used to be Church's boss. For a long time, he has been Church's liaison. The relationship between the two is both teacher and friend. When Church was hunted down, Joe is no exception. But Joe is lucky that he is too old. If it weren't for the skin color problem, he should have retired as a senior CIA official, the role played by Morgan Freeman, but being old also has its advantages, that is, connections. Unlike being hunted down to the sky and the earth, Joe knows a lot of people, so even if he is hunted down, he can still live a leisurely life. I'm old, and I still have to work. I don't want to either. Unlike Church, what Joe is best at in his life is not going out on field work, but hunting down CIA defectors. He is an internal killer. Many of the internal personnel that the CIA needs to get rid of are Joe's work. No way, you again. Damn it, is there something wrong with our people? Don't look at Joe's age and kind face, but in fact this old guy is famous for his cruel heart and ruthless hands. Wherever he appears, any CIA will tremble. After all, he will never chat with you, and his appearance means that you may die. Church doesn't care. After all, Joe has a very close relationship with him. Even if the CIA wants to kill him, they won't look for Joe. What's more, Joe can't work for the CIA again. You know, the CIA even wanted to kill him at the beginning. Otherwise, how do you think that group of people got into the base? Joe said as a matter of course. Who do you work for now? Church asked curiously. CIA? FBI? Or NSA? Don't talk about the CIA hunting Joe down. It's impossible for Joe to work for the CIA anymore. The relationship is very complicated. It can only be said that in this absurd world, everything is possible. Higher level, Joe said, the White House, huh? The president's power in the American political system is not big, but not small either. But it seems unlikely to bypass all domestic intelligence agencies and directly assign an irrelevant person to investigate such a thing. The resistance will be very great. After all, the president's power is not unlimited, especially in the United States. The performance of the intelligence department this time made the president very unhappy and even uneasy. There are many intelligence agencies in the country, but they always make mistakes. If it is a general mistake, the president may be able to tolerate it, but this time, once the thing underground comes out, countless people will suffer. The president cannot tolerate this, Joe said. Now the heads of several intelligence departments are being scolded, but the president can't bear it anymore. He is afraid that there will be problems in other places, so he needs me to find out who is leaking intelligence. The president doesn't trust the intelligence agencies, and this is a big problem. It might cause political turmoil. After all, a president who can be re-elected for many terms does not trust the intelligence agencies under his command. No one wants to see such a future. Who knows how those people will react? Then why did you come to me? Church shook his head and didn't think about those things. This problem was too big and it was not something he should consider. I need manpower. You don't think that an old man in his 80s can really solve the problem alone, right? No. Those children must not be involved, Church immediately refused. After all, those children's identities are too special. If they are involved, they may be smeared and targeted at any time. It may even affect public opinion and cause the public opinion environment of mutants to deteriorate again. No, I don't want them. What can they do? Rushing into the CIA and killing all those people? What I need is you. Not your little friends, Joe said calmly. You don't want to retire like this, old man. I know you still have gas in the tank. The reason why Joe came out was also recommended by someone inside the presidential staff. That was an old friend of Joe. A senior congressman who had worked with Joe before, but others had turned to politics, while he was still just a retired agent. Joe was old and had cancer. But he was still unwilling to die like this. Let me put it another way. His life had been too full of ups and downs, too exciting. But at the end, he could only be like an ordinary old man, doing nothing and being forgotten. He felt that his cancer was mostly caused by idleness. He didn't want this kind of life. He would rather die on the battlefield. In fact, the last time he was hunted, he felt a rare excitement that he hadn't felt for a long time. Only that kind of excitement made him feel that he was still alive, not like a useless waste waiting to die. So he accepted the invitation. Are you serious? Isn't it good to live a peaceful life? The Church was different. He longed for an ordinary life, and even wanted to have a relationship. He had never really had a serious relationship in his life. He had no children, no relatives, and had dedicated his life to the country. When he retired in his later years, he just wanted to live his own personal life. It was a pity that he couldn't do it. Since he started to fight back against the CIA, it meant that he would never be able to live the life he wanted in this life. I beg you, Joe said seriously. Church looked at his old friend and finally agreed. Just like last time, he went to Joe, hoping to get Joe's help, and Joe agreed without hesitation. He had no way to refuse. This was also paying off a debt. But we have to wait until my children come back. Don't worry, we still have time. Joe was very happy. He even suggested, maybe we can still find those old friends. They won't live their lives quietly. What? Are you planning to set up a senior activity center? Church pouted. He found that his old friend actually wanted to enjoy the glorious days of the past again. No. I want to tell them that the older the ginger, the hotter it is. Chapter 1683, Security Attendance, any duplications will be corrected immediately. Fixed. Refresh, the flight altitude of the modified C-17 is very high. In order to ensure the safety of the aircraft, the X-team parachuted at a very high altitude. This is also a way to avoid being attacked. However, for them, parachuting at this altitude is a kind of daily training, and they have rich experience. A group of people have even become accustomed to this flying altitude. After they should jump out of the cabin, their flight backpacks will start, which makes their descent speed very fast, which is also a way to reach the combat site faster. At the same time, they don't use parachutes, so they don't need to consider the falling speed. At the same time, the wind speed and initial velocity have little effect on them. Their flight backpacks can adjust the flight speed and flight trajectory at the fastest speed. After all, they use anti-gravity flight and don't need to consider the rules and regulations of conventional landing. It took them only about 5 minutes to get from an altitude of about 5,000 meters to the vicinity of Black Rock Mountain. This delivery speed, on Earth, can make almost all countries scalp numb. After all, this means that their anti-aircraft firepower is very likely to lose its restraining power on the U.S. airborne operations. Found the target? The Beast found the target at the first time. The Beast, Henry Philip McCoy, is a gifted teenager from Dundee, Illinois, but he has abilities that are completely opposite to his temperament. He is a nerdy character, weak, shy, and kind-hearted, which is the best interpretation of a nerd. And his mind is really outstanding. As a globally recognized expert in mutation and evolutionary biology, McCoy has extensive knowledge in genetics, biochemistry, and various other scientific fields. He is fluent in German, Latin, Spanish, Japanese, and Russian, and is proficient in literature, history, philosophy, art, and music. He is also an excellent keyboard player. It can be said that his original template should have been a poor Stark, but he didn't expect that God would play a big joke on him. His ability turned him into a blue-haired super beast. The Beast has superhuman strength, endurance, and speed. His legs are well developed, and he can easily cross a 15-foot, about 4.6 meters, high wall or other obstacles. He can jump 25 feet, about 7.6 meters, away from a standing position. He can run at a speed of about 40 miles, about 64 kilometers, per hour, and he can ensure that the speed is completely consistent. The Beast has thick hands and feet, and his whole body is covered with long blue hair. He has superhuman strength and can easily lift several tons of weight. He can easily climb brick walls and fight on wire ropes. He also has the ability to secrete pheromones to attract the opposite sex. The Beast's hands and feet have sharp claws, and he also has night vision similar to that of a cat. The Beast also has a slight healing factor, and can quickly recover from minor illnesses such as ordinary injuries and colds. The best mind in the world, plus the strongest body in the world, a perfect combination. If his appearance were a little better, he would definitely be the best man in the world. Of course, he is actually not bad now. If you ignore his inferiority complex, he is actually very popular. Just now, I said that he also has the ability to secrete pheromones to attract the opposite sex. This ability, how to say it? It is very effective for many women. In addition, he is knowledgeable in astronomy, geography, literature and music, and his wild body makes him almost the most perfect lover. Unfortunately, he is very afraid of this kind of thing. He thinks it is immoral. After all, he knows his ability. He always thinks that those girls approach him and ignore his ugliness, which is completely the fault of his ability. If he has anything with those girls, it is absolutely a crime. This is his shortcoming. His moral standard is too high. This makes him lose a lot of fun. At least the male comrades in the team are very distressed about this, even in the church. If they have this ability, they would have been partying every night. Why would there be so many scruples? I pick up girls with my ability. How can it be a crime? It is not against the will of women, but the various actions of the Beast are against the will of women, right? In fact, any girl who likes the Beast does not think that she has been bewitched, but instead argues that how can appearance be an obstacle to love? Quasimodo and Esmeralda are true love. But obviously the Beast disagreed, and despised these women for not reading seriously. Esmeralda and Quasimodo were not lovers at all. And he refused to admit that he was Quasimodo. I changed the coordinates, everyone moved towards the coordinates. The Beast is indeed a very good commander. He has great power and unparalleled calmness and wisdom. Perhaps the only thing that restricts him is that damn inferiority complex. It's not his fault that he became like that, and to be honest, although the long blue hair all over his body does look a bit strange, if you get used to it, you will find that he is not ugly. After all, he cares about his personal hygiene very much. There is always a perfect fragrance floating around his body, not too much, and it is refreshing. His hair is soft and not tangled, and it is well cared for. It is said that he used the hair cleanser he made. Many ladies like this new shampoo. After using it once, the little rascal can no longer leave it. It is said that it is even very useful for hair loss. You know, even Tony can't cure the terminal disease of hair loss. But the beast made a breakthrough. Got it. The four-man team on the other side was miserable. They had thought that the mission would be difficult before, but they never thought it would be so difficult. Like a flood, the Scylla cubs poured down from the mountain. As more and more Scylla cubs left the snow line, things got worse. More and more small spiders began to become listless and were eaten by larger spiders. Then the small monsters became more agitated. As more cubs died, the temperature of the air began to drop rapidly. The blood of these monsters did not have any heat. Instead, it would evaporate quickly in the air like a lot of liquid inert gases, taking away a lot of heat. This made the temperature drop rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fuck, Mark and the others finally landed on the ground. Although the monsters were still chasing them, as more and more wee cubs died, the larger spiders would stop to eat the small spiders, causing greater chaos, which slowed down their pursuit a lot. Originally, this was a very good chance to escape, but unexpectedly, the temperature was getting lower and lower, and they couldn't even control their shivering. A lot of frost condensed on their eyebrows, mouths and noses. It was estimated that in a few minutes, they would be frozen into popsicles. As a result, they ran desperately and finally couldn't help but stop to rest. As a result, Mark put his hand on a tree, and the trunk immediately made a series of crackling sounds. The tree was actually frozen through. It turned into a big ice block, and the inside of the trunk was destroyed into dust by the condensed water molecules, becoming very fragile. Hurry up. This is not normal. Snart couldn't even sweat now, because the sweat just came out and condensed into ice. The current temperature is definitely below -50 degrees. This extreme low temperature is extremely rare even in the Arctic Circle, and what's worse is that this situation is actually getting worse. Snart even suspected that they would be the first human beings in the world to be killed by absolute zero. The freezing gun in his hand became useless in this environment. He felt that Craven had fooled him here, which was definitely a huge failure. It would be better if the heat wave was here. Damn it, we can't tell the direction at all. Where to run? The low temperature took away most of their senses, making them feel dizzy. When they were running just now, they could still control the direction at first, but now, they didn't know where they were. The satellite locator had lost its function and couldn't be turned on. They had never thought that there would be such an extreme environment. They were not well prepared. They lost their direction. In the sky, Snart shouted, "Go from the sky," but Craven didn't think about hunting anymore at this time. His tolerance for extreme environments did exceed the limit of human beings. For example, he could move freely in an environment of -20 to 30 degrees, and he could also endure the scorching sun in the desert at 50 degrees. But no matter how hard he could endure, there was a limit. He was still a mortal body, still a flesh and blood creature, and had not become a silicon-based creature. The temperature of -40 to 50 degrees could kill him. Boiling water at 100 degrees could also cook him. "We can't fly," Snart shouted immediately, "then find a way." As he said that, he took out his tent. Although it was called a tent, they only brought a canopy. They didn't think they would stay in Black Rock Mountain for a long time. They just thought that if it rained heavily, they could use the canopy to block the rain. Although the canopy is not as comfortable as a tent, it is simple and convenient. It is just a piece of cloth. You can assemble it yourself according to the ropes and support poles, and you can also assemble a simple tent. They are naturally high-end goods, and the canopy is of high quality. Use this to make a flying wing. Snart immediately took action, tore open the canopy, fixed it on the support pole, and tied it between his hands with a rope. "Mark, summon the airflow at that time to let us fly. Then we will leave here with the wind." This approach is simply gambling with life. After all, if something goes wrong, they may directly crash at any time. After all, they are not wearing wingsuits. Those things are made of special materials, light and durable. The materials in their hands. Can it work? Sandman had always been very confident before, thinking that he was the most capable of saving his life among this group of people. Even if he fails to steal the chicken in the end, he can still get away unscathed. But obviously, he has not tried to live in such an extreme environment. In this kind of weather, his elementalization is useless at all. His body will become extremely heavy, and he can't fly even if he turns into sand. This is a weakness he never thought of before. After all, How cold can New York be? So he panicked. We can only give it a try. Otherwise, how long can we run? Even if we are not eaten by monsters, we will be frozen to death, Snart said firmly. At the critical moment, Snart showed extraordinary decisiveness. Okay. Their handicraft class is obviously not very good, and the temporary flying wings are obviously unlikely to meet the requirements, but the ones they made are crooked. It's not reassuring to look at. But everyone can't care so much. Mark couldn't help it, and he immediately summoned a strong wind. A group of people were actually taken to the sky. In fact, Mark can take people to the sky, but he can't do it for long. After all, the human body is not suitable for flying in the air. If Mark wants to take people to the sky, he must use extremely strong control to keep the airflow dragging people. That's too difficult. Now there is something to hold the airflow, which brings him great convenience. Even if the flying wings they made don't meet the requirements, they are barely enough. By the way, the quality of their sky canopy is really great. Woohoo! After rising to a certain height, they felt that they were immediately warmer. After all, the cold air sinks downwards. As long as they rise to a certain level, they can greatly alleviate the rapid cooling process just now. Although the influence of the cold air continues to spread around, it is definitely much better than being down there just now. So Mark immediately felt a sense of relief. Just now, he didn't even dare to exhale deeply, because exhaling deeply would let the cold air fill his stomach, and that feeling chilled his heart. Go. Go. Our situation is very bad now. I can't feel my toes, Craven shouted. He knows how terrible frostbite is. Before he was transformed by the witch's potion, he had experienced that feeling, and even once he almost faced amputation. Low temperature will cause tissue necrosis. If there is too much necrotic tissue, it will not be able to heal itself. After all, the human body has its limits. In this case, the best way is to remove the frozen dead tissue, but if it is a large area, amputation is the only option. Generally speaking, frostbite mainly occurs at the ends of the limbs, with lower limbs being the most common, followed by hands and face. It often occurs symmetrically on both sides, and frostbite on the feet often occurs before other parts. They had been on the road before, and there was sweat on their bodies, especially on their feet. After all, in such a low-temperature environment, the sealing of the shoes must be good, which means that the sweat under their feet cannot evaporate and all accumulates in the shoes. The low temperature just now suddenly made the shoes lose their insulation ability, and the first to be affected is the toes. If it is serious, then amputation is the only option. Craven doesn't want to end up like that. On the contrary, Snart is actually the best among the four people. Because he used the freezing gun, in order to prevent himself from frostbite, his clothes were specially made, extremely cold resistant, and had excellent heat preservation capabilities. They even had air circulation and temperature control functions inside. But he was happy to run away. The monsters below were still chasing them. At this time, Snart suddenly thought, Craven, did you lose the radioactive raw material? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1684 Falling from the Sky. Craven was stunned. He seemed to have forgotten. Before, because they had attracted those little spiders, Craven didn't care at the time and put the thing away. After that, the development of things was completely beyond his expectations, so he simply forgot about it. However, now that Snart reminded him, he suddenly thought that the reason why these spiders chased them seemed to be because he had something they dreamed of. In fact, that little thing was not enough for the Scylla cubs to eat, but just like people who are starving to death, even if they know that a steamed bun cannot save their lives, they will still fight for it with all their strength. People who have never been hungry can't understand that feeling at all. They have actually lost their minds. What's more, whether these things really have reason is an unknown. It's still in my arms, hurry up and throw it down. Throw it down, Craven nodded quickly, but he couldn't reach out to take it out now. After all, he still needed to control his flying wings. Fortunately, Mark was powerful and immediately flew over to take the thing out of Craven's arms and threw it down. As the lead box fell to the ground and opened, the radioactive material inside fell out. The spiders immediately rushed towards the radiation source, and they didn't care about the guys above their heads. Flesh and blood can indeed fill their stomachs, but they can't make them full. But the radioactive material is different. It is much more attractive than flesh and blood. As the first spider pounced on the radioactive material, all the spiders went crazy at that moment. They rushed up like a tide, and then started a bloody fight. Any of their kind that approached the radioactive material became their target of attack. Seeing this scene, several people finally felt relieved. Run, Snart saw that Marco and the others were still staring at it, and shouted immediately. Their troubles are more than that. Remember, they were discovered. At the base, all the soldiers put on winter clothes. It started snowing, even though it was summer now. What happened? Why did the weather become like this? The commander had already raised the alert level to level 4, and now he was considering whether to raise it further. As the outpost guarding Scylla, they naturally knew some knowledge about Titans. The Titans they guarded were Titans with extreme cold capabilities. Before, Scylla was sleeping near an oil field in Arizona, USA. There was a desert gobi nearby, and the temperature was extremely high. But since Scylla crawled out of the ground, the temperature there has been permanently changed. The oil field was frozen, and a large amount of water vapor was frozen, causing it to become a grassland the next year. After that, Scylla came to Black Rock Mountain, and the temperature near the entire Black Rock Mountain dropped by 5 to 6 degrees. Georgia originally had a subtropical humid climate. Due to its latitude and proximity to the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, the climate is pleasant all year round, with summer temperatures between 27 and 35, and a small amount of snowfall in northern Georgia in winter. But after Scylla came, the average maximum temperature in Georgia this summer did not exceed 30 degrees. Last winter, the whole state was covered with snow. Titans are so powerful. They don't even need to deliberately destroy cities. They just need to wander around to bring unexpected disasters to humans. For example, King Uther flew along Hanang-su, causing unprecedented hurricanes on all coasts. And Behemoth, far away in the Amazon rainforest, just crawled out of its sleeping cave, causing the Amazon rainforest, which was originally severely damaged, to grow wildly. In the areas where it passed, forests and plants took back the land occupied by humans. And as Behemoth was driven back, the Amazon rainforest expanded again. Dozens of cities in Brazil and surrounding countries have been affected. For this reason, the countries around the Amazon had to evacuate a large number of people and return the land to the forest. There is no way. They are not happy, but they don't want to disturb those monsters again. By the way, there is a little episode here. I originally thought that after the Titan incident, environmentalists should have seen a surge in numbers, but the reality is the opposite. After seeing the horror of nature, environmentalists are no longer popular. After all, no one knows how many of those people are sincere and how many are just doing business. But with the appearance of Titan, the environment destroyed by humans has been largely restored in a short period of time. Anyway, no one cares about environmental protection now. It has caused many people to lose their jobs. As for using Titan as a pretext to cause trouble, do you really think others are stupid? Titans don't care about humans at all. Who doesn't know that? And now the overall atmosphere of society is to hate Titans. After all, many people have died because of them. Who the hell comes out at this time to use Titan as a pretext to cause trouble is definitely a nuisance to the whole world, and the backlash caused is beyond expectations. No one is a fool. Let's get back to the point. As the temperature dropped sharply, the first reaction of the top leaders of the base was that Scylla was awakened. What's worse is that all their drones were destroyed. They couldn't see what happened at the scene at all. The ultra-low temperature came too fast, and their drones were quickly out of service, and they didn't even have time to react. So the top leaders of the base were almost scared to death. If they didn't know that if they ran away at this time, they would definitely be executed as deserters, and they might have already run away. We need reinforcements. We need reinforcements. Which word do you not understand? We need weapons and manpower. Fuck. We don't want air support. No air support. We want tanks, rocket launchers, and ground troops. What the hell is your airplane? The commander was contacting the nearby garrison and the National Guard. Unfortunately, they encountered a famous battlefield joke. We want support, they gave us bullets. We want bullets, they gave us artillery shells. We want manpower, they gave us airplanes. In short, the people on the other side seemed to be mentally retarded and couldn't even understand English. Fuck. These bastards. If I were still alive, I would definitely send them to a military court, At this time, an intelligence officer pushed the door open and was very rude. If it were before, the commander would definitely send him to Afghanistan. Now the commander obviously didn't have the mood to care about this matter. Scylla is awake. No. There's news from Washington that their reinforcements have arrived. They asked us to ensure the outer defense. Don't enter the park. And make sure no one enters the park. The commander was delighted. At least if something went wrong, he wouldn't have to take the blame. Although his fate wouldn't be very good, he just wanted to retire now. He didn't want to go to the military court. Keep it secret, the intelligence officer looked aggrieved. It's this time, and they still keep it secret? Forget it, we don't care. The commander didn't care about this matter. As long as someone came to solve it, he didn't care who it was. At this time, someone else pushed the door open. He was wearing a suit and looked like an agent. General, we are SHIELD. We will take over from now on. You just need to do your own things. You don't have to worry about other things. Why would SHIELD come? In fact, it's not just SHIELD people. Any agency related to this matter has sent people here. There's nothing he can do. In the video conference just now, the president almost sprayed out all the swear words he would know in his life, which made the heads of the intelligence agencies look very ugly. At this moment, they naturally had to race against time to save face for themselves and the organization, so before the video conference was over, the people below started to move. It was just that the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. came a little faster. There was no way. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had declined, it had to be said that Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce, who had the same personality as squirrels, had left S.H.I.E.L.D. with a strong foundation. These two bastards almost couldn't help but smuggle all the good things to S.H.I.E.L.D. Although they vomited out a lot, they still kept a lot. Although at the beginning, the government did intend to split S.H.I.E.L.D. directly, but after a series of games, S.H.I.E.L.D. survived. In short, no matter what, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ability to deploy troops everywhere on the earth at any time was still retained. Just as he was talking, dozens of Quinjet fighters landed around the base, and teams of fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents began to join the defense line. This is against the rules. The military has no obligation to obey S.H.I.E.L.D.'s orders. Although the base commander wanted to pass the blame, he couldn't agree to S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason is simple. The military and S.H.I.E.L.D. don't get along at all. The origin of this contradiction can be traced back to the end of World War II. At that time, the military had great power, but the emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in some ways, a means for the government to divide the power of the military. After all, the U.S. government also needs to consider the possibility of a military government. After Roosevelt's death, Eisenhower was the most prestigious person in the United States at that time. He also became president. Although Eisenhower was not a typical military politician, he was even the first to remind Americans to be careful of the military-industrial complex. But others were still afraid that the military's strength would expand again and eventually swallow up the entire United States. So S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power began to expand, and it was divided by others. Even if they knew it was necessary, the parties involved would still be unhappy. They could not resent others, but only the vested interests. So the military has been unhappy with S.H.I.E.L.D. since then. After that, S.H.I.E.L.D. became more and more powerful. Especially Nick Fury, his ability to cause trouble is well known, and he has offended many people. This guy's political level is really average, but he is also very arrogant. He looks down on this and that all day long. He even thinks that the government is a burden, let alone the military. In fact, if it weren't for Pierce, the old silver coin, backing him up, Nick Fury would have been removed by others long ago according to his personality. Pierce is definitely a good player in playing political games. Compared with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., this guy is more like a politician. He has many allies in the political arena by using the convenience of S.H.I.E.L.D., which makes the military helpless. They can only watch Nick Fury, that idiot, showing off in front of them all day long. Perhaps only Nick Fury himself feels that he is suppressing all those who don't like S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, it's not. Without Pierce, he would have stepped down long ago, and there is no need for others to label him a traitor. It was also at this time that the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military became worse. Now if the base commander gives the initiative to S.H.I.E.L.D. without doing anything, his fate will not be very good. So he must fight for it. However, just when he was about to continue to argue, someone else came in. It was the Shadow Bureau. No. We can't hold on any longer, come down. Mark, Snart looked at his torn wingsuit and had to land. After all, it was a wingsuit made of the sky, No matter how good the quality was, it was not for people to play extreme sports. Mark heard this and immediately brought several people to the ground. After several people landed on the ground, their first reaction was to feel that their bodies were back. Although the temperature in the sky was not as extreme as before, the influence of those select hubs still existed. When they were flying in the sky, the cold wind blew towards them. That feeling was just like being naked in the ice and snow. They even felt that their bodies were not their own. Now they were far away from those little monsters. Although the temperature was also very low, it was not so extreme. At least their clothes could provide them with some warmth. Let us rest for a while, and then run away. Craven took off his shoes directly, and then rubbed his toes desperately. He had to speed up the blood circulation and make his toes warm up as soon as possible. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that his toes could be saved. What should we do now? Mark asked a little confused. Just now, in order to escape, Snart threw away the spider they caught, and now, they have nothing. This question made the other three people fall silent. Let them go back? Absolutely impossible. It was not easy to escape. No one wants to go through that again. Actually, to be honest, those monsters are not difficult to deal with. Even those giant spiders that are several meters high are not difficult for them to deal with. It's just, the consequences of those things after they die are too serious. They almost froze to death before they could do anything. Not to mention that they have been discovered. I'm going to leave the United States, Snart said. Snart had no choice. If he could, he didn't want to run away, but now the problem is serious. Maybe, we can try to find the Red Devil? Let him help us, Mark asked a very stupid question. The other three looked at him sideways. Don't look at me like that. I know the Red Devil probably wants to kill people right now, but don't forget, we are not easy to mess with. If he gets angry, we will break up. Do we really need to be afraid of him? As long as he can't kill us, he must help us escape as we ask. Don't forget, we are not afraid of wearing shoes now. It must be said that what Mark said really makes sense. Snart began to think seriously. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, like a meteorite, and hit the place where the four of them were. Chapter 1685 Moral Kidnapping. The man was a black man with dreadlocks. He was holding a big gun in his left hand. There were several pipes on the gun connected to his back. When he stood up, the big gun in his hand was like being charged, emitting a red light. Huh? I finally found you, the black man saw Snit and the other four and immediately showed a surprised expression. Everyone, I found them. Right where I am. Hearing this, Snit shot the black man without hesitation. The sudden cold air froze the black man in an instant. Craven put on his shoes as quickly as possible, and the Sandman also shook his body and directly transformed into an element. Only Mark was still confused. Fuck. Go. The government people are chasing us, Snit shouted without hesitation, and then ran towards the depths of the forest. Here he would suffer the most if he ran away. He did not have Craven's strong ability to survive in the wild, nor did he have the Sandman's abnormal elemental ability. Even Mark had the ability to fly and run away. So he had to rely on his sharp thinking to open a way for himself to escape. However, at this time, several blue lights were flying in the sky. They were the other members of Team X. After they landed, they immediately started searching for the four culprits. However, they were unlucky. The landing place was a little close to those spiders. Those crazy little monsters regarded them as prey and began to attack them. They didn't want to have any conflict with those little monsters, so they had no choice but to separate. And don't think that their mission location was only a small dot when they were in the air base. In fact, that small dot on the map actually covers more than 10 square kilometers. Finding four people in such a large area. It's not like looking for a needle in a haystack, but it's not that easy. There are also benefits to separation. The one who just found Snart and the others was Bishop. But that was pure luck, otherwise they wouldn't have found the target so quickly. With Bishop's signal, the other members who were still searching for the target immediately rushed over. The first to arrive was Ghost John. John is the oldest member of the team and the most mature in mind. He usually pays more attention to these children in his eyes. In addition to the church's instructions, he teleported to Bishop's side as soon as Bishop sent a signal. But the first thing he saw when he came over was Bishop, who was completely frozen. He did not pay attention to Snart and others at the first time, but immediately checked Bishop's condition. He was relieved to find that this guy was fine. Then he took out a few grenades from his waist and threw them directly to Bishop without thinking. Then he shouted at the top of his voice, "Grenade! Don't come over." He did this, of course, not to kill Bishop. On the contrary, it was to save him. Bishop was frozen by Captain Hornbing's freezing gun. If it was an ordinary person, being frozen was basically equivalent to being sentenced to death. After all, Snart's freezing gun can freeze all the water in the human body in an instant, and the human body does not have the ability to revive after being frozen. Once the cells in the human body are frozen, the water molecules will immediately tear apart all the cell tissues. So even though the frozen person is intact, in fact, every cell of his is already riddled with holes. It is impossible to recover. If it was another child who was frozen, all John could do was to give him a belated last prayer for his death, and then let him or her stay there quietly. At least when the body was collected later, he would be able to get a complete body. But Bishop was different. Although he was frozen, the energy in his body could maintain his vitality and prevent him from dying immediately, but this did not mean that he could be left alone. In fact, no matter how amazing Bishop's ability was, he was still a human being and he still needed oxygen. At the same time, the energy in his body would also be consumed. Once the energy was consumed, he would be frozen to death even if you had oxygen. So it was important to rescue him quickly. With an explosion, countless ice chips splashed everywhere, but Bishop in the ice was fine. Even his clothes were not torn, but he was soaked. The explosion did not cause him any harm. On the contrary, the energy brought by the explosion made him feel like drinking a cup of hot cocoa in the middle of winter, and his whole body was warm. Ka. Bishop was not suddenly ill, but cold. Fuck. These people are really too decisive. Without saying a word, boom. Bishop felt too cold, and directly detonated a grenade, which exploded right next to his face. After the explosion, Bishop's face finally recovered and he stopped shaking. The water vapor on his body also rose. John came over and fanned the gunpowder in front of him. That's why I keep reminding you to pay attention to teamwork. If the Iceman was here just now, you would definitely be fine. The Iceman's ability can be seen from his name, and he is naturally not afraid of Snart's freezing gun. I'm just afraid that they will escape. Like all young people, Bishop instinctively made excuses for himself. Few young people can face their mistakes calmly. The young people's heads full of hormones will always make some incredible actions because of some inexplicable things. So John is not surprised. If you find that they can still escape, then you may retire directly. You are the elites who have been carefully selected, and you have also undergone 3 years of hard training. You should know that the money spent on you is enough to equip several army divisions, although he said so. In fact, there is not much money. But doesn't it show that he cares about it? Bishop smiled embarrassedly. Then there was a noise in the distance. It was others who caught up with him. Bishop was about to say something, but John disappeared with a teleportation. Hey. I haven't. When Bishop found out, it was too late. He knew that this was a punishment for himself. The so-called encouragement and education can happen in kindergartens and in those so-called happy education schools, but it will never happen in the army. Although Team X should be classified as special agents in terms of sequence, they are not even members of law enforcement agencies. They are not on the military sequence. But the training and treatment of Team X are all carried out according to the highest standards, and the requirements naturally need to be in accordance with the highest requirements. There is no way. Bishop can only rely on his own legs. Mission failed. Red Devil immediately connected to Nick Fury's secret phone. Nick Fury didn't speak immediately, but said, "Take care." Red Devil also threw the phone to the ground immediately, then took out the phone card from it, and then swallowed the wine in one gulp. This is not a sign of Red Devil's anger, but he had already considered this issue and was mentally prepared. He couldn't expect Nick Fury to help him. If possible, he didn't want to have any contact with Nick Fury at all. Now the most he would be imprisoned to death by the US government. After all, it is common for countries to be dirty. Although this time it was a bit excessive. But this deal is indeed true. Yes, this deal is true from beginning to end. Nick Fury's participation is true. It is also true that the British intelligence agency got involved. After all, it is Titan's intelligence. No country does not pay attention to it, but no country is as keen to be a troublemaker as Britain. Even if he is discovered, Red Devil will not die. And if it is operated properly, Red Devil may even be released. Of course, The premise is that he can bring greater benefits to the US government. But the Red Devil never expected that. His assumption was not valid from the beginning. Because Nick Fury never really wanted those cubs, his real purpose was what no one had thought of, to wake up the sleeping Titans. Another Titan war. As soon as he received the call from the Red Devil, Nick Fury immediately notified the top leaders of the Monarch organization. Gentlemen, we are in trouble. After Nick Fury hung up the phone, he asked his men to start an emergency meeting. No matter where the other leaders of the Monarch organization were, they received the meeting notice at the first time and then started the online meeting. Damn it. Fury. I'm in a meeting now. You will expose me like this. Not all the top leaders of the Monarch organization are hidden. There are still a large number of people who are active in the outside world in various identities. The identities of these top leaders are not low in the outside world. If they are exposed, they may attract the attention of intelligence agencies. That's right. At this time, it is very dangerous to initiate an emergency meeting. Several voices began to criticize Nick Fury. This made Nick Fury very dissatisfied. He didn't like these people. Because in the past, these people would never and dare not criticize him. He felt that this group of people had forgotten the original intention of the Monarch organization and began to turn the Monarch organization into a tool for profit. This is absolutely not okay. The Monarch organization must not deteriorate. So he hopes to change this situation even more. After all, if this continues, who can protect the safety of the world? So only he, Nick Fury, is the one who is truly trustworthy. Others are just messing around, and the world can only become better under his care. This is what Nick Fury thinks deep in his heart. As for whether it is right or not, anyway, he really thinks so. Nick Fury used to be a suspicious and paranoid person, and after Hydra's coquettish operation, Nick Fury not only failed to reflect on himself, but made this suspicion and paranoia even more serious. Even to some extent, it made him more unreasonable. Gentlemen, put down your complaints. The real crisis is coming. Nick Fury is still cunning. Even if he is unhappy, he will not show it at all. After all, the Monarch organization is now his last force to turn the tables. When the others heard it, they really took it seriously. To be honest, thanks to the fact that Nick Fury has not really asked about the affairs of the Monarch organization over the years, Dr. Sarazor has always been running and maintaining the entire organization, which has led to the fact that the entire organization is not an intelligence organization like SYNOPSIS, but an organization full of humanistic atmosphere and sense of mission. The overall structure of the organization is actually based on various scientists, which makes the entire organization very different from the agent organizations like SYLD. This is why Nick Fury doesn't like the Monarch organization. Others are not engaged in intelligence at all. In fact, most of those who enter this organization are people who are full of mission for the Earth. Their ultimate goal is to protect the Earth. They are also the kind of people who really protect the Earth. How can such people connect with Nick Fury's brain waves? So when they heard Nick Fury say that the matter was so serious, they immediately calmed down. What happened? Fury, Scylla's sleeping place was attacked, Nick Fury said directly. What? Everyone was shocked. Why did this happen? A senior executive had no idea why this happened. There were calm people who asked directly about the key point of the problem. How serious is the situation? The Scylla Cubs have already rioted. I don't know if things will continue to develop, but I think we should be vigilant. Nick Fury was laughing in his heart at this time. You didn't expect it. I did all this. According to our intelligence at the outpost, this attack was premeditated. I suspect that some countries are planning to do something. But specifically, our current intelligence network has been paralyzed, and I don't have enough ability to explore more things. Although the Monarch organization has a very powerful force, it is still a humanistic organization. In fact, many people in the organization think that they are actually a non-profit national organization like UNESCO. Therefore, Nick Fury has always been unconcerned about the proposal that he wants to increase funds to establish an intelligence network and organize armed forces. So when he seizes the opportunity, Nick Fury will naturally fight back. These people are hopeless. So what? For this level of yin and yang, the senior executives were not very angry. You know, most of their jobs are scientific researchers. They have encountered things other than this when they asked for funds before, and they have long been immune to it. I thought Nick Fury was just complaining. What should we do? I suggest sending out Mechagodzilla. This is what Nick Fury really thinks. Now everyone is silent. Send out Mechagodzilla. Damn, this name sounds awkward. Most people don't think this project that Nick Fury has been pushing is reliable. After all, using technology to create a Mechagodzilla and then letting it fight the Titans does not match the creed of their Monarch organization at all. And to be honest, the Monarch organization still has a serious worship of those giant beasts. They hope to live in peace with the Titans. After all, they have lived in peace for tens of thousands of years. When Nick Fury saw that this group of stinky old nines had their problems again, he immediately took out his ancestral skills and morally kidnapped them. Think about it. Ladies and gentlemen, once Scylla wakes up, how much danger will humanity face? How many people will die? And this is not the worst. If Scylla's awakening causes a chain reaction, other Titans will also wake up. The tragedy in Miami is not far away. Chapter 1686, Deceiving. There is no shortage of smart people in the world, especially those who play with technology. In the eyes of ordinary people, scientists are the kind of freaks who don't care about worldly affairs and are detached from the world. That is, the kind of nerds with high IQ and low EQ, but in fact, scientists may put all their energy into the things they are interested in, and don't care much about many things in the outside world. For example, some high IQ talents are very popular on the internet. In colleges and universities, they use mineral water or canned bottles as water cups, plastic bags or packaging bags as handbags, wear clothes worth more than 10 yuan, and don't care about their appearance. Their pursuit of material is very simple: just eat enough, dress warmly, and be simple and comfortable. They don't pursue external and material enjoyment too much. It's not that they really don't enjoy it, but that they don't care. Yes, those scientists with high IQ and low EQ in the eyes of many people are not really the so-called low EQ, but they just don't care. They have low material requirements and social needs, so they naturally don't need to spend too much energy to deal with those messy things. But don't think they really don't understand, or even think they are some kind of defective freaks. It is true that most of the high-level officials of the Monarch organization have strong humanistic thoughts and are not willing to participate in any power struggles, but it does not mean that they really do not understand. After all, they are all high-level officials of the organization. Even if they do not like it, they will contact it. On the contrary, with the IQ of these people, they can handle the information they receive better than most people. So Nick Fury's approach was quickly discovered. You just want to use Mechagodzilla to achieve your goal. Your purpose is not pure. You are making profits for yourself. Nick Fury was not panicked when he heard this. Although he thinks highly of himself, he will not really treat everyone as a fool. He knows that the other party will know his plan, but so what? Do you know why Nick Fury looks down on these people? Is it that they are not smart? Bullshit. The IQ of each of these people can crush Nick Fury. Each of them is a leader in their respective fields. To say that these people are not smart is an insult to the wisdom of people all over the world. Do you know what it means to a gentleman deceives others with a square? They are very smart, but they have a shortcoming, that is, their moral level is too high. It is true that moral standards should be praised everywhere, but Nick Fury despises such views. Because the personal morality of all leaders in the world actually has little effect on the country and the organization. On the contrary, if there is no bottom line, it will be very flexible. These people are too square, which means that their decisions are easily influenced by their own moral standards. He always thinks that these people are stupid, not referring to their IQ, but their moral standards, which leads to their lack of flexible bottom line. Like Nick Fury, he never cares about the so-called sacrifice. He always thinks that he is sacrificing a small part to fulfill the interests of the majority. Although no one knows how he represents the small part of the sacrifice and the majority of the benefit. But when Nick Fury does things, he spits out confidence. In short, a group of people with super high moral standards were actually despised by Nick Fury, thinking they are stupid. I don't deny that I have this intention. Nick Fury readily admitted that he had other intentions, but how does this conflict with everyone's goals? Nick Fury was not afraid of others seeing his intentions. After all, to be honest, what's the problem with him doing this, except for being accused of selfishness? Of course, this must exclude the fact that Nick Fury took the initiative to make trouble. I admit that I have selfishness, but my selfishness is just that I can't stand those greedy people who actually use Titan as a bargaining chip. Nick Fury continued. When he spoke, he didn't have much momentum. He was expressionless throughout the whole process, and it was unlikely to mobilize people's emotions, but the problem was that he was confident. His expressionless speech was as if things were really as he said. People couldn't help but believe him. Although the mastermind behind the scenes has not appeared yet. But gentlemen, everyone can see that this is a game between countries. When they are fighting for power, they use Titan as a bargaining chip. After all, who would be so heartbroken to provoke Titan, except me? Nick Fury said calmly, these people only care about power. No one cares about the ordinary people who are about to be destroyed. They were sacrificed without hesitation. Is this normal? Without waiting for others to speak, Nick Fury continued, the Monarch organization has been monitoring the Titans for so many years, and there has never been a problem. He ignored the fact that the Monarch organization made the greatest contribution to the emergence of Ghidorah. If they hadn't been so stubborn as to dig Ghidorah out, there would have been no such thing. But Nick Fury can pass the buck. It was the attack of the Skrulls that caused the accident. In short, he must establish that the Monarch organization has never had any problems in supervising the Titans. Fortunately, these senior officials really didn't blame Nick Fury for the Ghidorah incident. After all, it was really an accident. Nick Fury never thought of releasing Ghidorah. Of course, that was when Nick Fury was completely unsure of controlling Ghidorah. Once he found a way, or thought he had found a way, no one knew what would happen. But what about now? Those Titans are out of our surveillance. They are under the surveillance of those countries. We are powerless. We can't stop them from targeting those Titans. In fact, I don't know if you have noticed some opinions in society. Many people are calling for the complete eradication of those Titans. That's impossible, a senior executive immediately said. Titans are the embodiment of nature. They are miracles of nature. We even think that they are the defense mechanism prepared by nature for ourselves. Once we lose the Titans, our world will lose its self-regulation mechanism, which is equivalent to chronic death. This senior executive's view of the problem is indeed a bit high level. After all, the existence of Titans has a very obvious effect on repairing nature. This is also a theory to explain the coexistence of Titans and humans. But do you think they care? Nick Fury sneered. Everyone, if we talk about understanding science, I may be far behind you, but I am confident that I know the so-called ruling class better than you. They never have any foresight. They care about short-term interests. What short-term interests are there in eliminating Titans? A senior executive said, puzzled. Public opinion, Nick Fury said calmly. Public opinion is sometimes worthless to the so-called ruling class, but sometimes it is the beginning of everything. This voice is not loud now, but what about the future? Now people's minds are on post-disaster reconstruction and the debate on how to treat Titans, but who knows what direction the world will develop in? Once this voice gets louder and louder, there will always be speculators who will seize this opportunity to use public opinion to achieve their own political goals. Once that time comes, they will only become more and more radical to satisfy the increasingly dissatisfied public opinion. Who knows what will happen then? Nick Fury sneered. Don't take chances. After all, there are countless examples of this, so, we should be more proactive and can't let this situation go. Maybe nothing will happen this time, but can you guarantee that there won't be a next time, or the next time? As long as we fail once, mankind will be completely destroyed. Kidnapping. Nick Fury's method is not new at all, but the question is, if it works, why should it be new? These people have no intention of interfering in the world, but he puts them under moral pressure, forcing them to intervene. But if Mechagodzilla is discovered, it will be difficult for us to explain to the US government. Someone was worried. But Nick Fury could hear the loosening. Don't worry, I have a complete plan. Nick Fury was still very confident. My idea has been perfectly realized by our scientists. We can hide Mechagodzilla very well. A group of people looked at each other. What are you going to do? Nick Fury laughed. He knew it. So he told everyone the plan he had already drawn up. Of course, most of this plan was fake. It was just to reassure these people. As long as the situation started, it didn't matter whether his plan was true or not. Everything would go according to his idea. Swish. Ghost John appeared on the battlefield. Iceman and Captain Ice were fighting. Both sides had the ability to freeze, which was simply taught by the same master, and there was no way to break the trick. Little Rugrats. She was just playing soy sauce. It was funny to say. Little Rugrats had very powerful abilities, but this ability had a prerequisite. She had to touch the enemy to absorb the enemy's memory, vitality and superpowers. The former will make people comatose and lose some of their memories. Absorbing vitality is even simpler, as you can see from the name. The latter takes away the opponent's ability, which requires using the ability to completely kill the opponent, that is, to suck the person dry. Little Rogue is the youngest and joins the team the latest, so her participation in several missions is very low. She has killed a mutant with the ability to change color. That guy, like a chameleon, can perfectly blend his body into the environment. Very practical skills, strong ability to save life, but not much combat power. She couldn't catch any of the people present, so she could only play soy sauce. The Beast and Craven were in a melee. A beast and a hunter are also destined enemies, complementing each other. Mark was very cunning this time, floating directly in the air. He did not directly participate in the battle, but hid in the sky and constantly supported his companions. In fact, Little Rogue has always wanted to catch him because his ability is so cool. Little Rogue really wants it. Little Rogue, who has been trained by the military, has no idea of not wanting to kill people. This stupid idea has long been broken. But unfortunately, she can't fly. Only one Sandman was left, and he was frozen by Iceman. Sandman has the strongest ability, but he was the first to be hit because he was too careless. He was always confident that he would not be killed so easily, and even if something happened to others, he could still escape. So he didn't take the children seriously. As a result, he was killed by Iceman at the first sight. The defeat was a bit nonsensical. In fact, mutants are a kind of combatants who rely on intelligence very much. Before the mutants' abilities are discovered, they are the strongest. Because they can catch the enemy off guard at any time, and if they fail to respond in time, they will be hit immediately. Some abilities will die if they are hit. But once their abilities are leaked, the power will be greatly reduced. After all, humans have brains. As long as they know your abilities, they can think of ways to solve them. Unless they are really strong and invincible. For example, the ability of the little rascal is a bug, right? But once you know the prerequisites of her ability, it is actually very easy to deal with her. Wear more clothes and you can deal with her. Her ability is so strong, but she can't directly absorb the enemy's vitality through clothes. For example, Iceman fires enough. Therefore, the military has a very strict information blockade on the X-Team, and no one knows the real information of the X-Team. Their training is also absolutely confidential, and only the participants know it, and these people are closely monitored and examined. The purpose is to allow them to be unexpected. Although this approach will fail sooner or later, it is better to take advantage of it. Sandman is too confident. Perhaps it is because he has never encountered any decent enemies except for the time he faced the superhero in New York in these years, which led to him never thinking about being killed by Chujian. Of course, Sandman did not die. His elemental transformation saved his life, but that was all. The thick ice made him unable to move. In fact, the best target for Little Naughty should be Sandman. After all, his ability is really useful. Unfortunately, Little Naughty refused. First, breaking the ice is dangerous, and second, she doesn't really want this ability. Although it is very strong, it feels that if she has such an ability, she will never be clean in this life. Which girl would like to be covered in sand for the rest of her life? When John appeared, he immediately raised his gun and shot Mark in the air. Mark didn't expect that there would be an extra skeleton at the scene. What's more exaggerated is that this skeleton turned into a fully armed black man in the blink of an eye. Then he was shot. Fortunately, Mark was beaten by the Flash too many times, which caused psychological trauma, so when he was flying in the air, there would always be a layer of air wall in front of him to protect himself. But air is air. He can turn air into a hurricane, but he can't turn the air wall into real reinforced concrete. The bullet shot through the air wall, but it was deflected and did not hit Mark's vitals. But hit his shoulder. Fuck. Fuck. Mark covered his shoulder and cursed, fuck. I was shot. I was shot. As a result, the ghost immediately teleported again, and Mark, who was planning to retaliate, lost his target. How cunning is John? He won't stand there stupidly. If you can teleport, it's best not to stand there and fight against others. Chapter 1687 Flying Separately. Snart felt very irritated. To be honest, he felt that he must have been cursed. He was cursed by the city called New York. Since arriving in New York, he really experienced what it meant to have everything go wrong. The scoundrels were doing well. Although they were always defeated by the Flash in Los Angeles, they were generally living a happy life. After all, even if they were defeated by the Flash, they would only be locked up. This kind of lockup is like child's play, and they can always run out. Snart has never been caught. He is always the one who saves people, so he is the boss of the scoundrels. But when he arrived in New York, he was inexplicably entangled by a group of girls, which led to their frequent mistakes in New York. Fortunately, they finally found what they were looking for, but it attracted more ruthless people. That's fine. People make mistakes. But he didn't expect that there would be a traitor in the team. Jesse, that bastard, instigated the Peaks to fight with him. Mirror Master became an undercover police agent. In the end, only he and Mark escaped. As a result, they were found by Craven, the Plague God, and were forced to participate in this mission. If it weren't for Craven, they might have been silent for a while, but he believed that it was only temporary and they would be able to make a comeback sooner or later. Now, even if they ran away, they would never have a good life in the future. And he could see that this time, they probably couldn't run away. This group of mutants are definitely not ordinary people. All of their equipment is uniform standard equipment, which shows that they are definitely from an organization, probably the government. Damn it. Damn it. When did the efficiency of the US government become so high? Snart actually didn't want to get entangled with that ice boy, but the problem was that he had no choice. He had the worst ability to escape among the four people. His best solution was that the other people could help him hold the enemy back, and then he could run away. Unfortunately, his companions don't seem to have such noble sentiments. Anyway, if it were him, he would never sacrifice himself to create an escape opportunity for others. Judging by his own experience, his teammates naturally wouldn't sacrifice themselves to help him. This is the disadvantage of bad guys teaming up. Everyone is a bad guy. Who the hell would sacrifice themselves for others? Then John suddenly appeared. An enemy who can teleport. Snart's face looked like his mother had died. This is completely over. Seeing this scene, Snart made up his mind. After forcing back an attack from the Iceman, Snart suddenly threw down his freezing gun, knelt on the ground, raised his hands and shouted, "I surrender." The battlefield was silent. No one expected that Snart would be so decisive. He surrendered as soon as he said. Mark was stunned, and then seemed to have discovered something. He turned around and left immediately, not bothering to care about others at all. In fact, Mark had never thought about the beginning and end of the matter clearly. In fact, he should have run away as soon as the mission failed. After all, the benefits of staying were not high, but he was used to listening to Snart. At the same time, he was also told by Craven that he could get a sum of money by selling a small spider to a private buyer. The same is true for the smart Sandman. He should have run away long ago. When Snart decisively discarded the small spider he caught, he should have run away. After all, once the small spider was thrown away, he and Craven and others had no common interests, and there was no benefit at all to stay with him. However, the simple idea of strength in numbers prevented him from separating from others at the first time. That's why he was killed by the first person. Snart didn't play it lightly, he really surrendered. After all, in the current situation, if he didn't surrender, the result waiting for him would not be too good. Surrendering might still have a way out, although he really didn't want to go to jail. Maybe some people think that going to jail is no big deal, but those who have really been to jail know that jail is definitely not a paradise. He has no money. But going to jail is much better than being killed. At this time, Craven was embarrassed. His teammates were more extreme than each other. One of them surrendered directly, and the other ran away directly. He was the only one left. What could he do? But he didn't want to surrender. Compared with Snart's straightforwardness, Craven had the pain of not being able to surrender. No matter how heinous Snart was, he was just a robber. His crime seemed serious, but in fact, he might not die. After all, he just robbed and killed people. How serious could it be? But he was different. He was a scavenger. He knew too many secrets. If people like them were caught, there were only two outcomes. One was better. That was to be fished out by someone. He knew too many secrets. Many people didn't want him to reveal those secrets, so they would spend some effort to fish him out. After all, for those big guys, it was not too easy to fish people out of prison. We still have to mention our old friend, the copper-smelting sex maniac Epstein. You can search the internet for his deeds. Anyway, this article has used him as an example several times. Although this guy was convicted, he was not prosecuted only once. In fact, he has been prosecuted since the last century. However, his background and connections have allowed him to escape again and again. There is no way. He has too many scandals and secrets, and the people behind him have to protect him. The other one is more miserable. It's still Epstein. After he was convicted, he still enjoyed a period of glory even after he went to prison, treating the prison as a hotel. But in the end, the matter became more and more serious, and the people behind him couldn't cover it up. They didn't want him to expose the scandal, so what should they do? Of course, let him commit suicide. This situation also applies to Craven now. He has more than one client, the Red Devil. Everyone who can invite him is either rich or noble. And the things he committed are too big. Even the President of the United States can't help him. He will definitely be under the most stringent supervision, and no one can get him out. So, only the second method can be implemented: let him shut up. So Craven can't surrender. At most, he will die in battle, which is better. After all, even if he really died in the battle, his family would not have any problems. But if he was captured alive, his family would definitely be in big trouble in order to shut him up. He didn't have much contact with his relatives. For people like them, the best way to protect their relatives was to stay away from them. Never meet them. Although they were not close. Why bother to make himself unhappy? It would be better to die. After all, even if he was caught, he would not have a good life if he was not silenced. The US government would definitely get him clean. Since he started this business, he had been prepared to die at any time. This was also the reason why the Red Devil dared to find him. He didn't dare to reveal the real secret. After figuring this out, Craven grabbed the beast directly, endured the beast's attack on him, and suddenly threw a grenade to the location of the Sandman. He got the grenade from the beast. Be careful. The beast saw Craven's actions clearly and immediately shouted at the top of his voice. Boom. The ice that froze the Sandman was blown to pieces. Logically speaking, the person in the ice was definitely dead now. Don't forget that the Sandman had already completed the elementalization before being frozen. The freezing can freeze him, but it can't kill him. Craven certainly did this not to sacrifice himself for others, but to increase his chances of survival. If possible, he still wants to live. As the ice broke, waves of crystal gravel began to rotate in the air. It was gravel mixed with ice particles. Soon, the shiny particles in the air were excluded by the gravel, and the sand gradually took on a human shape in the air. It was the Sandman. Sandman, save me. As long as I escape successfully, I can give you a lot of money. Craven was very straightforward. He was hit by 2 claws of the beast. To be honest, if possible, Craven might regard the beast as his most ideal prey. He has human wisdom and cunning, and also has strength and physique far beyond ordinary beasts. This is definitely the most perfect prey. Unfortunately, he must keep himself alive now. The Sandman actually wanted to run as soon as he got out of trouble. If he really wants to run, it is much easier than Mark. He is sand. As long as he runs to a safe place, you will never catch him in this life. He doesn't even need to leave the United States. As long as he goes to the desert area of the United States, no one can find him even if he has great ability. In the right terrain, he is invincible. But I didn't expect Craven to shout that sentence. Craven knows the way of thinking of people like them very well. If there's benefit, they dare to do anything. Sure enough, after hearing that Craven is willing to pay, the Sandman was immediately moved. Iceman, freeze him. The beast saw the scene and immediately shouted without hesitation. The Iceman also raised his hand to spray freezing air at him, but this time the Sandman would not be hit again. He roared, and the originally blurred figure of the Sandman suddenly spread out, forming a huge sandstorm. In the sandstorm, the Sandman who had restored his human form appeared on the ground, and he saw his hands directly inserted into the ground. Then the ground began to rapidly desertify with his hands as the center. This is also his ability. To put it bluntly, sand is the soil that has lost its moisture and organic matter. So the Sandman can create sand anywhere, except in water. He can use his ability to exclude the moisture and organic matter in the soil, leaving the sand. As the area he infected became larger and larger, the grass and trees on the ground lost moisture and died in an instant, and then turned into gravel and were controlled by the Sandman. But doing so would also make the Sandman feel very tired. But in order to make money, the Sandman fought hard. The Iceman tried to freeze everything, But unfortunately the Iceman was still too young, and his ability was not enough to freeze the earth. As the sand became more and more, the Sandman was like a fish in water, super controlling the sand to attack others. At this time, the savage had no way to entangle the hunter Craven, because the ground appeared a sand arm to grab him, and the Iceman was the same. The Sandman was afraid of the Iceman's freezing ability, so he kept controlling the sand to form a huge wave to hit the Iceman. And the ghost John. I don't know where he went. In fact, the moment Mark ran away, John disappeared. There were only the beast and the Iceman, and a little rascal who had no sense of existence. The Sandman was frozen before he saw the little rogue, but the hunter Craven saw the little rogue, but the little rogue soon entered the invisible state, and he didn't know where the little rogue was. He didn't have time to pay attention to it. After the beast and the Iceman were dragged, the hunter Craven immediately turned around and ran. He planned to leave the Sandman where he was. But the next second, a ball of sand suddenly appeared beside him. Then the sand spread into a half-length portrait. Sandman, are you going to default on your debt? Fuck. Here you go. This key is one of my accounts, a virtual account, which contains a special virtual currency. It is worth about 10 million. In addition, there are more than 30 million US dollars of property in my mind. As long as I get out, these are all yours. You don't need to worry about me defaulting on my debt. After all, you can kill me at any time with your ability. The hunter quickly threw a USB flash drive to the Sandman. This thing is a confidential account. With the rise of the internet, more and more people, especially people like the Sandman, they have found a safer way to trade. For example, the key he just threw out was a virtual currency created by a secret platform similar to the dark web and the high table. It can be exchanged for US dollars at any time and traded online. Even if someone wants to track it down, it is very difficult. These criminals are really good at it. These days, Bitcoin is a new thing. Many people don't know Bitcoin, let alone see its value. As a result, a group of criminals actually thought of using virtual currency to escape scrutiny. Sandman was very satisfied. No problem, Sandman is naturally easy to talk to now. After all, if it really comes to an emergency, he can just get rid of Craven and run away by himself. Anyway, more than 10 million is in hand. Sandman also knows that this kind of virtual currency, although the dealer behind it is not as strong as the high table, the reputation is still good, but the handling fee is a bit expensive. But can you still choose at this time? The gold coins of the high table are indeed strong. After all, the high table has existed for 100 years. For their own interests, they will never allow their gold coins to depreciate. But the problem is that it is not easy to carry. The gold coins on the high table have a good gold content, and the workmanship is top-notch. But the weight is not light. It is not convenient to carry. As the Sandman and Craven left together, the Iceman and the Beast also escaped the interference of the sand, but in just a moment, Craven and the Sandman had already run away. Seeing that the two were about to escape, the two naturally wanted to chase, but the interesting thing is that although their pursuit was fast, they cooperated with each other and did not give up the cover. It seemed a bit slow, not anxious. Faced with this situation, the Sandman and Craven were naturally happy to see it happen. But I always felt that something was wrong. Just when the Sandman and Craven felt something was wrong, a pair of small hands suddenly grabbed the Sandman. When the Sandman felt that someone had grabbed him, he was actually not panicked at all, and even wanted to laugh. He was an element. He could turn into sand and fly everywhere at any time. But the next second, the Sandman suddenly felt a sense of weakness that he had never thought of before, and he felt that his sand had become very heavy. Chapter 1688 Hunter and Prey. This kind of weakness is all around, completely different from being frozen. When frozen, Sandman could feel his own strength, but he just couldn't break free, as if he was chained up by someone, but now it's different, it's a weakness from the inside out, he can't exert any strength, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days, a feeling of powerlessness. The weakness came quickly, and almost in an instant, Sandman fell directly to the ground. Then he couldn't maintain his elementalization. If you have to give this thing a suitable adjective, it's like the ability user in One Piece encountering Sea Stone, instantly losing the ability to resist, and what's worse, Sandman also felt a desperate feeling of suffocation, as if all the blood in his body had been sucked away, and there was a feeling of death approaching step by step. He knew the feeling, but he was powerless to stop it. Sandman was miserable. He encountered the first kill again. Intelligence is actually the most powerful weapon of mutants. Once the other party knows your details, your strength will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, if you can hide your ability well and suddenly attack someone, the damage will definitely be off the charts. Just like the little rascal now. At the beginning, she entered the invisible state very cunningly, making herself out of the enemy's sight. The enemy only knew that she could be invisible, but didn't know her details. Although they would be on guard against her, once she started to play soy sauce, others would naturally ignore her. In fact, this is not accurate. After all, who would ignore an enemy who can be invisible? But if there are two people to attract the attention of the little rascal, then the situation is different. With these two people attracting attention, the difficulty of the little rascal's surprise attack is greatly reduced. In addition, the Sandman still remembers to eat but not to be beaten. He was just tricked by the Iceman, but he still didn't learn his lesson. In the end, he is still too confident. To put it bluntly, it's a bit of a sitting well and looking at the sky. Having stayed in New York for too long, he has never seen any real masters. After all, when he was in New York, he was just a small-time thief, doing some business behind the scenes. After all, for a superhero like Kai, a murderer who robs and kills is much more dangerous than a drug dealer. Kai hates those drug dealers very much, and he usually won't hold back when he encounters them. But the problem is, in the United States, there are more drug dealers than thieves. It's too common. Kai is indeed against drugs, but the problem is that some things are really not up to him. Although Kai is very popular in New York now, once he calls for drug prohibition, believe it or not, his support rate immediately plummets. It's not that he did something wrong, but it's inappropriate. Because in the minds of Americans, taking drugs, it's not a big deal. Especially with the growth of the American beat generation. Yes, there is such a word in the United States, which refers to the generation of young people who were active in the 1980s. They are against war, promote individuality, and like to shout love and peace. In the 1980s, hippies were not mainstream. But the influence was very wide, because those young people believed in this stuff very much. On the contrary, the older generation sneered at this. The reason why hippies failed to become mainstream was that the older generation who held the social discourse power at that time were the older generation who said the lost generation. But now it has been almost 30 years, and those lost generation are now in their 40s and 50s, and they have become the people who hold the main discourse power in this country. To the older generation, drugs are absolutely bad things. But the generation that experienced the hippie era is very open-minded about this kind of thing. They don't think there's anything wrong, because even if many people don't have drug addiction, they have seen too much, and they will look at those things with a more tolerant attitude. So, as the new generation grows up, the lost generation is more tolerant of their drug use, and even begins to indulge. So the drug flooding can't be stopped at all. After all, this thing can't be solved by the government's ban alone. It must be banned by the whole society together, and a consensus must be reached to truly curb it. China has done a good job in this regard. On the one hand, the government and the police are really powerful, and on the other hand, it is because the whole society has reached a consensus that this thing is not a good thing. For example, in many places, when a person takes drugs, people around them will immediately stay away from them consciously. Of course, you can call it discrimination, but the problem is that when you violate social consensus, you have already stood on the opposite side of the people around you. What? If you do something wrong, not only do you not have to pay any price, but you also need people around you to care about you? Anyway, this kind of thing is impossible in Chinese culture. And the Americans are going further and further in this direction. Taking drugs? Not only will they not discriminate, but they will care about you and prepare free drug-taking places for you, and there will be doctors on site to guide you, and they can rescue you if something goes wrong. They call it making people safer. This angle is absolutely unthinkable for normal people. Taking drugs, and taking them safely? In short, Kai can't change this situation. After all, the United States also has social consensus. At least in New York, it's really not a big deal for you to take drugs. In China, if you are found taking drugs, you will be forced to detoxify, but in the United States, you can take drugs, unless you commit a crime after taking drugs. You will be forced to go to a drug rehabilitation center. And this is just a formal punishment. You can come out after you have stayed for a long time. As for whether you really quit, who cares? You can quit or not. Although it has not been formed into law yet, it has become a consensus in fact. For example, when prosecutors or courts are busy, the police will consciously reduce such cases, because prosecutors are very likely not to prosecute. If you arrest someone, you will not only get no credit, but also be criticized by prosecutors. In this case, Kai has no choice. Simply, this is the American's own choice. Kai does not need to worry about it. He can knock down some big dealers from time to time, which is very worthy of the Americans. So, drug control in New York is something you can't even think about. There are endless drug dealers. So, the small business of Salmon and his friends was not taken seriously by Kai at the beginning, resulting in the fact that Salmon and his friends did not suffer much. For a long time, only Daredevil and the Defenders have troubled them. This has led to insufficient pressure on Sandman. Die in peace, this is a dead word. This also leads to Sandman always having a sense of leeway. He always felt that he had a way out. This mentality was fine under normal circumstances, but it was a big problem between life and death, because he didn't realize when it was a life and death moment. For example, now, he was knocked down by the little rascal. Kraven saw that a woman suddenly threw the Sandman down, just like an ordinary person. Kraven could of course save the Sandman at this time. As long as he went up and stabbed the little rascal with a dagger, the little rascal would definitely let the Sandman go. But Kraven thought about it in a flash. What the hell is there to save? When disaster strikes, it's better to die than to die with a friend. The real thing is to run away quickly. Kraven is not a fool. Of course, he knows that with the help of the Sandman, the chances of the two of them escaping are much greater, but the problem is that Kraven doesn't know what the little rascal is, how she beat the Sandman into an element, what her ability is, and how strong she is. He doesn't know anything. In this case, saving the Sandman would really be selfless. Looking at Kraven's appearance, do you think he is? So Kraven had almost no hesitation. Not only did he not slow down and stop, but he accelerated and ran away. The Sandman opened his mouth and wanted to call out to Kraven, but the weakness in his body made him unable to speak. Then the Sandman's face began to turn pale, his eye sockets began to sink, and then wrinkles appeared on his skin, and his hair turned from brown to white. Finally, he stretched out his hand, wanting to ask for help or mercy, but his hand suddenly dropped halfway. Then he was dead or alive. No matter how many times I see it, it feels horrible. The little rascal finally tried his best to move his hand away from the Sandman. This is one of the side effects. Once the little rascal's ability absorbs power, it is not easy to get rid of it. It's okay to deal with enemies, but it's not very friendly to companions. Although the little rascal will not absorb other people's power unconsciously now, she has always avoided contact with people. Seeing her masterpiece, the little rascal said involuntarily. To be honest, she never thought that such an ability was a good thing. She just wanted to be an ordinary girl, have a handsome boyfriend, have a few relationships, and then find a man she loves to share her joys and sorrows. This is a weapon, little rogue, the beast came over at this time. It's the same as my claws and the guns in the hands of soldiers. The damage it causes is not beautiful or terrible. It's just a weapon, don't worry too much. Yes, I know. Don't worry about me. I'm not that fragile now, Little Rogue said with a smile. When Little Rogue first came to the team, she was emo, full of world weariness. She didn't hate the world, but herself. She thought she was a freak. But in the past 2 years, under the guidance of the psychologist and teammates, she finally crossed her own barrier and was able to look at her abilities relatively objectively. But no matter how objective she is, it doesn't mean that she can really fall in love with her abilities. The psychologist and the church think that having this kind of awareness is actually more important than falling in love with her abilities. If she indulges in her abilities, that would be a disaster. Like now, she can use her and remind herself at all times, just right. Also, you're not going to chase him. Rogue pointed in the direction where Kraven ran away. He ran far away. Don't worry, don't forget, I'm Beast. Beast patted his chest. If there's anyone in the team who dislikes his ability more than Rogue, it's only Beast. He's a handsome boy, a top student, how could he be willing to become like this? But in the past few years, he has also reached a reconciliation with himself. After all, it's already like this. What else can I do? Blame others all day long? It's better to open up and at least don't make yourself uncomfortable. He didn't make any mistakes, so there's no need to punish himself. Of course, the church thinks that he hasn't completely accepted himself now. The psychologist thinks so too. By the way, the psychologist is a woman. After getting along with Beast for a long time, she began to take the initiative to ask Beast out. In her own words, when Beast starts to date normally, it means that she has really let it go. Rogue thinks that the psychologist is using his power for personal gain. Using the power to sexually harass. It's so dirty. To be honest, Rogue likes Beast a little. It's not a hormone problem, but the Beast's maturity. His hair makes him look, well, ghosts can tell how old he is, but his behavior is very mature, which suits little Rogue's taste very well. Unfortunately, the two have their own problems, and they have always been in a state of not quite lovers. Iceman also likes little Rogue. Unfortunately, little Rogue doesn't like Iceman. Too young. The Beast doesn't know that little Rogue is spying on him, and he continues to chatter, I remember whose smell, he can't escape. Then what about this guy? Iceman pointed at the Sandsman on the ground who was breathing out more and breathing in less. If we leave him alone, he will die soon, right? Put handcuffs on him, Iceman, you take him to watch the guy with a hat. When Bishop comes, let the Airbus pick him up. As for whether he can hold on, it depends on his own luck. Little Rogue and I will chase the hunter together. The Beast gave the order without hesitation. Iceman did not resist the order with his youthful vigor, although he wanted to be with little Rogue, but orders are orders. The Iceman nodded, but couldn't help it in the end. Little rascal, you really? Swish, a ribbon made of sand suddenly floated in front of the Iceman, floating in front of him like a real streamer. Okay, the hunter was still running, but he could feel that he was entering the hunter's hunting range, and he was the prey being chased. Ha ha ha. The Beast has become the hunter chasing the prey? It's really a fitting way to die. He knew he couldn't run away, so he planned to fight back. He was injured, and the more he ran, the weaker he would be. This was his hunting experience. After you hit the prey, it's best not to look at your results immediately, but to chase it as much as possible. It's injured and can't run faster than the hunter. You just need to chase it slowly, and wait until the prey falls to the ground powerlessly, and then you can harvest your prey, because by then, it won't even have the strength to fight back. On the contrary, it's best not to get close to the prey that has just been injured, because it will fight back desperately at any time. He is now planning to fight back desperately. If he succeeds, there is still a chance of survival. If he fails, then it's fine. Hunting would be boring if it was one-sided. The hunting that Craven pursued was always a mutual prey. While he was chasing the prey, he was also prepared to become the prey being chased. However, the other party was obviously also an excellent hunter. Just when he was about to fight to the death, wisps of sand floated around him for some reason. Sandman, Craven asked with a fluke. Then the sand suddenly increased and rushed towards him. Fuck. I knew it. Chapter 1689 not over yet. Although the author wanted to write a brilliant battle between the hunter and the beast, preferably 4 or 5 chapters, it was useless. The hunter's strength did not allow him to struggle. In fact, the hunter only fought against a beast. If he faced anyone else, he would have been defeated long ago. Not to mention the Iceman, the hunter has a physical fitness and strong combat qualities far beyond that of ordinary people, but it is useless for a long-range attack unit like the Iceman. If the hunter can be frozen to death, he will not be the opponent of the Iceman. After all, the Iceman can actually transform into an element. It's just that he is not proficient yet, but it is definitely enough to save his life. As long as the Iceman catches the opportunity, the hunter will die. As for the ghost or bishop, let alone. Ghost John's ability is teleportation. Originally, Sandman could still struggle with this ability. After all, although teleportation is against the sky, it is not impossible to deal with it. As long as the reaction speed is fast enough, there is still a way to fight. The simplest example is that in the movie, Ghost John was killed by a saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger seized the opportunity and saw the moment when John teleported, and stabbed him to death with one claw. After all, the human body's reaction nerves cannot keep up with teleportation, so every time John teleports, he has a stiffness, which is equivalent to the stiffness after making a move in the game. After all, a person moves from one position to another in an instant, and his senses can't keep up, even his brain can't keep up. This is unsolvable, because the human body has evolved to the present, and it has never thought that one day he will teleport. This stiffness cannot be eliminated at all, no matter how well it adapts. This is how John was stabbed to death by a saber-toothed tiger in the movie. The hunter's melee ability and reaction ability are top-notch. If he seizes the opportunity, the outcome is hard to say. But the problem is that John has a gun. He would never give the hunter a chance to get close. Old Silver Coin was not interested in fighting with people. As for Bishop, this guy was also a ranged fighter. And even if the hunter really fought with Bishop, he would only find that Bishop became more and more energetic the more he fought. Bishop was the one who was least afraid of being beaten. This guy would pull out 2 grenades to refresh himself when he had nothing to do. How could he be afraid of other people's fists? So he was really lucky to fight with a beast at first. Now, he has no companions around him and is besieged by the beast and the little rascals. Especially the little rascals have taken away the ability of the Sandman. That's even more helpless. But the hunter was not caught. He committed suicide. This guy was very decisive. After being defeated, he committed suicide without any hesitation. So they only brought back the hunter's body. When they returned to the original place, they saw Bishop, Ghost John and Iceman talking there. At the same time, Snart was handcuffed and thrown aside, and there were 2 more body bags beside him. What's wrong, Uncle John? Your target is dead too. Little Rogue looked at Uncle John curiously. There's no way. He's flying higher and higher. If I don't do anything, he'll escape, so I can only kill him. After Mark ran away, John chased him. Mark was flying in the sky. If other people chased him, the effect would definitely not be pleasing. On the contrary, John could chase him all the time. After all, he was in the sky and very conspicuous. In the end, he was shot down by John. By the way, I'll add the setting that John is an elite sniper. Then Mark fell down and died. As for the Sandman, no one mentioned him. This is to take care of Little Rogue's emotions. Even his abilities were sucked away by Little Rogue. He couldn't survive at all. In other words, I was just a bystander throughout this mission, Bishop said, very unhappy. His speed was a flaw. When he rushed over with 2 legs, he saw the Iceman coming back with the Sandman. Then after a while, Little Rogue and the Beast also came back. He had no sense of participation in the whole process, and was frozen as soon as he appeared. Who do you blame? The little rascal said gloatingly. Who told you to be frozen at the beginning, Tisk? I just want to show off. Bishop put down the gun and said very unhappily. Today, his biggest consumption is probably the energy consumed by running around with this gun. Contribution is 0. Then you must remember the combat probability. Don't rely on your own ability to think that you are invincible. Although your ability is useful, there are many ways to deal with you. For example, I will catch you and teleport to the sea surface, and throw you into the sea to drown. Your ability is different and it's useless. John took the opportunity to teach him a lesson. They are all young people, and each of them is extraordinary, so they will naturally be proud. He used to be like this before, and always thought he was invincible. But there is no such thing as invincible in this world. Bishop also touched his head embarrassedly. He knew that John was right. If he was thrown into the water, he would really drown. He can swim, but the problem is that he is carrying such a big gun. The weight of this thing is very heavy. It is like a big weight in the water. After talking for a while, their topic finally returned to the mission. So, we only caught 1 person alive. Beast frowned and said a little unhappy. The ultimate goal of this mission has never been to destroy the enemy, but to find the mastermind behind the scenes. But now there is only 1 person left. This way, the source of intelligence is too single. Although a little unhappy, Beast still walked in front of Snart. Snart looked at his teammates with a sad face. They are all dead. He is the only one left. He is not sad for them. It would be strange if he would be sad for others. He's for himself. Isn't this bad luck? They were almost wiped out again. What's your name? Beast asked. Snart didn't stubbornly say that it was too late to be stubborn. Leonard Snart, what are you doing here? To capture Scylla's cubs. Several people looked at each other in surprise. They really came for the Titans. Why do you want to capture Titan cubs? Craven found us and offered a high price to let us work together to capture the cubs. One of his clients wants the cubs alive. Snart pointed to the corpses they brought back and said. Beast and Little Rogue looked at each other. This is trouble. They let the most important witness die. Who found Craven? Beast asked immediately. Snart smiled bitterly. Do you think Craven will tell us? We are just doing things for money. You should have heard of the rules of their industry. They keep each other's identities very secret. Craven also took the task through an intermediary. I guess even he doesn't know who the client behind him is. Snart didn't talk about the Red Devil directly. This naturally had his intention. He still wanted to live. His confession might bring bad luck to the Red Devil, but the Red Devil would definitely retaliate. Now he can only blame everything on Craven. Beast frowned, looking as if he was thinking about the truth of what Snart said. Actually, he was thinking about what the rules of their business that Snart just mentioned were. To put it bluntly, he was still short of experience. Fortunately, Beast only conducted a simple interrogation, and he was not in charge of the actual interrogation. So where did you trade the cub after you caught it? I don't know. Everything was led by Craven. All the information was also provided by Craven. You really denied it completely, Beast said disdainfully. Snart shook his head helplessly. You will know what my background is once you check it out. The work I did before has nothing to do with these things, but this time, you also know what happened to me in New York. In order to get some money, I agreed to Craven. Huh? You come to provoke Titan for money? Little Rogue obviously didn't believe it. But what if the figure is $500 million US? Snart asked back calmly. 500 million, everyone was shocked. As I said, don't think that 500 million is too little. You know, most Americans don't even have 400 in their savings. John came over and said, that's not surprising. These desperate men will do anything for money, but now the clues are broken, Beast said unwillingly, especially the most important. Craven died in his hands. That's not something we should worry about, John persuaded with an experienced look. We are soldiers. We only carry out the mission. The higher-ups just try to capture him alive. He committed suicide, so we can't do anything. Soldiers shouldn't think about so many things. Just do it. Others worry about the rest. Beast nodded. Then he turned to ask Snart, what's the matter with those monster cubs? Speaking of this, Snart became even more depressed. It was Craven again. He brought a piece of radioactive material and planned to lure those Titan cubs into the trap. But who would have thought that those things would go berserk? We originally planned to catch one with the smallest movement and leave quickly, but these things were everywhere in the mountains. President, Team X has caught a criminal. Soon the president's chief of staff brought good news to Benjamin. The president is still on the plane, and he has to rush to the White House now. Oh, Benjamin's eyes lit up. That's great. Did you find out anything? No, not yet. In this mission, Team X killed 3 criminals, and only 1 survived. But after a cursory questioning, we didn't get any clues. Now Team X is handing them over to professionals for interrogation. After all, they are not on this line of work. Benjamin nodded. Of course he could understand this. After all, Team X is positioned as a super soldier. As for intelligence capabilities, it's better to leave it to the government. After all, if they can do everything, then it seems that they don't need to rely on the government. What about the base? Has it returned to peace? The chief of staff didn't know what to say. You want to lie to your president? Benjamin's face sank. Of course not, it's just that the situation at the scene is a bit weird. Then tell me how weird it is. All those Scylla cubs have rioted. They didn't attack the base, but started to kill each other. Now the scientists are still discussing it. I don't know whether this situation is good or bad. Those Scylla cubs didn't attack the base, so it didn't do any harm to ordinary people. But these things started to kill each other crazily, which seemed weird no matter how you look at it, because according to previous observations, this situation has never happened. So it's really hard to judge. Benjamin couldn't express any opinions because he was not familiar with them at all. I need the best biologists. I hope to see them when I go to the White House. I need to know if these monsters have any impact on the United States and Americans. Yes. Team X did not leave the sky above Black Rock Mountain immediately. Their air base was still hovering over Black Rock Mountain. And Snart was also taken into the interrogation room by a black old man they had never seen before. The people in Team X were very surprised. Why hadn't they seen this black old man before? Did he come up temporarily? But this is the sky, and there is no way to change transportation in the sky. However, since the church didn't introduce him, they didn't ask. Although Joe is a good friend of the church doesn't intend to let these children know Joe. In a sense, Joe is a bad luck god, and there is absolutely no benefit in knowing him. Of course, the church is the same, but it is much better than Joe. If the church is only exposed to dirty things, then Joe's world is full of the most naked evil in the world. It's better for children not to contact him. You did a good job. But we can't go back for the time being. A new mission has come, which is to monitor the group of monsters below. However, this time we only need to observe. Bishop said a little disappointedly. I thought we would go to fight small monsters. The church looked at Bishop and said, it's good to have this ambition, but that's a titan. Do you think you can fight that kind of monster with your ability? I'm talking about small monsters. Bishop actually just wanted to see it. If he couldn't beat the big ones, he could still have fun with the small ones. Our mission is to monitor those little things. Don't do unnecessary things. If there is a problem, it's not up to us to solve it. Then who will solve it? Kai and Tony. Right. They will come, right, Little Naughty screamed immediately. Oh, when did you become their fan? I thought you would like the Chicago 3 women more. Church looked at Little Naughty in surprise. Little Naughty really liked the Chicago 3 women more. His room was full of posters of the 3 women. Those were posters made by those enthusiasts on the internet. Formal companies cannot sell any peripherals about superheroes at all, otherwise they will be sued. On the contrary, no one cares about those fan-made peripherals. For example, there are so many fanfictions and fan books on the internet, which are too exaggerated, especially those fan books, and there are fan books about Kai and Tony. Very popular. But even so, no one from Stark Group and Wayne Group stood up to say anything. My idols are the 3 women, but it doesn't mean I don't like Kai and Tony. Little Naughty said as a matter of course. Chapter 1690, always have a backup plan. At the base, the military came and took over the supreme command. As for the original base commander, he was dismissed because of this incident. Although everyone knows that this incident has nothing to do with the original base commander. But since it happened, someone must be responsible. Who asked him to be the base commander? His duty is to protect Black Rock Mountain Park from being invaded. Now someone has invaded, and he neither discovered it in the first time nor stopped it in the first time, so he must be responsible. There is no way. So he was dismissed, and what awaits him will be a long investigation. He will face all kinds of investigations and interrogations. His career is basically over. If he has no problems, then he can still retire decently with his rank. If there is any problem, he will be investigated and caught, and his end will not be too good. Fortunately, everyone knows that he has responsibilities but not heavy responsibilities, so no one will torture him to death. The people who came from the military this time may not be as high-ranking as the original base commander, but their abilities and influence are definitely stronger than his. So when he comes, other agencies have to stand aside. Of course, due to political needs, the military will not stop other agencies from participating in this matter. There is no way, after all, the military has problems. Other agencies also need credit to make up for previous mistakes. This is a rigid demand. If the military stops it, it will offend more people. These agencies may not be able to do anything to the military, but when it comes to people, it is different. No one will cause personal grudges for themselves for public affairs, especially personal grudges with several major intelligence agencies. So other agencies can also participate in this matter. What's the situation? The new commander stood in the new command room, looking at his subordinates with a serious face. In fact, they are the heads of several major agencies on the scene. Although it is common for federal agencies to intrigue and fight for power, the military and SHIELD are the best examples. Many times, the interests of the military and intelligence agencies are not consistent. Many people think that the US military and the CIA have a lot of cooperation and have a good relationship with each other. But this is not the case. They are completely different systems, and most of the time, they are still in a competitive relationship. After all, their biggest interests are abroad. What the CIA can do, the military can do too. Who does these things is not just a matter of merit, but also a matter of budget. Every agency will do their best to fight for this thing, because there are too many interests involved. The same is true for other agencies. No one will cooperate closely with each other. It's not just a matter of interests, but also because they have to. Think about it. What would happen if the federal intelligence agencies and the military were as close as family? I guess by then, the masters in Congress should worry that one day they will wake up and find the army marching into Washington, and the army will stand in front of the stage to protect the cooking pot. That would be a lot of fun. But this time is different, because the matter is too big. It's so big that all parties must cooperate sincerely. Once something goes wrong, everyone will be in trouble. At this time, Captain America was the first to report. My 2 team members risked their lives to enter the danger zone. It has become a hell, with corpses of those little monsters everywhere. They are still fighting and eating, which makes the surrounding temperature drop to a very scary level, and they can't enter the core area. Captain America, as the person in charge, is a very smart move by the Shadow Bureau. On the one hand, it shows that the Shadow Bureau attaches great importance to it. Everyone knows that the spiritual leader of the Shadow Bureau is Captain America. Even if he has arrived at the scene, other agencies will be embarrassed to talk about it. On the other hand, the super high reputation of the United States will not end because of his resurrection. On the contrary, the government's decades of propaganda have made the image of Captain America deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if someone wants to reduce this reputation, they don't know how to start. You know, even those masters on Capitol Hill are many fans of Captain America. Although they will exclude Captain America for power struggles. After all, saints must be worshipped, not appearing alive in front of the world. But out of emotion, they are unwilling to take action against Captain America, so Captain America joining the Shadow Bureau and no longer appearing in public is the best result for everyone. Ms. Carter is very familiar with the ideas of these politicians, so she did this. The rewards were also generous, and they received a lot of support from the Shadow Bureau. So when Captain America came here, he immediately became a transcendent existence, and no one would blame him no matter how stupid they were. This made it basically a sure win for the Shadow Bureau. If it succeeded, no one could take away their credit. If it failed, no one would blame the Shadow Bureau. Thank you for your report, Captain. The new commander was very uncomfortable, as he had to be polite to a subordinate. But there was no way, even if you moved a 5-star general here, you still had to be polite to Captain America, unless you could find a general from World War II, otherwise you would not have the confidence in front of Captain America. However, he still admitted Captain America's report. Captain America's appearance might be an awkward trouble for him as the highest commander, but he was still clear about Captain America's style of doing things. He knew that Captain America would not and could not do anything weird about this kind of thing. Captain America came here this time and brought 2 members of the Howling Commandos. Midnight Vampire and Wolf Warrior were Captain America's teammates during World War II. They fought against the German Nazis together. In order to rule the world, the German Nazis found many monsters and demons, and these were the tasks of Captain America and the Howling Commandos. However, since Captain America was frozen, the other members of the Howling Commandos suffered a lot of unfair treatment later, which led to their separation from the United States in shield and seclusion. Until Captain America returned, his personal charm brought these lost members together again, and with the superpowers recruited by the Shadow Bureau later, a new Howling Commando was reorganized. But old members such as Midnight Vampire and Wolf Warrior are still Captain America's most trusted old friends. So the reconnaissance mission was given to them. They are all inhuman, so they can have better resistance to extreme environments. However, the fact is that even they can't enter the center of the Titan Cubs, killing each other. Now the White House needs our front line to give them the most accurate and detailed intelligence, but now, we still have no progress. I need a solution. Who can help us? The new commander stood up and looked around. Perhaps we can turn to high technology, such as robots that can work in extreme environments. The representative of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised his hand and said, "We have tried it, and our most advanced robots can't get into the innermost part at all. The low temperature makes them stop working. I mean the most advanced ones, such as NASA and NSA look very similar, but they are actually 2 completely different organizations. NASA is the National Aeronautics and Space Administration." This made the people present brighten up. If the environment is harsh, then the environment in outer space is even harsher. Whether it is high temperature or low temperature, or even radiation, it is absolutely incomparable to the Earth. Therefore, NASA has its own unique side in robots. For example, their detection robots can resist high temperature, low temperature, and radiation. It can be possible, but you must know that even NASA's robots need time to be modified, otherwise they are not suitable for the environment here. Although NASA's robots are great, they are not omnipotent and need to be adapted. Maybe it will be too late. You can leave this to us. We have the best scientist, Bruce Banner, a scientist who can compete with Tony Stark. Steve Rogers immediately raised his hand and said. Most people had no opinion on this proposal. After all, no one had any ideas. If someone could give a solution, then let's give it a try. Speaking of Bruce Banner, The new chief immediately realized who Banner was when he heard Banner's name. I remember that Dr. Banner can transform into the Hulk. I think that maybe things can be less troublesome. We all know the Hulk's ability. Maybe he can enter the restricted area and give us useful information. Captain America knew what these people were thinking when he heard this. I don't think this is a good idea. You know, we are not talking about Dr. Banner, but Hulk. These two are completely different. Believe me, if you want to do something delicate, it's best not to count on Hulk. He will only bring destruction. You don't want Hulk to get angry in the restricted area because it's too cold, right? Hearing this, the people who were originally tempted to move immediately calmed down. Hulk's destructiveness, even Tony had to be careful to deal with it, and even developed an anti-Hulk armor for him. Naturally, other organizations would not allow such dangers. They had already made detailed assessments and intelligence collection on everything about Hulk. If Hulk ran away in the restricted area, no one knew what would happen. What everyone is afraid of now is not the little monsters. After all, no matter how much they make trouble, the impact is only small scale. Their life and death are not worth mentioning in everyone's eyes. The real killer is the sleeping big guy. Because no one knows whether Scylla will be awakened if the situation continues to deteriorate. So they dare not do anything that may cause danger. Hulk is naturally not possible. Did Dr. Banner say that he can control Hulk? The military chief did not give up. That's right. He and Hulk reached an agreement, but don't forget. Banner's body can't withstand such low temperatures. Once Banner is in danger of life, Hulk will come out naturally, and Banner can't control it at that time. After all, he will be frozen to death if he turns back to Banner, Steve Rogers said seriously. At this time, someone suddenly said, why don't we invite Stark directly? He can definitely solve the problem, an uncontrollable nerd and a super technology boss who has proven himself. Who will everyone trust is simply a question that does not need to be thought about. However, except for Steve Rogers, no one agreed with his suggestion. At first glance, this guy's political level is at the same level as Steve Rogers. If they could ask for help from superheroes, the White House would have called Kai a long time ago. This question is very simple, and it's the same sentence. If everything needs superheroes to solve, then why are they sitting here? To create an atmosphere? This is the same reason why the police don't like superheroes. If the government can't protect the people, but needs superheroes to do these things, then why should the people trust the government and pay taxes to the government? It's better to pay taxes to superheroes. After all, they really know how to do things, instead of using the power given by the people to bully the people. This is absolutely unacceptable to the government. I once read such a passage. The legitimacy of all rule comes from fear. Because the rulers give the people fear and tell them that without them, the people will live in dire straits. So the people support the rulers. In other words, the rulers must give the rule a sense of security. If this sense of security disappears or shifts, then the authorities will have no need to exist. This passage also applies here. So if possible, even Benjamin is not willing to ask Kai for everything. Unless he can't hold it anymore. The situation is not that bad yet. For now, Scylla's radiation level has not fluctuated significantly. The person who made the suggestion saw that no one seemed to hear him, and immediately realized that what he said was probably wrong. Did they say that Kai and Tony have a close relationship with the authorities? Close, that's right. But whether it's Benjamin or others, what they would like to see is that Kai and Tony obey the government's orders, and it would be best if they don't have the slightest will to resist. But everyone knows that this is impossible. Although everyone wants this, no one can do it. Let's modify it as soon as possible. I'll call NASA. At the same time, someone was also paying attention to the developments here. Nick Fury was sitting in the command room of a sci-fi submarine, and was also staring at Scylla's radiation fluctuations all the time, but found that this guy was actually indifferent. This was very different from his original idea. He had seen Mudos and knew that Mudos had the habit of laying eggs. Mudos would even take the initiative to build nests and look for radioactive materials to prepare food for their cubs, and would also take the initiative to protect their cubs. When Godzilla and Mudos fought, Godzilla destroyed Mudos' eggs with one bite, causing the two Mudos to be furious and almost kill Godzilla. Originally, he thought that Titans had similar habits, so he sent people to steal the cubs. Just to make Scylla furious and wake up. But now, it seems that Scylla is more like a cold-blooded animal or a crustacean, and it doesn't care about laying eggs. Whether it lives or dies is the result of natural selection. Fortunately, Nick Fury always has a backup plan. In this case, he can only take the initiative. Please recommend. The recommendation votes are too miserable. Please vote. At the base, the military came and took over the supreme command. As for the original base commander, he was dismissed because of this incident. Although everyone knows that this incident has nothing to do with the original base commander. But since it happened, someone must be responsible. He is the base commander. His duty is to protect Black Rock Mountain Park from being invaded. Now someone has invaded, and he neither discovered it in the first time nor stopped it in the first time, so he must be responsible. There is no way. So he was dismissed. What awaits him will be a long investigation. He will face all kinds of investigations and interrogations. His career is basically over. If he has no problems, he can still retire decently at his level. If there are any problems, he will be investigated and caught, and his end will not be too good. Fortunately, everyone knows that he has responsibilities but not heavy responsibilities, so no one will punish him to death. The person who came from the military this time may not be as high-ranking as the original base commander, but his ability and influence are definitely stronger than him. So when he comes, other agencies have to stand aside. Of course, due to political needs, the military will not prevent other agencies from participating in this matter. There is no way, after all, the military has problems. Other agencies also need credit to make up for previous mistakes. This is a rigid demand. If the military stops it, it will offend many people. These agencies may not be able to do anything to the military, but it is different when it comes to people. No one will cause personal grudges for public affairs, especially with several major intelligence agencies. So other agencies can also participate in this matter. How is the situation? The new commander stood in the new command room, looking at his subordinates with a serious face. In fact, they are the heads of several major agencies on the scene. Although it is common for federal agencies to fight for power and profit, the military and SHIELD are the best examples. Many times, the interests of the military and intelligence agencies are not consistent. Many people believe that the US military and the CIA have a lot of cooperation and have a good relationship with each other. But this is not the case. They are completely different systems, and most of the time, they are in a competitive relationship. After all, their greatest interests are abroad. What the CIA can do, the military can do too. Who will do these things is not only a matter of credit, but also a budget. Every agency will do their best to fight for this thing, because there are too many interests involved. The other agencies are basically the same. No one will cooperate closely with each other. It's not just a conflict of interests, but also because they have to do so. Think about it, what will happen if the federal intelligence agencies and the military are as close as a family? It is estimated that by then, the masters in Congress should worry that one day they will wake up and see the army marching into Washington and standing in front of the stage to protect the cooking pot. That would be a lot of fun. But this time is different, because the matter is too big. It is so big that all parties must cooperate sincerely. Once something goes wrong, everyone will be in trouble. At this time, Captain America reported first. My 2 team members risked their lives to enter the dangerous area. It has become a hell, with corpses of those little monsters everywhere. They are still fighting and eating, which makes the surrounding temperature drop to a very scary level, and they can't enter the core area. Captain America, as the person in charge, is a very smart move by the Shadow Bureau. On the one hand, it shows that the Shadow Bureau attaches great importance to it. Everyone knows that the spiritual leader of the Shadow Bureau is Captain America. Even he has arrived at the scene, so other agencies are embarrassed to say anything. On the other hand, the United States' super high reputation will not end with his resurrection. On the contrary, decades of government propaganda have made the image of Captain America deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if someone wants to reduce this reputation, they don't know how to start. You must know that even those masters on Capitol Hill are fans of Captain America. Although they will exclude Captain America for power struggles. After all, saints must be worshipped, not appearing alive in front of the world. But out of emotion, they are unwilling to take action against Captain America, so Captain America joins the Shadow Bureau and no longer appears in public, which is the best result for everyone. Ms. Carter is very familiar with the ideas of these politicians, so she did this. And the rewards are also generous. Their Shadow Bureau has received a lot of support. So when Captain America came here, He immediately became a transcendent existence, and no matter how stupid others are, they will not blame him. This basically makes the Shadow Bureau a sure win. If it succeeds, no one can take away their credit. If it fails, no one will blame the Shadow Bureau. Thank you for your report, Captain. The new chief was very upset. He actually had to be polite to a subordinate. But there was no way. Even if you moved a 5-star general over, you still had to be polite to Captain America. Unless you can find a general in World War II, you would not have the confidence in front of Captain America. However, he still admitted Captain America's report. Captain America's appearance may be an awkward trouble for him as the top commander, but he is still clear about Captain America's style of doing things. He knows that Captain America will not and cannot do anything weird about this matter. Captain America came here this time and brought 2 members of the Howling Commandos. Midnight Vampire and Wolf Warrior were Captain America's teammates in World War II. They fought against the German Nazis together. In order to rule the world, the German Nazis found many monsters and demons, and these were the tasks of Captain America and the Howling Commandos. However, since Captain America was frozen, the rest of the Howling Commandos have suffered a lot of unfair treatment, which led to them leaving the United States and S.H.I.E.L.D. and living in seclusion. It was not until Captain America returned that his charisma brought these lost members together again, and with the superpowers recruited by the Shadow Bureau later, a new Howling Commando was reorganized. But old members such as Midnight Vampire and Wolf Warrior are still Captain America's most trusted old friends. So the reconnaissance mission was given to them. They are all inhuman, so they can have better resistance to extreme environments. However, the fact is that even they cannot enter the center where the Titan Cubs are killing each other. Now the White House needs our front line to give them the most accurate and detailed intelligence, but now, we still have no progress. I need a solution. Who can help us? The new chief stood up and looked around. Maybe we can turn to high technology, such as robots that can work in extreme environments. The representative of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised his hand and said, "We tried it, but our most advanced robots can't get into the innermost part. The low temperature stopped them from working. I mean the most advanced ones, such as NASA and NSA look very similar, but they are actually 2 completely different organizations. NASA is the National Aeronautics and Space Administration." This made the people present brighten up. If the environment is bad, then the environment in outer space is even worse. Whether it is high temperature or low temperature, or even radiation, it is absolutely incomparable to the Earth. Therefore, NASA has its own unique side in robots. For example, their detection robots can resist high temperature, low temperature, and radiation. It can be possible, but you should know that even NASA's robots need time to be modified, otherwise they are not suitable for the environment here. Although NASA's robots are great, they are not omnipotent and need to be adapted. Maybe it will be too late. We can leave this to us. We have the best scientist, Bruce Banner, a scientist who can compete with Tony Stark. Steve Rogers immediately raised his hand and said, "Most people have no objection to this proposal. After all, no one has any ideas. If someone can give a solution, then try it." Speaking of Bruce Banner, the new chief immediately realized who Banner was when he heard Banner's name. "I remember that Dr. Banner can transform into the Hulk. I think that maybe things can be less troublesome. We all know the Hulk's ability. Maybe he can enter the restricted area and bring us useful information." Captain America knew what these people were thinking when he heard this. "I don't think this is a good idea. You know, we are not talking about Dr. Banner, but Hulk. These 2 are completely different. Believe me, if you want to do something delicate, it's best not to count on Hulk. He will only bring destruction. You don't want Hulk to get angry in the restricted area because it's too cold, right?" Hearing this, the people who were originally tempted to move immediately calmed down. The destructiveness of the Hulk made even Tony have to be careful to deal with it, and even developed an anti-Hulk armor for him. Naturally, other organizations would not allow such dangers. They had already made detailed assessments and intelligence collection on everything about the Hulk. If the Hulk ran away in the restricted area, no one knew what would happen. What everyone is afraid of now is not the little monsters. After all, no matter how much they make trouble, the impact is only small scale. Their life and death are not worth mentioning in everyone's eyes. The real killer is the sleeping big guy. Because no one knows whether Scylla will be awakened if the situation continues to deteriorate. So they dare not do anything that may cause danger. Hulk is naturally not possible. Did Dr. Banner say that he can control Hulk? The military chief did not give up. That's right. He and Hulk reached an agreement, but don't forget, Banner's body can't withstand such low temperatures. Once Banner is in danger of life, Hulk will come out naturally, and Banner can't control it at that time. After all, he will be frozen to death if he turns back to Banner, Steve Rogers said seriously. At this time, someone suddenly said, "Why don't we invite Stark directly? He can definitely solve the problem, an uncontrollable nerd and a super technology boss who has proven himself. Who will everyone trust is simply a question that does not need to be thought about." However, except for Steve Rogers, no one agreed with this suggestion. At first glance, this guy's political level is at the same level as Steve Rogers. If they could ask for help from superheroes, the White House would have called Kai a long time ago. This question is very simple, and it's the same sentence. If everything needs superheroes to solve, then why are they sitting here? To create an atmosphere? This is the same reason why the police don't like superheroes. If the government can't protect the people, but needs superheroes to do these things, then why should the people trust the government and pay taxes to the government? It's better to pay taxes to superheroes. After all, they really know how to do things, instead of using the power given by the people to bully the people. This is absolutely unacceptable to the government. I once read such a passage. The legitimacy of all rule comes from fear. Because the rulers give the people fear and tell them that without them, the people will live in dire straits. So the people support the rulers. In other words, the ruler must give the ruled a sense of security. If this sense of security disappears or shifts, then the authorities will have no need to exist. This passage also applies here. So if possible, even Benjamin is not willing to ask Kai for everything. Unless he can't hold it anymore. The situation is not that bad yet. For now, Scylla's radiation level has not fluctuated significantly. The person who made the suggestion saw that no one seemed to hear him, and immediately realized that what he said was probably wrong. Did they say that Kai and Tony have a close relationship with the authorities? Close, that's right. But whether it's Benjamin or others, what they would like to see is that Kai and Tony obey the government's orders, and it would be best if they don't have the slightest will to resist. But everyone knows that this is impossible. Although everyone wants this, no one can do it. Let's modify it as soon as possible. I'll call NASA. At the same time, someone was also paying attention to the developments here. Nick Fury was sitting in the command room of a sci-fi submarine, and was also staring at Scylla's radiation fluctuations all the time, but found that this guy was actually indifferent. This was very different from his original idea. He had seen Mudos and knew that Mudos had the habit of laying eggs. Mudos would even take the initiative to build nests and look for radioactive materials to prepare food for their cubs, and would also take the initiative to protect their cubs. When Godzilla and Mudos fought, Godzilla destroyed the Mudos' eggs with one bite, causing the two Mudos to be furious and almost kill Godzilla. Originally, he thought that Titans had similar habits, so he sent people to steal the cubs, just to make Scylla furious and wake up. But now, it seems that Scylla is more like a cold-blooded animal or a crustacean, and it doesn't care about laying eggs. Whether it lives or dies is the result of natural selection. Fortunately, Nick Fury always has a backup plan. In this case, we can only take the initiative. The recommendation votes are too miserable. Please vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1691 Space-Based Weapons. Kai actually received the news that someone was planning to attack Titan. It was Benjamin who called him directly to communicate. However, this time Benjamin did not let Kai leave immediately, but told him in a negotiating tone that the situation was still under control, but he himself lacked confidence. So Kai needed to pay attention to the situation here at all times. Once the situation was not good, Kai would be dispatched immediately to solve the problem. The United States can no longer withstand the huge losses. Kai is equivalent to an insurance, so that the government has the confidence to deal with this matter. If possible, Benjamin still hopes that the government will solve this problem. Kai has no opinion on this. After all, only those who save themselves can be saved. Kai is not their nanny. So it is naturally impossible for him to clean up the ass of the US government all the time and anywhere. Again, if Kai has to do everything, what are they for? However, Kai did not arrive. There were actually people who were not afraid of death and wanted to provoke the Titans. Although Kai and Tony had once joined forces to kill Rodan. But that was actually a bit of luck, and Godzilla was there at the time. Although Kai and Tony were not just soy sauce, it would be a bit of flattery to attribute all the credit to them. Any Titan, even the earliest Muto, is a bug for humans, because at present, humans have no good way to deal with Titans. Most of the technology that humans are proud of is ineffective against those Titans. What does Muto have? Nothing, except for its huge size. There is nothing outstanding at all. Compared with other Titans that can destroy the world with just a single light wave, Muto is much lower. But even so, Muto still destroyed 2 metropolises and destroyed the American fleet. Not to mention other Titans. Kai originally thought that the appearance of Titans would make humans feel a little more urgent, and not be self-indulgent every day, thinking how awesome humans are. But there are still people who break through his imagination and really go to attack the Titans. To be honest, Kai thought that one day someone would do something stupid. After all, the lesson that humans have learned from countless disasters and sufferings is that they will never learn from their lessons. But there must be a time for this. For example, after a few decades, the generation that has seen the horror of the Titans gradually grows old, and the new generation, because they have not seen the Titans for too long, think that the Titans are nothing special, so they start to commit suicide. But I didn't expect that some people didn't even last 2 years and started to commit suicide. Kai was very curious, what on earth were these people thinking? Did they think that after they woke up the Titans would just say good morning to them? Kai and Godzilla have communicated. The Titans don't like this era because the radiation in the air in this era is too thin. According to Godzilla's description, this feeling is like a human standing naked in the ice and snow, with an unpleasant smell in the air, and a lack of oxygen and difficulty breathing. Of course, Godzilla doesn't know how to use metaphors. The communication between him and Kai is a communication of consciousness, which is more intuitive and does not need to be expressed in descriptions and metaphors. Of course, the premise is that he also needs to know these things. In short, this era is very unfriendly to the Titans. They can survive here, but it will be very uncomfortable. So if possible, any Titan doesn't like to wake up from a long sleep. After all, waking up is too uncomfortable. It's better to sleep comfortably. When you fall asleep, you don't know anything. Just like a child being woken up, the Titans suddenly wake up in this uncomfortable environment, and the first reaction is to lose their temper. This is not to say that the Titans are all childish. In fact, the Titans are basically very smart. After all, with such a large body, even if the brain is a small proportion of the body, it is much larger than the human brain. Instead, the Titans are all born naturally, and it doesn't matter whether they have parents or not. They don't need to control their tempers, and there is no so-called society. They only need to fight, reproduce, and eat according to their own habits. So they don't have the concept of controlling their tempers in their hearts. This is why every Titan looks very irritable. It can also be seen here how much Godzilla has paid for this world. Godzilla is still alive in this environment, which is a kind of harm to itself. This is also a good thing. Godzilla has found an ideal nest. As long as he stays in the nest, these things will definitely make a big fuss once they are woken up. Those who provoke them will definitely bear the brunt. People nowadays will do anything for money. But Kai is not too nervous now. After all, it seems that those people just teased the cubs left by Scylla, and they should not disturb Scylla. After all, there won't really be such a fool, right? Hey. Kai didn't know that there really is such a fool. And he is an old acquaintance of his. 3 days later, NASA's robot finally drove into the battlefield where the Scylla cubs were killing each other after being urgently modified by Banner and a group of scientists. In addition to the adaptive transformation, the most important thing is the transformation of the detection equipment. In the imagination of ordinary people, the detection equipment of the outer space probe must be very advanced, and the pictures taken must be very clear, but this is not the case. In fact, many pictures sent back by space probes are blurry, and the exquisite and clear photos we saw later are actually processed after post-processing, and finally very exquisite high-resolution images can be generated. The reason for this is related to the complex environment of deep space, so the pixel of the probe's camera is not high. After all, high image quality will inevitably bring high data volume. However, the transmission capacity between the Earth and the sky is limited. China's monitoring and transmission capabilities have been improved after the activation of the Xianlian relay satellite. In this case, it is natural to give way to more useful data, so only a compromise camera can be selected. At the same time, the space environment is special and there are special requirements for cameras, which will inevitably increase the weight. If the weight is added for higher image quality, it will waste a load of the rocket. This part of the weight can be saved and placed on other more important things. Taking the Shenzhou manned spacecraft as an example, some cameras are installed on the rocket body, near the booster and the second stage rocket engine. People who watch the live broadcast on TV should know that the rocket only provides enough thrust to free the spacecraft from the constraints of gravity. When the spacecraft flies out of the atmosphere, the rocket body is basically abandoned. As a one-time use, there is a natural trade-off between quality and cost. It is enough to meet the basic requirements. In addition, the spacecraft is also disposable. After the flight mission is completed, the return capsule is separated from the orbital capsule and the propulsion capsule and returns to the Earth. The propulsion capsule will burn in the atmosphere, and the orbital capsule will still enter the atmosphere and burn after a period of orbital flight. The cameras installed on the spacecraft, near the solar panels and the propulsion capsule, only need to meet the basic requirements. In fact, since it is not purely for the effect of TV broadcasting, there is no need to install a camera with particularly good image quality. Of course, if there is a camera with good image quality, higher reliability, adaptability to the space environment, low cost, and not very heavy, and with signal transmission technology similar to Opal's, then shooting high-definition video on the spacecraft and using it for real-time transmission should become a very realistic topic. In short, this situation is not applicable to the current situation. What is required now is intelligence, and timeliness and accuracy are the most important. Therefore, the detection system needs to be modified, and it also needs to adapt to ultra-low temperatures. In short, it took 3 days for Banner and his team to rack their brains to finally build one. Then it was sent into the restricted area. Through the transmitted images, everyone saw that the restricted area was quiet. Unlike the intelligence from the last investigation, there were fewer corpses on the ground, and small spiders were almost invisible. There were only some giant spider corpses. After a long time, everyone finally saw living things moving. I saw a huge monster that was at least 5 or 6 stories high, eating in the snow, and it was eating its own kind that was about the same size as it. The arrival of the detector did not disturb the monster, but everyone watching the screen in the command room subconsciously held their breath, as if they were afraid that their breathing would disturb the giant beast. Continue, the commander ordered. The operator of the detector continued to move forward carefully according to the order. As the probe continued to move forward, giant beasts appeared one after another. They gathered in the center, but unlike before, they were no longer aggressive. They just ate the corpses of their own kind at random. Their movements were neither fast nor slow, and they did not overreact even when touched by other beasts. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Scylla cubs had recovered from the riot. Of course, it was more likely that they were full. But no matter what, as long as they behaved themselves, everything would be fine. They finally calmed down. According to past experience, once they are full, they will fall into deep sleep. In this way, the trouble is over. A military scientist breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. In order to better monitor Titan, the military naturally has to cooperate with the best experts. Hearing the experts' words, no matter whether they were true or false, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they can take a breath. Very good. Thank you all for your efforts during this period. I thank you on behalf of the government, but don't take it lightly, so I hope everyone will hold on a little longer. Wait until these monsters fall asleep before you can leave. The commander also breathed a sigh of relief. No big chaos happened, which means his mission was completed. This is a political achievement. But at this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded. What's going on? The commander shouted immediately. It's the radar station. The radar station sent a message that an unidentified flying object is approaching at high speed. They suspect it's a missile. Soon an intelligence officer shouted at the top of his voice. What? Where did the missile come from? Who launched the missile? The commander was stunned. There is no radar on this side of the base. There is no way. The radar is a strong radiation, which is very easy to track Scylla and its cubs. Therefore, there is no radar within a radius of hundreds of kilometers on this side of the base. The fear is to disturb those monsters. At the same time, the commander suspected that the missile was launched by someone in the country. After all, if the missile was launched from abroad, the US government would not let it fly here. Never underestimate the efforts made by the US government for domestic security. The United States has the best missile defense system, and Black Rock Mountain is in Georgia, not on the US border. For missiles to cross the border and come here, is simply a dream. Soon, news came that the missiles did not come from abroad, but from the sky. Strictly speaking, from outer space. Nick Fury put down a modified mobile phone, then threw it into the toilet and flushed it away. That mobile phone can control satellites. The United States proposed a strategy in the 1980s, the Star Wars Plan. The background of the introduction of the Star Wars Plan was in the late Cold War. Because the Soviet Union had stronger nuclear attack power and missile penetration capabilities than the United States was afraid that the nuclear balance situation would be broken. It needed to establish an effective anti-missile system to ensure the survivability and reliable deterrence capabilities of its strategic nuclear forces and maintain its nuclear advantage. At the same time, the United States also wanted to rely on its strong economic strength to drag down the Soviet Union's economy through space weapons competition. The plan consists of two parts, the Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Defense Plan and the Anti-Satellite Plan. Its budget is as high as more than $1 trillion. The interception system consists of space-based reconnaissance satellites and space-based anti-missile satellites as the first line of defense. Conventional warheads or directional weapons are used to attack strategic missiles during the launch and atmospheric penetration stages. Land-based or ship-based laser weapons are used to destroy separated warheads that have passed through the atmosphere. Space-based directional weapons, electromagnetic kinetic weapons, or land-based or ship-based laser weapons are used to attack nuclear warheads that are flying before re-entering the atmosphere. Anti-missile missiles, kinetic weapons, particle beams and other weapons are used to destroy the fish that slip through the net after re-entering the atmosphere. Through the above four lines of defense, a 99% destruction rate of incoming nuclear bombs can be ensured. At the same time, when a nuclear war occurs, anti-satellite weapons are used to destroy the enemy's military satellites, and the enemy's surveillance, early warning, communication and navigation capabilities are weakened. Due to the high cost and technical difficulty of the system plan, many planned projects, such as the famous X-30 and X-33, were eventually extended indefinitely or even terminated. Coupled with the subsequent disintegration of the Soviet Union. After spending nearly $100 billion, the United States announced the termination of the Star Wars program in the 1990s. However, the plan was not completely completed. At least someone was secretly promoting it. For example, SHIELD, or Hydra. They thought this idea was very interesting and carried it forward. They value the idea of space-based weapons. They wanted a means to strike anywhere in the world in outer space. So they developed satellites carrying space-based weapons. But later, the plan was forced to terminate. Because it was too expensive. Without the support of the government, it was impossible to complete the deployment, but those space-based weapons satellites were retained. And Nick Fury happened to have the right to use those satellites. As for whether it was really a coincidence, I don't believe it. Chapter 1692 Interception. In fact, the authority of all space-based weapons satellites has been taken back from SHIELD by the government. After all, a federal subordinate agency has a powerful force that the Federation does not have. It's too much? By the way, what Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury pursued most tirelessly was to make SHIELD an agency on par with the US government. You can see from its composition that it is directly responsible to the Security Council. Its specifications are already equal to those of the US government to a certain extent. The US government did not object to this at the beginning. After all, SHIELD's sphere of influence has expanded to their allies, which is only good for the US government and not bad. Therefore, when SHIELD was first made into an international organization, the US government strongly supported it. After all, the United States was the undisputed world hegemon at that time. Even during the US-Soviet hegemony, they were the undoubted father of the West. It seems that the control of SHIELD has been shared, but in fact it is still dominated by Americans. However, all this has changed after the nuclear bomb flew to New York. Because from that time on, the US government realized that it had been fooled. There are 5 seats in the Security Council, one of which is occupied by the United States and one by China. But China has never been very interested in SHIELD, and SHIELD is also wary of China. Both sides have no desire to communicate and cooperate, so China's seat is purely for fun. Except for attending major decisions, they basically don't express any opinions on SHIELD. After all, the reason why SHIELD recognized that Chinese representatives had control over them was actually to enter China to develop their power. As a result, China didn't care about SHIELD at all. After all, SHIELD was just fishing with a name and had no intention of giving China any real power. The entire Security Council has 5 seats: the United States, Britain, France, Russia and China. Britain and France have always been the United States' hardcore little brothers. Russia is even worse than China. China is at least strong and economically developed. Even if they want to exclude it, they have to think twice. They can only use small tricks to disgust China, but the old Russians are miserable. That's really naked hatred. But the United States never expected that when the aliens invaded, his 2 little brothers decisively stabbed the United States in the back. Britain and France agreed to the final solution, which was a nuclear bombing. For the safety of the whole world, New York was sacrificed. The U.S. representative at that time had been assassinated and did not attend the meeting at all. Pierce, who was temporarily attending the meeting, was only specially authorized and could not actually represent the United States. Therefore, although he voted against it in the vote at that time, it did not change anything. China voted against it as always. It was not that China intended to wear pants with the United States, but that it could not stand the faces of these people. He knew that even if he voted against it, it would basically not change the outcome. Of course, he would still do things in his usual style. It was just expressing his attitude. As for Russia, I think it's obvious. So 3-2 passed the final solution. Although this matter was resolved satisfactorily, the sequelae were very large. This made the United States realize that SHIELD was getting out of their control. The strategy that once looked very good was actually depriving the United States of its control over SHIELD in disguise. And SHIELD. They really launched a nuclear strike. Damn, is there anything that is not easy to say? SHIELD does not regard itself as a subordinate agency of the United States at all. This is why Benjamin hates SHIELD so much. His own dog wants to bite his master. Since then, the United States has begun to divide SHIELD's power and suppress its influence. Back to the point, after Nick Fury and Pierce severely cheated SHIELD, many of SHIELD's assets were accepted by the U.S. government. This includes space-based weapon satellites. But who is Nick Fury? A severe patient with paranoia, he extremely distrusts the U.S. government and thinks that people in the U.S. government are all idiots. He naturally can't let go of a big killer like a space-based weapon satellite. It is safest for him to control it personally. So a long time ago, he set up backdoors in these satellites, allowing him to forcibly seize control. However, once this backdoor is used, it will be discovered immediately and then repaired. This is absolutely certain. After all, others are not fools. So it can only be used once. This makes Nick Fury feel distressed. He spent so much money back then, and it was taken away by those idiots of the U.S. government. But it's worth it. As long as this incident is over, he can return to his rightful position, everything will come back, and the world will become safer. Just when Nick Fury was looking forward to the future, the White House went crazy. Benjamin stood up without any manners, threw his suit aside, and roared loudly, "Is this still our country? Why did our own weapons launch an attack, but we didn't know anything about it? What do you do for a living?" In fact, the White House knew that they were attacked earlier than the base, or even the radar station, and much earlier. After all, the space-based weapon satellites have always been in the hands of the government. Once they lose control, they will naturally know immediately. But even so, the people on the government side still failed to prevent the launch of space-based weapons. And this thing, it's not easy to intercept. A group of people were scolded by the president and couldn't even raise their heads. Originally, things were developing in a good direction. The president also saw the government's ability to act, and it was also a wave of presents for everyone. President Benjamin's approval rating is very high. This is amazing. A lot of things have happened in the United States in recent years. It can be said that it is the most disaster-ridden country in the world, and it can't even keep its international hegemony. But even so, the whole society remains stable, and the economy has achieved gratifying growth like a miracle. These are undoubtedly the contributions of President Benjamin. In fact, many people know that the world is changing, although it is a bit unexpected. But people can't fight against a general trend, people can only adapt to the world. Benjamin did a very good job. Even though there were many disasters, Benjamin still controlled the country and kept it on the right track. This is already very rare. Many knowledgeable people praise Benjamin's governance. Although many people are dissatisfied with the current situation in the United States, they also know that if Benjamin is replaced, the next president may not do better than Benjamin. If a less shrewd guy is replaced, and he messes around for the sake of support, then the United States will have a lot of fun. After all, according to the traditional set of American politicians, when they see contradictions, the first time they do not solve the contradictions, but create bigger contradictions to cover up the previous contradictions. If you feel that your support rate is not high, then make trouble, set up a target, and let people attack. The most typical example is to attack superheroes and mutants. If that doesn't work, transfer the conflict to foreign countries and start a war. This kind of vertical division of society is a traditional skill of American politicians. But this divides American society. In the past, the United States was the best in the world, so it was no problem to do so. After all, it could withstand it. But now it is doing so again, which divides the entire society and consumes America's own strength. So even those who don't like Benjamin know that Benjamin is the greatest common denominator now. Even if everyone doesn't like it, they will not strongly oppose it. On the contrary, it can enable the United States to move forward steadily. Otherwise, with the current national situation, once there is a change, the United States will only be more passive. Let's get back to the point. Since Benjamin has confirmed that he will be re-elected and will be re-elected for many terms, most heads of institutions are happy to show up in front of Benjamin. They did a good job in the early stage, but now, everyone wishes Benjamin couldn't see them. Speak up. Weren't you very talkative just now? Why don't you talk now? Benjamin used to be a very gentle person. Putting aside the political factions and the left and right, his personal charm is still very good. The staff around him all knew that he was a very easy to talk to person, gentle and polite, and good at listening. But since he became president, Benjamin felt that he was about to get manic. He even wanted to retire at one point. After all, it was really hard to be the president. Since he became president, the White House has been breached twice, and he almost died both times, but he survived. Then there was the Battle of Los Angeles and the Battle of New York, which were extremely thrilling. He also survived, and then encountered a massive invasion by the Atlanteans. The navies of various countries were destroyed, but Benjamin survived, and also represented all mankind in the subsequent peace talks with the Atlanteans. It was a huge diplomatic success and the results were very good. It can be regarded as Benjamin's most proud political achievement. Then the world was so harsh on him, and then Hydra made trouble. The United States almost became a laughingstock in the world, and even the people began to doubt whether the government was really doing anything, or a group of people were doing nothing there and eating and drinking at public expense every day. Damn, SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra, what are you doing? Benjamin still survived. But soon, the Mudos attacked, and 2 Mudos brought great disasters to the United States. Most of San Francisco was destroyed, and Hawaii was hit hard. The last fleet of the United States was completely gone. This is not over yet. The reconstruction of San Francisco is still in progress, and the next is the Titan War. Benjamin wants to die. This is not to mention the various big and small things that happened in the middle. Benjamin already feels exhausted. A few days ago, the First Lady said that his health was much worse. Benjamin felt that if this continued, his wife would cheat, and with his best political ally Kay. It's terrible. Even so, there are still people who are bent on finding things for him to do. Speak up. At this time, the most important thing is not to give the president the truth, but to give him a channel to vent, otherwise everyone is waiting for bad luck. Mr. President. I think I know who is behind this, Carter stood up and said without hesitation. A group of people looked at Carter and felt like they saw a god, a brave man. After all, the president is already dizzy with anger. Don't think that Miss Carter's prestige can exempt her from criticism. Who? Our old rival, Nick Fury? In fact, Carter has no evidence either. But is it time to need evidence now? Anyway, Nick Fury's reputation is already very bad, so he doesn't care about more black material. In the 1980s, although I was almost retired, I still know a little bit. It was Nick Fury who advocated the continuation of the Star Wars strategy. At that time, Hydra took a fancy to the powerful power of the space-based weapons system and the global strike range, but soon they found out. This thing is too expensive. Not only is it expensive to develop and manufacture satellites and launch satellites, but more importantly, it takes a lot of resources and energy to conceal these things. In the end, let's settle the accounts. Forget it. Even if the entire shield and Hydra are dismantled and sold, there is not so much money. So the plan was suspended. But Nick Fury strongly opposed it. He felt that it was the future. It is very likely that he began to secretly control those space-based weapons satellites from that time. Benjamin was motionless with a dark face. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene, and at least they calmed down. The Chief of Staff immediately asked, "What is his purpose?" The Chief of Staff's task is to find out the gaps for the President. In fact, it is normal for the President to get angry with his subordinates. After all, you did something wrong. But the problem is that things in the world are never so pure. Now the people sitting in this office are all big bosses. The President needs to know when he gets angry and can't make them feel too humiliated. Otherwise, if they don't cooperate with the President's work, the President will be very uncomfortable. Therefore, the Chief of Staff must be within the controllable range so that the President and others can maintain the minimum face. Don't let the scene be too ugly. Probably to rule the world or something. In fact, Carter is willing to believe Nick Fury. After all, she watched Nick Fury grow up, but Nick Fury's style in some aspects is completely inherited from Pierce. Pierce is also considered by her to be her most ideal successor. This makes Carter don't know how to clear Nick Fury of suspicion. Later, Nick Fury and Carol Danvers stood on the side of the Skrulls. Really, at that moment, Carter didn't know how to describe the scene. Then Carol Danvers was killed by Kai. Nick Fury ran away again. It was difficult for Carter to believe in Nick Fury's position. What was this guy thinking? Was he really contaminated by Hydra? But what good would it do him to awaken the Titan? Another senior executive also asked. But at this time, Benjamin said with a dark face, "Everyone, isn't it too early to talk about the traitor now? Our current problem is what to do. Is there any way to stop the deployment of the space-based weapons satellite immediately? It is moving towards the airspace of Black Rock Mountain and will be launched soon. What can we do? As for Nick Fury, that's a matter for later." After that, he looked at the military representative. "Can we shoot down the satellite?" "Yes, but it won't help much," the military said with a bitter face. "We have such weapons, but it takes time to deploy them. After all, this is not a conventional weapon. The Earth has not evolved to the level of space warfare, and the ability to strike targets in space is very lacking. It's not that there is no ability, but there is no need to deploy such unconventional weapons. Who would be so idle to spend time maintaining such a weapon with little practicality? So if you want to take out this weapon now, it will take at least a few hours. But the problem is that the space-based weapons satellite is about to be successfully deployed. It's too late now." As soon as the voice fell, the alarm sounded again. "Then intercept the missile. Immediately. We can't do nothing." Chapter 1693 Space-Based Weapons. The concept of space-based weapons has been around for a long time, and the most famous one is probably the legendary Rod of God plan. It was proposed by the Americans just before Star Wars was completely denied by SHIELD. The Rod of God is also known as the Pestle of God space-based kinetic weapons system, and its foreign name is Rods from God. The system consists of two satellite platforms in low orbit, one of which carries a metal rod called Rod of God. The metal rod is made of tungsten, titanium or uranium metal, with a diameter of 30 centimeters, a length of 6.1 meters, and a weight of several tons. The Rod of God space-based kinetic weapon system will be launched in space. These high-density metal rods can be guided by satellites, using the huge kinetic energy generated by small rocket boosts and free fall. The tungsten rod bullets it launches can hit the target at the speed of a meteor, 39,000 kilometers per hour. It has a strong attack capability and a wide strike range, and can carry out precise strikes on high-value strategic targets in any region on the Earth at any time. After the Rod of God is launched from space, it does not rely on any ammunition, but completely relies on kinetic impact to cause damage to the target, but the attack effect is comparable to that of nuclear weapons. In fact, the kinetic energy of a metal rod is far less than the energy that a nuclear weapon can release, and because the shorter the kinetic energy release time, the greater the instantaneous pressure, the effect of the Rod of God may not be as expected. The attack method is a purely physical attack on the target. And even based on the knowledge of middle school physics, it can be understood that energy is conserved. It takes some fuel to send the tungsten rod into space, and then let the tungsten rod fall down. Its power, minus the loss, will be significantly less than the energy of the fuel itself. In other words, the power of the tungsten rod is equivalent to the power of the explosion of these fuels. An obvious example is that the maximum speed of an intercontinental missile can reach more than Mach 20, but after it lands, its killing power depends on a nuclear explosion. If it is just a piece of iron, it will only smash a big hole. But some people think that this thing is very powerful, even comparable to a nuclear bomb. Both sides have endless debates on this issue. So, what is the real power of the rod of God? Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. If we can actually test it, everyone will understand. As a result, someone really went to study it, that is China. The paper was jointly published by researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Army Engineering University, and the Nanjing University of Science and Technology. The paper said that China has conducted a super high-speed kinetic projectile ground strike test in a Gobi Desert in the west. The kinetic projectile is a tungsten rod with a diameter of 0.11 meters, a length of 0.84 meters, and a weight of 140 kilograms. At this point, some people may be confused. In some articles, the description of the rod of God is 30 centimeters in diameter, 6 meters long, and 100 kilograms. With such a light weight, dozens of them can be launched at a time, with a low price and great power. But in fact, there is a big mistake here, that is, according to density calculation, because the density of tungsten is close to 20 times that of water. A tungsten rod with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a length of 6 meters will actually weigh as much as 5-10 tons. In terms of cost, the current cost of civilian space launches is about $10,000 per kilogram. To launch a 5-10-ton tungsten rod, even a civilian platform would cost tens of millions to $100 million. This cost is not much different from an intercontinental missile. Therefore, what China actually tested here was only a small tungsten rod of relatively small size and weight of only 140 kilograms. The paper said that the actual strike results showed that the tungsten rod hit the ground at an ultra-high speed of 4,650 meters per second, smashing a big pit 3 meters deep and 9.1 meters in diameter. This result is quite surprising. Although the tungsten rod is smaller than supposedly, is its power too small? Such a large pit is like the power of an ordinary bomb. In terms of speed, 4,650 meters per second is basically Mach 13th to 14th, which seems to be much smaller than the legendary Mach 24th to 30th. In fact, the reason is not complicated. Let's take an intercontinental missile as an example. Although its maximum speed in space can reach about Mach 24, after re-entering the atmosphere, its speed is constantly decreasing due to air resistance. The actual landing speed is not as high as Mach 24. The principle of tungsten rods is the same. Even if it starts in space and accelerates to Mach 24 due to free fall or partial power, after entering the atmosphere, the speed will continue to decrease due to resistance. The final landing speed is only Mach 13th to 14th, which is normal. With a speed of only Mach 13th to 14th and a mass of only more than 100 kilograms, you will know that its power is not great. In the paper, several interesting points are also mentioned. For example, for general bombs, when the landing speed is between Mach 1 and 1.5, it is not that the greater the landing speed, the greater the drilling depth, but after Mach 1.4, the drilling depth will be significantly reduced. Part of the reason is that below Mach 1.5, the impedance of solid ground, granite, facing high-speed warheads is just that of a conventional solid. In the 1.5 to 3 Mach range, the impedance of solid ground becomes semi-fluid, and above Mach 3, it directly becomes fluid. From the paper, we know that the rod of God we tested weighs only 140 kilograms. What if it is the legendary rod of God that is 6 meters long and weighs several tons? This is not difficult to guess. Just imagine that the warhead of an intercontinental missile hits the ground and does not explode. It is just a bigger crater. With such an expensive launch price and such a small strike power, the myth of the rod of God created by the United States seems to be completely shattered. In fact, SHIELD also demonstrated this internally, but they were more stubborn. They really used the original proportions, and then they were dumbfounded. They spent billions of dollars, but they saw a big firecracker. There is no practical value at all. So later on, they simply switched to tungsten gold missiles. The reason why tungsten gold was used was purely to increase its own weight and resist friction after entering the atmosphere. If an ordinary missile is thrown from outer space to the ground, it may cause a self-explosion at any time, so tungsten gold is stronger. But its main body is still a missile. It is also because it is a missile, coupled with gravitational acceleration, that the speed of the missile is very, very fast. Its power may not exceed those missiles on the market, but its flight speed is far better than those land-based missiles. This also makes it extremely difficult to intercept. The speed is too fast. All the efforts of the US government are in vain. In fact, all this was not only discovered by the Americans, but also by many major countries in the world. Everyone had the same thought, who finally couldn't help but take action against the United States? After all, the fall of the US hegemony has made the world situation suddenly turbulent. For example, the traditional allies of the United States, to be honest, the reason why they needed the United States in the past was that they really needed it, and on the other hand, they were forced to do so. After all, the influence of the United States on them was too deep. Many times, they themselves could not help themselves. After all, if you don't follow the Americans, a large group of people in the country who are dogs for the Americans will rush up and tear you to pieces. Even many people were pawns of the Americans before they came to power. How can they resist? In fact, in the final analysis, it is still a question of strength. The United States has the power to oppress the world, so they can only be honest and obedient, but with the fall of hegemony, countries have begun to have their own little calculations. Everyone knows that this is a new era. The old king is old and the new king has not yet appeared. Everyone is waiting for which challenger to charge at the old era. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. As long as the horn of counterattack sounds, a new era will come. At that time, it will be an era of hegemony and 100 schools of thought. Whoever laughs last will become the new king. But no one dared to be the first to blow the horn. After all, the first one to jump out at this time is basically the pioneer for the king, and when all the troubled times come, the first one to rebel is always the most unlucky. Because although the old king is old and useless, he is not dead. In the dying struggle, anyone can be taken away. Now what they have to do is to accumulate strength to make the old king older and more powerless, and then wait for the unlucky guy to be unable to bear it, and then everyone can attack him in groups and overthrow the old king in one fell swoop. So when they saw the United States being attacked, everyone sat and waited to see which warrior was so fierce. As a result, the United States was also very powerful and directly announced the reason. Someone was thinking about the Titans, and they wanted to wake up the Titans. Now all countries can't sit still. Although Scylla woke up, the first to be unlucky must be the United States, but who can guarantee that Scylla will only stay in the United States after waking up? What if it thinks the environment in the United States is not good and changes to another environment? Titans are not human beings. They are not limited by countries and morals. They go wherever they want, and no one can control them. So theoretically, all countries may be attacked by Titans. Moreover, if Scylla's awakening causes a chain reaction, and all the Titans that have been quieted awaken, then the probability of each country being affected will increase exponentially. And this is also a warning. This time someone is targeting the United States, so it is possible that someone will target other countries. After all, the United States is not the only one with Titans. Americans actually don't want to make this public at all. After all, it's embarrassing. But compared to being embarrassed, they are more afraid of the situation just mentioned above, which makes people think that this is a clarion call for a counterattack against the hegemony of the old era. How many immoral things the United States has done, is there anyone who knows it better than the Americans themselves? If these things are turned out, the United States will die 100 times, and it will not be enough for people to vent their anger. So what the United States fears most now is that someone will come after it, so even though the US finances are not optimistic, the government still gritted its teeth to reorganize a new navy, and even abandoned its best vertical division of society law, giving mutants legal status and even preferential treatment. What is it for? Stabilizing hegemony, that's pure nonsense. After all, the United States suffered the most serious losses in the global strike of Atlantis. Any normal country will not give up this opportunity. After all, without the United States' disruption, many countries can have great development. Of course, there are also countries where sadness is like a river, such as South Korea and Japan, which are trembling. In the past, they relied on the prestige of their fathers to put on airs in front of the big brother next door. Although they did not do anything serious, they did a lot of disgusting things. This time, seeing the father fall, it was like the sky fell. The United States desperately accumulated strength and never thought about regaining hegemony. That's unrealistic. If it wants to become a hegemon again, it must take the initiative to start a world war, and it must be able to win. Otherwise, it can't suppress the challengers below. But the problem is that war is not so easy to start, at least in this era. There is no chance. After all, opposing war is the political correctness set by the Americans themselves in order to maintain international rules that are beneficial to themselves. That's right. That's what the Americans do. Although the Americans like to sell war very much, they always stand at the forefront of anti-war. In short, double standards, everyone is familiar with it. He sells war because it is a practical need. After all, his internal contradictions need external wars to resolve, and he also needs wars to bring benefits to the entire system. He is against war in order to maintain international rules, the international rules they have formulated. The most feared thing about rules is chaos. Once chaos exceeds the rules, it means the establishment of new rules. It is the beneficiary of this set of rules, and the final right of interpretation of this set of rules is in his hands. It is naturally impossible for him to break this rule. So he needs peace, and he must be against war. This is not a conflict at all. So you will see that he desperately promotes the importance of anti-war, and this kind of propaganda has not only had a very big impact on the outside for decades, but also on the inside. There are a lot of anti-war people in the old United States, especially the World War. In short, he has no strength and no conditions to start a world war, so he can only give up the possibility of rising again as a hegemon. Of course, it is temporary. Once the conditions are ripe, these bastards will definitely be the first to start a war. In short, for its own interests, the United States now needs to maintain the current international balance. Once a war really breaks out, the United States will be the first to be hit. After all, when they were the boss, the crimes they committed were absolutely innumerable. Whenever the country was in turmoil, they were the first to suffer. So he couldn't let other countries think that the time for counterattack had come, so he could only announce the truth. Someone is going to touch Titan. When other countries saw this situation, they immediately stopped watching the show and immediately criticized this behavior in the most severe terms, and even began to support the United States. Big brother, you must hold on. Titan must not cause any more trouble. However, these supports have not been sent out. A loud bang erupted in the sleeping place of Scylla. In the base, everyone looked at the missile in despair and fell into the remaining Scylla cubs. Then a strong light came on, and nothing could be seen. Everyone felt a suffocating atmosphere spreading among them. This is the end. Retreat. At this time, the commander said very boldly. Chapter 1694 Sarazal. Steve Rogers said without hesitation. The military leader immediately retorted, "No. Our mission is to defend this place. No, it's meaningless." Steve Rogers, the original superhero, is also the first artificial superhero. His ability as Captain America's strength, senses, reactionability and other physical functions have reached a potential limit that humans can achieve. Captain America originally had no superpowers and was a thin young man. He used the super soldier serum to stimulate his human potential and transform it into a strong posture. Therefore, Captain America has a high degree of intelligence, strength, agility, acuity, and physique that ordinary people cannot match. He can bench press 1,200 pounds, 545 kg, without any assistance and clean and jerk 800 pounds, 363 kg. It looks ordinary, but he can have such a great reputation not only relying on American propaganda. In fact, Captain America has always had abilities that others cannot match, such as his perception attribute. He may not be able to perceive distant enemies by sensing people's ki like Kai. But he has a tenacity and sharpness that ordinary people can't match. To put it bluntly, he has a strong intuition. This thing is very idealistic. But Steve Rogers can rely on such an ordinary ability to be invincible in the battlefield of World War II, which is like a hellish meat grinder, relying on this unreasonable idealistic ability intuition. It's waking up. Steve Rogers clearly sensed that a force like a destructive natural disaster was stirring. It woke up. What? The person in charge was dumbfounded. He wanted to say that Captain America was old and had Alzheimer's disease. But inexplicably, he believed that Captain America was not talking nonsense, But Captain America obviously did not have the ability to predict. What woke up Scylla? It was finally awakened. We must evacuate quickly. The military leader looked very ugly. Others were skeptical, but the explosion just now did make them a little scared. What if? But the person in charge thought about it for a while, and finally his face became firm. No, why? We can only wait for death if we stay here, Steve Rogers said in disbelief. That's just a one-sided statement. The military leader was still very stubborn. And even if what you said is right, don't forget, Captain. We are soldiers. The duty of a soldier is to execute orders. If there is no order from above, we must stick to it. Don't forget, there are countless people behind us. If we really leave, what will be waiting for them? We must stay here, even if it is just to stop that thing. We must stay here, the military said it firmly. Steve Rogers was both relieved and sad. After all, as a soldier, he could understand what the person in charge said, and he was sad because he knew clearly that it was useless to stay. Here we have to talk about the difference between Steve and a real soldier. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders, which is the ultimate embodiment of order. To be honest, Steve Rogers is more like the Western understanding of chivalry. He doesn't attach as much importance to orders as soldiers do. In fact, according to the plot in the movie, Steve is not a very good soldier at all. He violated military orders more than once or twice. Compared with cold orders, he cares more about personal moral feelings. For example, the United States participated in World War II not for the so-called Savage Oil, but for its own interests. After all, a Europe unified by Germany is completely inconsistent with the interests of the United States, but when it comes to Steve, he really thinks that participating in the war is for Savage Oil. So before the disaster, he hopes that these excellent soldiers can save themselves. But for soldiers, they cannot retreat, at least not before the order comes. Once they do so, even if the person in charge saves most people, he will go to military court. This has nothing to do with morality, but the duty of soldiers. As for whether the person in charge is the same as what he says, it doesn't matter at all. After all, what matters about a person is what he does, not what he thinks. Otherwise, Nick Fury is the greatest good man in the world. Sir. Scylla's radiation has fluctuated. After seeing the alarm on the equipment monitoring Scylla, the people of the Monarch organization immediately shouted to Nick Fury, who came in. What happened? Did they say it was resolved? The thief cried. Catch the thief. Nick Fury saw that the situation was calming down, and immediately smiled and excused himself to go to the bathroom and disappeared for more than 10 minutes. As a result, when he came back from the bathroom, he was greeted with bad news. It seems that someone launched a missile to attack Scylla's sleeping place. The people of the Monarch organization did not think that their boss would be the mastermind behind all this, but they just felt indignant. They, the Monarch organization, spent so many years of efforts just to fear that Titan would harm mankind, but in the end, these politicians actually used Titan to fight for power. This is simply a joke with the future of all mankind. At this time, the Monarch organization's superiority theory that Nick Fury had once advocated came into play. The Monarch organization has discovered Titan for more than 100 years, but in these 100 years, Titan has been honest and has never made any mistakes. As a result, various countries have only discovered Titan for a few years, and then something unexpected happened. Nick Fury is right. Titan should be placed under the surveillance of their imperial organization. To achieve this goal, they must create an independent organization that is not affected by countries and nations. It must stand above all countries and organizations in the world in order to better serve mankind. Does it sound familiar? Yes. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is the same as S.H.I.E.L.D. After becoming the director, Nick Fury was unhappy with the deep binding between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United States. His ideal S.H.I.E.L.D. should be an organization that stands above the sovereignty of all countries. It should not be restricted by other countries or organizations. It must operate independently and have the highest authority. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a tradition of despising the government and politicians. They feel that S.H.I.E.L.D. is the cornerstone of maintaining everything. As for those politicians and governments, they are just maintaining a stable face. They should give S.H.I.E.L.D. more freedom. In short, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to grow without limit. This is what Nick Fury pursues, and he will also promote this idea to S.H.I.E.L.D., because only in this way can S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ideas be unified and more power can be seized from the outside. Now it is even more so in the Monarch organization. A simple organization is easier to incite. After all, who are the people in S.H.I.E.L.D.? They are all old-timers, and they are all very smart, so they must be influenced little by little. The Monarch organization does not need that. They are relatively simple and have more ideals. These damn politicians. What are they doing? Nick Fury shouted angrily. Do you know where the attack came from? Oh, sorry, sir, with our intelligence capabilities, we can't analyze it, damn it. The top leaders of the organization are too short-sighted. If we can monitor the whole world, none of this will happen. Nick Fury did not hesitate to complain about the current top leaders of the Monarch organization in front of everyone. If the bottom is not disappointed with the top leaders, how can he have a chance to get back to the top? Nick Fury. This guy will never be quiet anywhere. What should we do now? A subordinate asked Nick Fury with a very bad face. Obviously, this guy is the guy who was poisoned by Nick Fury. Let Sarazol prepare. Yes, the Sarazol here is not Nick Fury's friend Dr. Sarazol, but Dr. Sarazol's son, Sarazol Ren. Unlike his father, Ren Sarazol hates behemoths very much. He and Dr. Sarazol have two extreme views on the existence of behemoths. Dr. Sarazol believes that titans are the Earth's salvation for mankind. Humans have caused too much damage to the Earth, but titans can repair the Earth. At the same time, they can also make humans feel awed. Dr. Sarazol believes that they are the sword of Damocles for mankind. When humans regain their awe, they can go further. But Ren Sarazol hates titans, not only because these monsters took his father's life, but also because they made humans fall from the top of the food chain. In Ren Sarazol's view, this is the starting point of mankind's decline. The reason why humans can defeat all evolutionary enemies and become the overlord of the Earth is because humans stand above all creatures. If they lose this status, what will be left of humans? So he was recruited by Nick Fury. Nick Fury told him that he wanted to develop a mechanical monster based on the concept of giving humans the power to protect themselves on the Earth where titans are rampant and even to compete with titans, and called it our Apex Titan. The ultimate goal is to destroy all titans headed by Godzilla and let humans regain the top position of the ecosystem. So he joined Nick Fury's plan without hesitation. In fact, the reason why Nick Fury recruited him was because he was the most suitable candidate. First of all, Ren Sarazol was young and easy to fool. Secondly, he and Dr. Sarazol were good friends. Ren Sarazol was naturally close to him, trusted him, and easy to control. In addition, his identity was more easily accepted by the Monarch organization. Dr. Sarazol had a high reputation in the Monarch organization. His son applied for the driver of Mechagodzilla, which had a natural advantage. Finally, Ren Sarazol had an extraordinary ability. He had an extremely developed brain and could perform high-frequency calculations, which made him very suitable to be the driver of Mechagodzilla. That's right, Mechagodzilla is manually driven. Nick Fury had thought of asking his scientists to make Mechagodzilla into an artificial intelligence, but the problem was that this would lead to two problems. The first was a technical problem. After all, the Monarch organization did not have deep research in artificial intelligence. They had a great advantage in biotechnology and engineering technology, and were even ahead of the world level. After all, 100 years ago, the Monarch organization had underwater ships that modern technology would be ashamed of. As for biotechnology, it was the most basic discipline for studying titans, so it was natural to study it in depth. But artificial intelligence. The Monarch organization did not have such a great demand in this area at the beginning, so it was naturally impossible to develop it vigorously. It was even more impossible to find outsiders. How could such a confidential matter be outsourced? To control a mechanical behemoth for high-intensity combat, the computing power required was simply sky-high. At least at this stage, there were only a few scientists who could meet such requirements, such as big men like Tony Stark or Bruce Banner. The second problem was the actual control problem. If it is controlled by artificial intelligence, the ultimate control must be in the hands of the top leaders, not Nick Fury himself. With Nick Fury's suspicious and greedy situation, how could he allow this to happen? What he needs is a weapon of his own, not a weapon controlled by others. In this way, Sarazol Ren is the best choice. At this time, in a secret base, a young Japanese man walked into a circular operation chamber amid the alarm, and then the staff around him connected a series of pipes to his body. At the same time, a helmet was put on his shaved head. The helmet was connected to many pipes that were emitting electric light. Those pipes were all blue, and wisps of electric light kept flowing in the pipes. These things look like pipes, but they are actually nerves. Nerves stripped from the inside of King Uther's head. Then the light blue liquid filled the entire operation chamber, and the young man was buried, but he did not feel drowning at all. It can even be said that he felt more comfortable than in the air. Those are nutrient solutions, which are also extracted from King Uther's body tissue. It can automatically and consciously provide oxygen and nutrients to the human body. People in it don't need to worry about drowning at all. Instead, they will feel as comfortable as a baby in the womb. King Uther, the three-headed titan, is also known as the Zero Monster. Even Godzilla is not its opponent. If Mothra hadn't sacrificed herself in the end to charge Godzilla and let Godzilla enter the Red Lotus state, Godzilla would have knelt. The most distinctive feature of King Uther is its three heads. His three brains have different frontal lobe densities, which means that each head has different degrees of cognitive function, and even independent thinking. The three heads in the movie have different personalities, with the middle head as the dominant one. They communicate through neurons. Nick Fury and the Monarch organization rely on this feature of King Uther, using neural connections to allow the driver to directly connect to the body and control the body. This is equivalent to grafting the human brain onto the mechanical body. You only need to use your brain to complete the action. Ghidorah once fought a great battle with Godzilla at sea. In that battle, Ghidorah was dragged into the sea and fell into a disadvantage. Godzilla tore off one of his heads. If Monarch had not intervened, Godzilla might have been able to defeat Ghidorah that time. But the result was that Monarch interfered. Ghidorah was fine, but Godzilla was hurt. In short, the head was taken away by Monarch and became the cornerstone of building Mechagodzilla. Chapter 1695 Mechagodzilla. In order to control Mechagodzilla, Nick Fury used the severed head of the alien monster Ghidorah and transformed it into a living supercomputer. Ghidorah's different heads can communicate through telepathy. Monarch used this to design Mechagodzilla's operating system. Using the neurons separated from Ghidorah's skull as signal transmitters, human-machine collaboration and remote control were achieved. At the same time, using Ghidorah's ability to absorb energy, its skull was transformed into an energy supplier, and the energy source was Nick Fury's beloved friend, Captain Marvel Carol Danvers. This superhero with a hole in her brain was once a superhero on Earth. The reason why I say it was once. That's because this woman really has a hole in her brain. After she gained the ability, the first thing she thought about was not how the Earth was, but outer space. Of course, there are certain reasons for her to do this. In 1989, she became a test pilot for the Pegasus project, a project dedicated to using the cosmic cube to create a superluminal engine for Earthlings. By the way, the cosmic cube was salvaged from the seabed by Tony Stark's father Howard Stark. Unfortunately, due to the attack of the Kree, Danvers' aircraft was destroyed, and Carol Danvers had the power of the hyperluminous engine, which is actually the power of the cosmic cube, so she gained powerful energy manipulation capabilities and lost her memory in the explosion. The Kree took her in under the name Foss, derived from the misunderstanding caused by the damage of the identification card, and recruited her into the Star Force. This guy lived in the Kree Empire for 6 years as a Kree, although he later returned to Earth and recovered his memory. But these 6 years of life have greatly changed her concept. In these 6 years, she has always believed that she is a Kree. Although her extreme white left ideas have been restored after recovering her memory, her cognition as an Earthling has disappeared. It's like a country girl who came to live in a big city for 6 years. During these 6 years, she had her own social circle in the big city, and had a very good status. The status of the Star Troopers is still very high among the Kree, and she also saw the world. The technological level of the Kree is far superior to that of the Earth. This made her look down on the Earth from the bottom of her heart, and she felt that it was just a rural place. Even if a crisis occurred in the countryside, how big a trouble could it be? It was just that the villagers were fighting over some petty gains. What she cared about was the big things that happened in those big cities in the deep space of the universe. In a word, this guy's cognition has undergone very strange and subtle changes. She ignored the Earth for more than 10 years and gave Nick Fury a modified beeping machine. The information transmission speed of this thing is actually fast, but in a space like the universe, its information speed is definitely not enough. If the Earth really encountered something serious, I guess she would rush back to collect the bodies of the Earth. In short, whether it was just walking away or the beeping machine, it showed that this guy really didn't care about the Earth. After being summoned back with great difficulty, this guy thought that the Earthlings were too much. The Skrulls had already lost their homeland. They just wanted to have a home. What's wrong with that? Why did the Earthlings insist on it? They were already very pitiful. The Earthlings should treat these poor people with an inclusive attitude. What's wrong with giving them a piece of land? What's wrong? It's not right at all. So he started fighting with Kai. Kai felt that the Skrulls' experience had nothing to do with the Earth. Why should the Earthlings give them their territory when the Skrulls wanted a homeland? Moreover, these guys didn't just want a piece of land to survive. They wanted to control the entire Earth and make the Earthlings their slaves. Naturally, they wouldn't indulge Carol Danvers, a brainless person, and then the two of them started fighting. As a result, Carol Danvers was killed, but this guy's vitality was really tenacious. Even though her brain juice was burned dry, her body was still alive and still had powerful energy, so Nick Fury naturally couldn't let her go. He treated his friend as a large battery. Let her become the energy source of Mechagodzilla. As Ren Sarazol came online, Mechagodzilla's eyes opened immediately. This huge monster is still in the underwater base of the Monarch organization. As it opened its eyes, the whole base was shaking. The staff of the Monarch organization began to leave the launch silo in an orderly manner. At this time, the full picture of Mechagodzilla was finally revealed to everyone. It was a steel behemoth 122 meters tall and weighing 605,450 tons. This giant is even 2 meters taller than Godzilla, but weighs 300,000 tons less. Ghidorah's head is in Mechagodzilla's chest, and in the head, wrapped in Ghidorah's flesh and blood, is the cute headless Carol Danvers. In addition, Mechagodzilla has a built-in AI learning algorithm that can optimize action strategies through autonomous learning. This operating system seems to have solved the problem of simultaneous control of multiple parts of large machines, and it can be regarded as an auxiliary tool. It takes a huge amount of energy to start Mechagodzilla. The technology on the surface cannot solve the energy consumption problem and can only support 40% of Mechagodzilla's energy supply. This is also the reason why this project has been shelved before. If the functional problem is not solved, this thing is just a large toy and cannot go out of the base at all. After all, it needs to be connected to the nuclear power plant with cables to move. Until Nick Fury contributed his old friend. This mechanical monster is still very different from the original Godzilla. First of all, Mechagodzilla is slimmer and not as plump as the original Godzilla. In short, it looks a little more slender. But if you look down on it because of this, you are wrong. This guy can be regarded as an enhanced version of Godzilla. First of all, Mechagodzilla has 6 rocket propulsion devices installed on its back, which can instantly generate high-speed movement, making Mechagodzilla more flexible in close combat and greatly enhancing its striking power. The effect is similar to the Pegasus Meteor Fist of Danger Wanderer, Mecha in Pacific Rim. Underwater, Mechagodzilla can also switch the propulsion form, replacing the rocket propulsion with jet propulsion, which is very fast. This gives it a much stronger mobility than Godzilla, and given Nick Fury's usual style, this guy can also fly. Yes, this guy can really fly, like a rocket, which is why it stays in a launch silo. Nick Fury's aesthetics are always so weird. He always likes to send things that are not suitable for flying into the sky. This is the case with the flying carrier in Godzilla. These two things are not aerodynamic at all. Mechagodzilla's endoskeleton is titanium alloy, and its body frame is made of T1 nanometal skeleton shell. This gives Mechagodzilla an indestructible body. In order to test the hardness of this thing, even in the previous experiment, the skeleton crawlers on Skull Island fought with Mechagodzilla. As a result, the skeleton crawlers bet for a long time, but Mechagodzilla didn't move at all. It was a hard batch. The designer said that as long as the duration is not long, its body can still withstand Godzilla's atomic breath. Like Godzilla, Mechagodzilla also has a cool dorsal fin. This design makes Mechagodzilla look more like Godzilla. In addition, it will also play a good defensive role. The extremely hard dorsal fin armor can effectively protect the core parts of the body, and its special shape makes it difficult for Titans to easily destroy the important organs protected by it. Moreover, the dorsal fin can be used not only for defense, but also for offense or reconnaissance. Mechagodzilla's back is also equipped with a drone system. The drone cluster uses Mechagodzilla's AI to attack the enemy in a hive mind mode or distract the Titans. Mechagodzilla's hands are different from primate hands. They are more like a pair of claws, each with 4 fingers, and the wrist can rotate 360 degrees. The inside of the claws is not only knuckles, but also extremely sharp circular saws. According to the designer, These circular saws are enough to pierce the skin of the Titan beast and cause great damage. The prey caught by the saw claws has almost no chance of escape. As long as the cutting time is long enough, the claws can also cut off the bones of the Titan beast. The claws have amazing gripping power. They were designed and manufactured for Titans from the beginning. The previous Titan Wars gave the designers very detailed data. According to calculations, Mechagodzilla's arm strength and gripping ability can tear a Titan apart. Of course, this is theoretically possible, but it has not been tested. Mechagodzilla also has a trick, which is to let his saw claws rotate at high speed, with a blessing of Captain Marvel's cosmic energy, and swing a 3,400 degrees Celsius high temperature plasma fist to make it difficult for the opponent to resist. Mechagodzilla's mouth does not contain teeth, but layers of metal rotating discs, a set of grinding equipment that can cut iron like mud. You can think of it as a meat grinder in its mouth. Unlike ordinary sharp teeth, the grinder can completely crush the skin, flesh and even bones of the Titan, and finally turn it into bloody slag. This torture method will not only cause extreme pain to the victim, but also cause indelible mental trauma to him. Mechagodzilla's tail is long and powerful, which can keep the body balanced, and can also whip the opponent and knock the opponent unconscious. At the end are two sets of sharp blades, 4 inside and 4 outside, which can easily penetrate the skin and muscles of Titans through high-speed rotation and become deadly drills. In addition to these physical attack weapons, Godzilla is also equipped with many other dangerous weapons. For example, the simplest weapon is the missile. Mechagodzilla has 2 sets of 16-unit missile launchers on its shoulders, which can continuously fire ammunition. Although it cannot cause fatal damage to Titans, it is enough to interfere with the opponent's actions. Mechagodzilla's chest is also equipped with 3 sets of heightened 4-unit missile launchers. At the same time, its dorsal fin can actually fire lasers, and even if necessary, even the dorsal fin can be fired. It highlights that it is full of weapons. Of course, this is not the most awesome thing. Since it is made in imitation of Godzilla, it must have Godzilla's iconic attack method. Breath. Mechagodzilla also has an attack method like Godzilla's atomic breath, but Godzilla's is a blue beam, and Mechagodzilla's is red, which has a greater sense of visual impression. This red energy beam can lock onto a target. It is so powerful that when it only outputs 40% of its power, it can easily shred a skeleton crawlers, and shredding a house is even easier. According to calculations, Mechagodzilla can even have the upper hand over Godzilla's atomic breath. Even if the energy limit is released, Mechagodzilla's breath attack can exert even more powerful power. But there are great risks in doing so. First of all, the energy core, Captain Marvel. This woman has been repairing her body. It was Nick Fury who asked the people of the Monarch organization to suppress her self-healing ability so that she could not recover. Because Nick Fury was afraid that this woman would really recover. That would be a lot of fun. After all, this woman, Nick Fury could not control it at all. Originally, Nick Fury asked this woman to come back to solve the problem. For example, suppress the Skrulls, or simply eliminate the Skrulls. You have to know that Nick Fury is Hydra. In fact, Nick Fury can defend himself because he is not Hydra, although his style is very, very similar to Hydra. But he really wasn't. This is the truth. If possible, Nick Fury still wanted to redeem his reputation. What was the result? Once this woman made a fuss, he and the Skrulls were clearly irreconcilable, but this woman made him collude with the Skrulls to rule the Earth. Fuck, Nick Fury was almost wronged. If it weren't for the Skrulls' rebellion, Nick Fury wouldn't have been so miserable. Although it was true that he colluded with the Skrulls. After all, if it weren't for him, the Skrulls wouldn't have been able to sneak into the human world secretly. But he did think of using the Skrulls to control the world. From this point of view, it seems that he was not wronged. No. He never thought that the Skrulls would leave him alone to play. He and the Skrulls are really not in the same group. He took Carol Danvers with him just to save his reputation. But in the end, it confirmed the fact that he was a traitor to mankind. It's simply. That's why Nick Fury hates the feeling of being out of control and not going according to plan at all. He doesn't want Carol Danvers to be resurrected. That's not in his interest. What if she suddenly gets smart and thinks Nick Fury is a threat? Don't underestimate the mental state of the poison white left. They can do anything weird. And if Godzilla's body is overloaded, it will drain a lot of Captain Marvel's energy, and this will accelerate Carol's self-healing. Scylla has awakened. Quick. Prepare to launch. Let Leon prepare. Everyone pay attention. Clear the launch silo. Clear the launch silo. Everyone leave the launch silo immediately. Prepare to launch now. Chapter 1696 Arrival. Scylla, like humans, sleeps lying down, a very strange posture. So when it wakes up, the first thing that appears on the ground is its iconic long legs. One by one, thick and slender long legs drilled out of the ground, just like tall towers extending from the ground. There is a reason why the two relative words thick and slender are used to describe Scylla's legs. Because Scylla's legs are the longest among all titans, but compared to the huge bodies of titans, its long legs appear very slender, even slender. According to the concept of ordinary people, the heavier the creature, the thicker their legs are. Well, except for whales, they have no legs. But at least the land creatures in nature follow this law, but it is different for Scylla. Its legs are very thin, and compared to its body, its legs are a bit exaggerated. Although it is the lightest existence among titans, it only weighs a pitiful 10,000 tons. Even lighter than Mothra. Mothra weighs 20,000 tons. You know, Mothra is a flying titan, so it's natural that it should be light, but Scylla is lighter than Mothra. But it's still 10,000 tons. But those legs look a bit uncoordinated, but it can not only move, but also very flexible. It's a bit incredible to say that Scylla is a standard amphibian. Although it doesn't look like one, in fact, this guy is a real amphibian. Generally, titans like to be in the water. In fact, to put it bluntly, it's because its own weight is too large. It would be more tiring if it were on the shore. I'm talking about Godzilla. You can tell from Godzilla's body shape. This guy is a teardrop shaped and very strong. Don't think it looks like a flexible fat guy, but that's only when fighting. When it moves on land, this guy is really not fast. If it stays on land for a long time, Godzilla will not like it either. After all, it's too tiring. But Scylla doesn't have such a disadvantage. It can live well anywhere. Underwater, it is the most flexible of all titans, and the same is true on land. Don't look at those thin legs, which look unreliable, but in fact, this guy moves at an amazing speed. With a series of violent shaking, the originally calm ice lake broke directly, and a huge creature rose from the ground. Then there was a long roar to the sky. Scylla is generally a very quiet creature. Even the scientists of the Monarch organization have always believed that Scylla has no vocal organs like octopuses and conchs on the seabed. But now this conjecture has been broken. Scylla can roar. Scylla's roar is very sharp, just like glass scraping a blackboard, very unpleasant. With a series of roars, Scylla's full appearance finally appeared in front of everyone. The most conspicuous part of it is not its shell or legs, but the tentacles around its mouth. These tentacles are much longer than the last time I saw them. They can almost drag to the ground. As it roared, its tentacles swung wildly, revealing its mouth, which was very similar to the beak of an octopus. It looked like a meat-cutting machine. The beak of an octopus is like the beak of a parrot, but it is thicker and is the only hard part of an octopus. At this time, Captain America and his men were already pale. There was no way. Even if Captain America was excellent, he was no different from ordinary people when facing such a monster. After all, even if he exceeded his limits, if he was stepped on by this thing, his fate would be exactly the same as that of ordinary people. All of them would be shattered. At this time, human beings were simply not worth mentioning in the face of such a natural disaster. Prepare. Let the frontline soldiers. The military leader knew that it was useless for them to stay here now, but if they retreated, what would the people think? The people could accept the army that died in battle, but they could never accept fleeing without a fight. It was helpless, but this was reality. The military could never bear such a responsibility, and the person in charge could not bear it even more. He would be written into the short history of the United States and be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. There are always some things in people's hearts that are more precious than life, whether it's fame, faith, or love for family. Now the person in charge knows that his order is to send the soldiers to die, but he must give this order. You did a good job, soldiers. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted the person in charge's speech. Kai, Captain America shouted in surprise when he saw the newcomer. However, Kai's appearance was a bit disappointing. He covered his mouth with one hand and supported the wall with the other hand, retching, and next to him, a man in a red uniform showed an awkward smile. Well, maybe it was a smile of gloating. Flash, Captain America knew the newcomer. Yes, he is Barry Allen. The Shadow Bureau wanted to recruit Barry at the beginning, but Barry refused. After all, He cooperated with the government. Although he also belonged to the government sequence, he didn't want his life to be disturbed. Besides, he also had a team. The Morning Star Laboratory was one of the best super laboratories in the world, and he didn't need the Shadow Bureau to provide him with logistical assistance. What makes the Shadow Bureau feel even more heartbroken is that they cannot poach the Morning Star Laboratory. After all, it is owned by someone else, and more importantly, this private person is Kai. Later, the Skrulls kidnapped superheroes. Barry was also kidnapped. For this reason, he slept with a female Skrull and graduated. When he was imprisoned on Mars, he and Captain America also became acquainted. As for why Barry is here, it is actually a coincidence. Recently, there was a seminar in New York. After all, it is the center of the United States. New York organizes various seminars every year because it has money and sponsorship. This seminar was jointly held by several New York universities and the New York Police Department, and many forensic medicine, anthropology and psychology masters were invited. Yes, it is actually mainly for criminal investigation issues. The New York Police Department has developed to the point where other problems are minor problems. The most important problem is the problem of talent. They need to recruit more high-quality talents. For example, talents in forensics, and also in psychology. The New York Police Department will spend money and effort to hold such a professional seminar. On the one hand, it is to promote itself. You should know that each of the invited bigwigs has a huge network of contacts behind them. They are either professors of a certain university or bigwigs in the industry. If they can say more good things about the New York Police Department, it will be of countless benefits to the New York Police Department. The most important thing is that if these people's students, subordinates, friends and the like want to change their working environment, they can also consider the New York Police. On the other hand, this seminar will also attract many young people, who are the main force recruited by the New York Police Department. Barry Allen has done well in Los Angeles in recent years. When he was a superhero, he did not forget his job. He is also well known in the police system. The most important thing is that he is young. The New York Police Department certainly hopes to recruit such people. However, Barry is unlikely to leave Los Angeles. After all, he is the king of Los Angeles. His reputation in Los Angeles is about the same as Kai's in New York. After all, he is the Flash. In other words, the New York Police Department does not know about this, otherwise it will never waste the quota. Barry was still very interested in this kind of academic seminar. After all, his main job was a forensic officer. He didn't have a huge family business like Kai and Tony. He also had to eat. His only income came from this salary. His salary was not low, after all, he was a high-tech talent. But the problem was that his expenses were also high. The Flash had a shortcoming, that is, he got hungry quickly, and he got hungry very quickly. The Flash usually fought very quickly because he couldn't fight for a long time, he would be starved to death. That's right, it's so nonsensical. If he didn't have a salary, he would starve to death. Barry came, and Kai naturally had to entertain him. After all, they were all friends. Then things changed dramatically. In order to get here faster, Kai had to ask Barry for help. But to be honest, the experience of rushing this time was not good. Barry's speed was said to be able to exceed the speed of light. Kai didn't know whether this was true. After all, if this thing really exceeded the speed of light, who knew what terrible things would happen? So Kai didn't plan to experience it for himself. But Barry's speed was really fast. It only took a few minutes to get from New York to Black Rock Mountain. It's simply amazing, and the Speed Force is also a very strange ability. Under normal circumstances, at such a fast speed, even air friction can burn Kai into carbon, but in the end, Kai's clothes were a little messy, and nothing else happened. Oh, and I felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Originally, Kai didn't think there was a problem at first, and even wanted to show off, but after saying the first sentence, he couldn't stand it. Ugh. You can retreat. If possible, arrange for the residents to retreat. I will hold that thing back, but it's better to be faster. Ugh. Barry hurriedly patted Kai on the back. The person in charge was a little hesitant. After all, he is a soldier, and it's not up to Kai to give orders. Barry saw that no one moved, so he hurriedly patted Kai. Kai took a look at them and knew the problem. After all, he was a soldier, and he had been a quilt hanger in 2 completely different countries. He was too familiar with this routine. Don't worry, I called your president before I came. Benjamin agreed, The person in charge immediately knew what to do. As for Kai lying deliberately, that's fine. After all, what he needed was an excuse. As the saying goes, who wants to die when they can live? If Kai really lied, he would have something to say afterwards. Although he should still be held accountable, I believe the upper echelons will not hold on to it. After all, who would be happy to see so many soldiers sacrificed? At most, they would be criticized and punished, and their future would not be affected. Yes, then a group of people got busy. Barry, you go to and see where help is needed. It will be faster if you help, but Titan, Barry was worried. It's okay, it's useless for you to stay here, Kai said very straightforwardly. Barry is very strong. But his attack is almost like tickling Titan, but Titan's attack. If it's not good, Barry will be hurt. Tony is ready, he will come to support me at any time. Captain America opened his mouth. He actually wanted to help. But he was much worse than Barry. It was useless to stay here. Did you ask him to use his small shield to hit Titan? Or should he use his own words to educate Titan? Believe it or not, Titan will give him a real mouthful. Captain America actually doesn't like this situation very much. Captain America is very good at leadership, but to put it bluntly, this kind of person just likes to attract attention and habitually regards himself as the center of the crowd. First of all, this is not a bad thing. After all, there are always people who are born with this personality and just like to show off. But correspondingly, once he finds that his existence is dispensable, he will appear very lost. Captain America is probably in this situation. However, Captain America quickly adjusted his mentality, and he knew that there were more important things to do. Can you really hold it back? Try your best. To be honest, this kind of thing should have been solved by Godzilla. Titan's affairs, should Titan solve them? But let Godzilla come to the inland area. Forget it, I'll talk to it. See if I can convince it. If it really doesn't work, then I can only ask Godzilla to deal with it. To be honest, asking Godzilla to come to the inland area is definitely difficult for Godzilla and Americans. Fortunately, Kai was able to communicate with Godzilla. If the problem could not be solved and Godzilla had to come out, then Kai would have to lead the way to a sparsely populated area. If I had known, I would have let Godzilla tell these titans to sleep in the coastal areas. In this way, Godzilla could catch up. Can't you kill it like you killed Rodan? Captain America was determined not to let Godzilla come to the surface. This kind of giant beast, let alone fighting, would be a disaster for everyone along the way. It's hard to say. After all, every Titan is completely different. It was an accident that we were able to kill Rodan. This time. Anyway, we can only try our best. Kai didn't dare to guarantee it, but Kai was not completely without a solution. For example, after he had the strongest sword in the world. Yes, it was Surtur's Twilight Greatsword. That sword could split anything in the world. At most, he would take out the spirit of an ant chopping a tree and stab Scylla to death bit by bit. To be honest, Kai felt a little guilty. After all, with Kai's size, the Twilight Greatsword in his hand is at most a big sword, but this size is just the size of a toothpick in front of a monster like Skiroo. You know, Skiroo is not small either, it is 102 meters tall. It is really difficult for Kai to chop it a little bit, and be careful not to be attacked by Skiroo. But if it really comes to that, Kai has to go up. At this moment, the vibration of the ground intensified again. It was Skiroo who moved. Get ready, I'm going. Remember, you must be quick. Kai didn't waste any words and rushed up to the sky immediately. Barry and Captain America looked at each other, and immediately went to do their own things. The White House. Mr. President. Things have reached the worst point. Skiroo has awakened. Benjamin's face was pale, and then he waved his hand weakly. Do what you should do, may God really bless America. The chief of staff and others nodded silently. But the next second, someone else rushed in. Mr. President, a huge UFO is rapidly approaching Black Rock Mountain. Now everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Benjamin felt a splitting headache. Why is it bad news again? Could it be that our allies are helping us? An official asked tentatively. As a result, everyone looked at him like an idiot. Anyone who is still approaching Black Rock Mountain at this time is definitely not a good person. Can you tell me what it is? An airplane? Or something else? The intelligence we got said. What? Don't hesitate. Benjamin was already very impatient. It is said to be a huge mechanical monster. Chapter 1697 Nick Fury's Call. In fact, After discovering the UFO, the U.S. Air Force intercepted it at the fastest speed. The first wave was rocket interception. The United States has always been the world leader in missile interception, but the U.S. military soon found that it was useless, and then quickly asked the fighter jets on alert in the nearby airspace to intercept. Then the pilots were dumbfounded. They once thought that the flying aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. was exaggerated enough. After all, such a large ship could actually fly into the sky, which made many people dumbfounded. This thing does not conform to aerodynamics at all. How did it fly into the sky? However, this thing in front of them is even more inconsistent with aerodynamics. It is a huge robot. Very, very big. And the key is that this thing actually looks like Godzilla. Is it a new type of war weapon made by Stark Group? In the underground command center of the White House, a group of senior officials from the military and political circles of the United States thought of this at the first time. It seems that the only one in the world who is so bored and has the strength and technology is Stark Group. A long time ago, no one thought that someone would make an iron shell and let himself fly into the sky, but Tony did it. After that, the Iron Man mecha has been replaced by generation after generation. Tony's brain is already oversight. The US government has been trying to develop a single-soldier combat mecha for so many years, but there has been no results. It was difficult to find a copycat company to copy their own mecha, but unfortunately, due to the substandard technology, it could not become a real single-soldier combat mecha, and could only use remote control. As a result, something went wrong, and it almost caused heavy casualties. Then the US government suspended the development of this technology. There was no other way. After spending tens of billions, a bunch of defective remote-controlled robots were produced, and the US government couldn't stand it. However, this also made the US government completely face up to Tony Stark's brain. There are always some people in the world who can surpass ordinary people and do things that others can't do. So when there is a technological problem that the US government can't solve by itself, they always think of Tony first. After all, Tony always designs strange things. Maybe this time he is preparing to deal with Titans and making super robots? Benjamin didn't care to say anything at this time, and called Tony directly. I'm already on my way to Black Rock Mountain. Don't rush me. Tony received a call from Benjamin on the way, but his tone was not good at all. He didn't expect that there were such stupid people in the world who had nothing to do and went to trouble the Titans. So, that huge mechanical monster was your work. Benjamin instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, and so did the others, who thought it was really Tony. But they didn't think about it. If it was really Tony who did it, why would he fly back from outside the United States? For Tony, the United States is the safest place. Does he need to go to other countries to do such a big project? But the fluke mentality made this group of people subconsciously ignore this abnormal place. Unfortunately, Tony quickly overturned their fluke. What huge mechanical monster! Tony's aesthetics have always been fixed. Before he met Pepper, the girls he liked were always young, beautiful and well-built. Although Pepper was also young and beautiful, to be honest, she was really no better than his previous so-called girlfriends. It can only be said that he really met true love. But for Mecha, his aesthetics have always been fixed. No matter how the version changes, his Iron Man armor is red and gold, and it is determined to be humanoid, and must be operated by himself. These 3 points will never change. The key is that he has the ability to be willful. In fact, if you really want to develop robots, humanoid is actually very disadvantaged and not cost-effective. The body structure of humanoid mecha is similar to that of humans, which requires mecha to have sufficient balance and coordination like humans, which will make its design complicated and difficult. In addition, to make the simplest comparison, 2 legs are not as good as 4 legs, and 4 legs are not as good as wheels. This is a truth verified for thousands of years. We think that animals that run very slowly among 4 legs are also much faster than humans. As long as the road surface can be driven, the car with wheels is faster than the leg. In addition, the weight of giant mecha is very large, which requires a lot of power and energy when moving and hovering. Oversized robots often have many stability problems, such as balance and swing control. These problems may cause problems for robots in combat, or require more resources to ensure their stability. These problems will be more serious when entering the planet's atmosphere. Due to factors such as gravity and air pressure, the stability and maneuverability of the robots will be further challenged, and the fuel and energy they use will be more easily consumed, so the practicality will be significantly reduced. But there is no way, because Tony is happy. Even if he really wants to make a giant robot, Tony will still paint the robot red and gold, and it will still be humanoid. There will definitely be no second choice. Isn't it you? Benjamin's heart was cold. At this time, a huge mechanical monster suddenly ran out. Could this be a good person? Could it be a friend of the Americans? The military immediately grabbed the phone and quickly asked the fighter jets to intercept. It doesn't matter even if a nuclear bomb is launched. But at this moment, another person suddenly ran in. He was going to say something in the president's ear, but the president waved his hand. What time is it? Hurry up and say it. It doesn't make much sense to talk about confidentiality at this time. People who can come here are basically trustworthy. If everyone here can betray the country, then the United States should be finished as soon as possible. After all, these people are actually higher-ranking officials in the United States. If they want to sell out their country, they really don't need to wait until now. Their interests are completely tied to the United States. If the United States is finished, they will also be finished. Nick Fury requests to speak to you. The visitor had no choice but to speak out loudly. Not only the president and the people present, but even Tony Stark on the other end of the phone was stunned. Who? Benjamin said subconsciously. Nick Fury? The man thought Benjamin didn't hear clearly. I know. How could he? Instead, Tony interrupted, giant mechanical monsters. It's really the style of this madman. Although Tony was very willful in designing mechas himself, he still looked down on Nick Fury. This guy is a pure layman, just like his flying carrier. That's a big pit. After the US government took over those flying carriers, it has always been a headache to use them. You said to dismantle them, but I can't bear to part with them. That thing is full of high technology and has a high technical content. And it was built with real money. Wouldn't it be a waste if it was dismantled? But the problem is, this thing really doesn't have much practical value. It's because the US Navy is finished that the US government pulled this thing out to show off. Let's not talk about its combat effectiveness. It's definitely cool enough, and it can be regarded as fooling a lot of people, letting people see that my great America can still fight. Not to mention, many countries think this thing is very advanced. It can be regarded as a little bit of recovery. After all, no matter what, it is an amphibious combat platform, and it still has combat effectiveness. It can be used to defend the homeland. The size is also an aircraft carrier. The key is that this thing can still fly, with a wider strike range and stronger maneuverability. But in a real fight, this thing is just like that. You mean, that thing was Nick Fury's trick? It's likely. Benjamin heard Tony's confirmation, nodded subconsciously, and then said beside him, connect it. I want to see what he wants to say. This time it was a video call. Nick Fury's big black face soon appeared on the screen. Mr. President, we meet again. Benjamin's mood immediately became worse when he saw this face. There was no way out after too many times of being tricked. Yes, we meet again. I didn't expect you to be still alive. It's Hydra and aliens. You have brought us enough surprises in the past few years. What is it this time? Oh, by the way, Titan. It seems that this matter is inseparable from you. There was no way. It was a stress reaction. Anything that Nick Fury was involved in the past, tracing back to the source, you will find that these things are all related to Nick Fury, and it is probably caused by this grandson. Nick Fury's face darkened. He was already dark enough, but now it became darker. What Benjamin didn't know was that Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, Benjamin actually told the truth. Mr. President, I solemnly declare that I am not Hydra, and I am not in cahoots with aliens. I am not a traitor to humanity. Everything I do is for the safety of the world. Come on, Nick Fury, the world will be safer without you. It would be fine if he didn't say this, but when he said this, Benjamin felt a stomachache. What did this grandson say about world safety? How many things has he done? Just for the world safety he mentioned? Insight Project? Damn it, just because of his Insight Project, a world war almost broke out. After all, the Insight Project was not just against the United States, but the whole world. If he really succeeds, then there is nothing to say. The United States can only wait to be besieged by the whole world. This is just one of Nick Fury's pits, let alone other pits. Which one didn't make the United States bleed and cry? Nick Fury is at least 50% responsible for the United States' fall to this day. I told you, those are all misunderstandings. I was also deceived about the Hydra incident. They slandered me whether I was Hydra or not. And the Skrull incident was also a misunderstanding, of course. He didn't mention many details. For example, the Insight project entered its final stage only under his authorization. For example, the Skrulls infiltrated the world because of his arrangement. Okay, gentlemen, we can talk about these things later. Nick Fury, what do you want to say? Tony interrupted their verbal battle. Tony Stark. Nick Fury heard Tony Stark's voice again, and his mood was very complicated. After all, in Nick Fury's view, Tony should be an asset of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is also the most important piece of the puzzle for Nick Fury. The establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was Howard Stark's idea. The funding source of S.H.I.E.L.D. was also provided by the Stark Group at the beginning, and even later S.H.I.E.L.D. became an important shareholder of the Stark Group. The scientific department of S.H.I.E.L.D. was also established and led by Howard, and many of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technologies also came from the Stark Group. As a matter of course, Tony Stark should also work for S.H.I.E.L.D. When Nick Fury was preparing the Avengers plan, the first person he thought of was Tony Stark. Unfortunately, things did not go as Nick Fury imagined. Tony had a falling out with S.H.I.E.L.D. from the beginning. Isn't it just hiding the truth about your father's murder? What's the big picture? You have no sense of the overall situation. Your father dedicated his whole life to S.H.I.E.L.D. Can't you learn from him? Too willful, too young, too lacking in sense of the overall situation. I don't know you well, so forget about reminiscing about the past, let's talk business. That mechanical behemoth was your work, right? At this time, the military had shared the intelligence on Jarvis Host, and Tony had seen it. You are as stupid and rough as ever. You have no sense of beauty. Humph. You stole my technology again, didn't you? Technology is technology only when it benefits mankind. Nick Fury really couldn't deny that Mechagodzilla did use a lot of Tony's technology. After all, according to Nick Fury and the already half-crippled Monarch organization, it is impossible for them to have the time and money to accumulate and develop technology from scratch. Stealing Stark's technology is the fastest. Humph. No wonder Kai always hates you. You always twist the facts and make the crime sound justified. Tony's dislike for Nick Fury is not that serious, but don't forget that there is Kai who really hates Nick Fury by his side. Kai hates Nick Fury to the bone. Kai is another disaster for Nick Fury. Logically speaking, Nick Fury shouldn't hate Kai. After all, every time he gets into trouble, Kai is the one who cleans up the mess in the end. If it were up to Nick Fury himself, the Earth would have been destroyed long ago. But Nick Fury hates this person very much? Because their values are completely different, that's fine. Nick Fury didn't care about this. What really made Nick Fury uncomfortable was that Kai didn't listen to him, but sneered at him. How short-sighted this was. Affecting the safety of the whole world for personal feelings. How selfish this was. For the safety of the world, Kai should have obeyed him without hesitation. Even more sinful, Kai rebelled against him. This was wrong. But it was useless. No matter how Nick Fury fantasized, Kai looked down on him from the beginning. Tell me what you want to do. Kai said that you have extraordinary ambitions. You definitely didn't make this thing just for the sake of looking good. Benjamin and the others nodded and agreed with Kai. After all, who had developed the Insight project? That thing doesn't sound right, and it's actually not right. It's completely prepared for dictatorship. It uses fear and killing to make the whole world surrender. There is no positive meaning. Nick Fury's face was dark. I just want to prove my innocence and return to where I should be. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1698. 4500 words. All the accusations against me are unreasonable. I have been wronged, I should not be treated like this, and S.H.I.E.L.D. should not be treated like that. So my conditions are very simple, restore my reputation, and restore the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, this is a threat. Nick Fury did not intend to do this at the beginning. He intended to say a lot of high-sounding words at the beginning. Then Mechagodzilla would use force to deter, and the US government would know what to do unless it was mentally ill. They are all people of status, and nothing can be said so nakedly. Everyone is concerned about face when they come out to mix. Even if they are thieves and prostitutes in their stomachs, they have to pretend to be for the country and the people. For example, our brother Deng, almost everyone in the world knows that he has embezzled, and his son is even more weird, with all 5 poisons, and even the bacteria on his body are guilty, but brother Deng is still the leader of the world of cooking, a model of serving the country and the people. Everyone knows what kind of people these people are, but rules are rules. Why do we have to have behind-the-scenes transactions? Because they know that stuff is not worthy of being put on the table. So Nick Fury didn't think of being so disrespectful. Everyone is good to each other. As a result, Benjamin showed an unimaginable disgust right at the beginning. To be honest, as a politician, even if you want to strangle the person on the other side, you must behave properly, making it seem like you admire each other. But Benjamin didn't, and gave Nick Fury a warning right at the beginning. In fact, it's not Benjamin's fault. First, it's because Nick Fury has done too many bad things. Every time he does something bad, Benjamin will be scolded. Benjamin is almost unjustly killed, and the same is true for the US government. Although the United States has done all kinds of bad things, this is not a reason for you to blame them for things they didn't do. For example, the Insight Project. It's similar to the infamous PRISM Project, both of which violate citizens' privacy rights. Maybe more than that, after all, the Insight Project targets the whole world. Of course, it doesn't matter. The PRISM Project not only monitors and surveils Americans, but also foreigners. But the PRISM Project at least has the name of anti-terrorism, and what about the Insight Project? That is a naked desire to kill people. The algorithm of the Insight Project will use the traces left by each person on the internet to calculate the probability of their resistance and the destructive power after the resistance, so as to make a preventive strategy. This strategy is to use the global strike weapons on the flying carriers all over the world to kill all over the map. The PRISM Project is just to monitor potential terrorists, but what about the Insight Project? It is to directly kill those potential rebels, to convict others for things that others have not done. In short, this kind of thing will eventually be blamed on the government. Who told them to do so many bad things? But the problem is that the government and Benjamin can't accept it. If they did it, they wouldn't react so strongly, but it wasn't them who did it. They have always wronged others. This is the first time they have been wronged, and no one believes what they say. Benjamin has more personal grudges. Secondly, Benjamin has experienced too many things and has resistance. Compared with the politicians in Nick Fury's impression, he is more responsible. He won't be so quick to give up. Then Tony came up and scolded him again, making Nick Fury a little embarrassed. Nick Fury was also a little angry. He had planned to play politics, but others confronted him directly. What could he do? Benjamin sneered. The others reacted in the same way. I am very sincere, Nick Fury said with gritted teeth. The mechanical beast must be controlled by the government, Benjamin said directly. In fact, for Benjamin and the US government, it is nothing to overturn Nick Fury's case. At most, it can be said to be a misunderstanding. As for SHIELD, that's wishful thinking. Don't say that SHIELD really has Hydra. Even if it doesn't, the people present can't make SHIELD go back to the past. First, the strength does not allow it. After all, today's America is no longer the America of the past. SHIELD used to be an international organization. What about now? Now the SHIELD branches in various countries have been confiscated by local governments. Americans return directly to the United States, and local employees stay directly in the local area. They are all scattered. How can the United States have the ability to put them back now? As for the United States, the powers of S.H.I.E.L.D. have also been divided up a lot. These powers have been divided up. Do you think that thing can be taken back? Benjamin doesn't have this ability. After all, it was divided up by many American institutions. To take it back from them, the President of the United States also needs to consider the consequences. So he didn't mention it at all. Instead, he directly put forward conditions. No. Look at what happened when you controlled Titan, Nick Fury said confidently. Benjamin felt more and more that this matter was inseparable from this grandson. It must also be subject to government control, otherwise God knows what you will do. To put it bluntly, it is not trusting Nick Fury. Nick Fury hates that. This president is the biggest enemy of the United States and the world. When I go back, I will find a way to replace him immediately. Change him to an obedient one. My purpose is to better maintain the safety of the Earth. We can talk about this later. Now I will solve Scylla first. He planned to show his muscles first and then consider other things. All negotiations are based on strength. Of course, the bigger reason is that mechanical Godzilla is about to arrive at this time. No problem. But you must promise that civilians will not be affected. This is a hard condition. Benjamin also pulled to the limit. Humph. Of course, Nick Fury never cares about civilians. When has this guy ever thought of civilians? They are just bargaining chips that he can sacrifice at any time. But since the other party has made a request, it is not impossible for him to do something good. Then Nick Fury took the initiative to cut off the communication. Tony, remember to keep an eye on this guy. I have a bad feeling, Benjamin immediately said to Tony on the other end of the phone. There's no way. Nick Fury has too many previous records. Every time he confidently tells others that he is for the safety of the world, and then, he immediately slaps his face. It's just like setting a flag. Benjamin is really scared. Okay, I'll try my best. Tony hung up the phone. Fuck. Kai is cursing in the sky now. He also got the news. Benjamin couldn't hide such important news. So when Kai heard Nick Fury's name, he started cursing. He was almost certain that this matter was related to Nick Fury. Damn it, if anything is related to Nick Fury, don't take any chances, it will definitely go in the worst direction, without hesitation. He is not good at doing anything, but he is good at making trouble. That's what this grandson is talking about. How did he get out? Kai was about to ask something. However, a huge meteorite was already flying towards Scylla in the distant sky. After Scylla woke up, he was very angry. Kai hoped that he could talk to Scylla at first. He knew that all Titans were very smart. The reason why they acted so violent and unnegotiable was that they were in a bad mood after being woken up. Secondly, they didn't think there was any need for them to communicate with insect-like creatures like humans. Only a very small number of Titans would communicate with humans. For example, King Kong. King Kong was because he had been with the local natives on Skull Island for a long time. King Kong's entire clan was destroyed by the skull crawlers when he was born. The local natives worshipped it as a patron saint. Although it can't be considered a nurturing grace, they also knew that humans had no ill will towards it, and it was just a little weak at most. So King Kong can live in peace with humans, because it knows that humans can communicate with it. Other Titans, they really don't have this intention. Kai tried to calm it down, but Scylla didn't care about Kai, so Kai hit it a few times. Although it didn't hurt, it also attracted Scylla's attention. Then Kai tried to communicate with it again, and this time it succeeded. But the effect was not good. It was very angry and didn't accept Kai's persuasion. But at least Kai knew the reason why it was angry. It was angry that all its offspring died. It must be said here that it is actually very difficult for Titans to produce offspring. There is no way, after all, Titans are so big and powerful. If they can really give birth to them at will, the Earth would have been destroyed long ago. Too much of anything is a disaster. This is even more true for Titans. They are big and powerful, and the key is that their lifespans are longer than each other, which means that their reproduction is difficult. The same is true in nature. The larger the creature, the fewer offspring they will have, and the smaller the creature, the more desperate they will be to give birth. Except for a few viviparous Titans, oviparous Titans will adopt a strategy of casting a wide net, that is, giving birth to many at a time, and then relying on probability. Just like Mutos, they will lay many eggs at a time, but only one or two will grow up. The same is true for Scylla. Generally speaking, animals with this kind of reproduction strategy generally do not have any parent-child feelings. But don't forget that they are Titans, not brainless creatures. Their emotions may be different from those of humans, but they still have basic empathy. Of course, they don't care about individual deaths. For example, if all the eggs in a nest are hatched, and some die, they will not be angry about it. After all, this is also considered natural selection, and those who die are the weak. Only the strong can survive, which is in line with their cognition. But whether it was Scylla this time or Muto that time, they were all wiped out. This means that their offspring are all wiped out. The two Mutos are okay, at least they are a pair, and they can try harder next time, but even so, the two Mutos almost killed the culprit Godzilla. Not to mention Scylla. Scylla is a bachelor. If things go wrong, this wave of fertilized eggs will be the only ones it has. Without them, its tribe will be completely extinct. Of course, if things go wrong, it may be hermaphroditic, although it is a bit far-fetched. But as for titans, it is hard to say whether it is reasonable or not. But this does not affect its anger. In fact, if it is a natural death, even if all those immature cannibalism are killed, Scylla may not have any reaction. After all, it is the result of natural selection. No matter how powerful the titans are, they can't fight against the earth itself. But this time it was attacked. This made Scylla fall into rage all of a sudden. Kai could only use Godzilla to threaten it. The order of the King of Monsters was still somewhat effective. The last time it was beaten by Godzilla, Scylla remembered it deeply. Although Scylla did not obey immediately, it was much better than at the beginning. So Kai could only attack while letting him chase him and circle around the range of Black Rock Mountain, while persuading and threatening him tirelessly. He didn't actually want to kill Scylla when he attacked it, but just wanted to hold it back until it was tired, exhausted, and had vented enough, and then it would naturally give up, and it would probably go back to sleep. But unexpectedly, Nick Fury suddenly intervened at this time. Tell Nick Fury. Stop it. I'm sure I can calm it down. Don't make trouble, Kai immediately said to the liaison on the government side. But the next second, the voice in Kai's ear changed, and it became Nick Fury. Hello, Kai Wayne. I'm Nick Fury, fuck. Where are you? Stop your iron lump right now, I can calm Scylla down. Don't make trouble, Kai said immediately. Nick Fury just heard this and held Kai's communication hostage. If Scylla made a fuss and did nothing, and went back to sleep, wouldn't he have worked in vain? You know, he has handed over the trump card of Rod of God. Is this what you call a solution? Nick Fury said contemptuously. You fucking, Kai was furious when he heard this. He and Nick Fury didn't have much contact, and they had met and communicated no more than 10 times in total. However, Nick Fury's style of doing things left a deep impression on Kai. It can be said that Kai knew this grandson's logic very well. He was really different from ordinary people. So when he heard him say this, Kai could almost guess what he was going to say. It was nothing more than his rogue logic. Humans are at the top of the food chain of this planet. We are the masters of the earth. It's not these big monsters. Their existence has turned humans from the masters of the planet into low-level creatures that can be destroyed at will. We should be more proactive. Instead of being like primitive people, praying that these titans will remember that we are on top of their heads when they turn over in their sleep. Think about those who died because of the titans. Tens of millions of innocent people died because of them. Are you really willing to coexist with these things, huh? Nick Fury, you can fool others with this, but do you need to lie to me? Damn. If it weren't for you, would the titans be revived? Whose fault is it for the Mudos? You think I don't know, right? The Mudos incident actually happened in Neon at the beginning. It was the Mudos in Neon that matured and sent out courtship sounds, which awakened the sleeping female Mudos in the United States. How did the Mudos in Neon mature? They were not fed by the Monarch organization and the Neon government. And Ghidorah. Who dug it out? If the Mudo in Japan was accidentally hatched by the Mudo larvae and ran to Japan, the Monarch organization and the Japanese government did not think about what happened later. This is why such a tragedy happened. What about Ghidorah? These grandsons dug Ghidorah out of the Antarctic ice. If it still lay under the glacier, the Skrulls would not be able to wake it up even if they rebelled. It is estimated that it can sleep for another 10,000 years. Nick Fury can't get rid of this pot. I know who you are. Apart from shirking responsibility, you have never done anything in your life. So don't talk so much, get out of here. Too late, boom. Mechagodzilla landed not far from Scylla with a bang. Scylla was completely unable to hold back. Every Titan would not be in a good mood, let alone at this critical moment. So Scylla rushed towards Mechagodzilla. Fuck, the purpose of Mechagodzilla's creation is to create our own Titans, to fight against the Titans and let humans become the masters again. You will see the power of humans. Just watch, Kai. Chapter 1699 Collision. After seeing Scylla and the mechanical Titan confront each other, Nick Fury decided not to talk to Kai. He and Kai were born to be incompatible. He had thought about recruiting Kai a long time ago. Even when Kai was still a policeman in Chicago, Phil at that time wanted to recruit Kai to SHIELD, but Kai did not agree at that time. He did not like strange departments. But later in Los Angeles, Kai and Nick Fury met for the first time. At that time, Kai, when he first met Nick Fury, directly arrested Nick Fury and took him to the police station. As a result, Nick Fury said a lot of high-sounding words to Kai, just like today. He said that they studied the statue of Ares in order to master this ability and better protect the world. But they never mentioned the problem that so many people died because of their research and Ares was released. It seemed that those people were insignificant. No, not as if, Nick Fury said at the time that those people were necessary sacrifices. This angered Kai. There was nothing to talk about with such a person. He said very lightly that all the people who died because of their research were necessary sacrifices. He was too lazy to even pretend. This shows how indifferent this bastard is to human life. Even the bastards of the US government would shed 2 drops of crocodile tears when they encountered major casualties, but this guy didn't even have the courage to apologize for his mistakes. Instead, he wanted his so-called truths to make Kai accept his twisted worldview. Kai directly locked him up in the police station. Even when he finally walked out of prison, his attitude towards Kai was extremely arrogant. He said that he would meet Kai again and hoped that Kai would seriously consider it. Then the next time they met, Kai still spit in his face. After several meetings, Nick Fury never realized his boasting. Who would have thought that Kai's status was getting higher and higher, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger, and he didn't care about SHIELD at all. And he became more and more frustrated, and finally became a traitor and fugitive. This contrast in reality made Nick Fury hate Kai even more. He actually knew that people like Kai would not change their opinions easily, let alone for him. He called just to delay Kai. Now that Mechagodzilla is deployed, there is nothing to say. Kai saw the confrontation between the 2 monsters and didn't know what to do for a while. Who should he help? Help Scylla? It seems that he can't help. After all, once Scylla gets angry, it will be the humans who are unlucky. Georgia's agricultural products this year are doomed. After Scylla appeared, the temperature in the area thousands of miles around Black Rock Mountain was affected. The sudden appearance of cold air caused the temperature to drop sharply, and heavy rain and strong winds began to sweep the land. I don't know how many crops will be affected by these extreme weather. Kai went to help it at this time? As for Mechagodzilla, that's even more ridiculous. For Nick Fury, Kai always speculated about this guy with the greatest malice. He is now afraid of one thing, whether this iron lump will have problems again at a critical moment. According to Nick Fury's previous record, it is almost certain. If he wants to do something that is of great significance to mankind, it will backfire on all of humanity. So it is even more impossible for Kai to help it. Forget it. As long as they don't go into human settlements, I don't care, Kai said to himself. At this time, a team of robots also flew to Kai's side. Wow. As expected, Nick Fury's aesthetics are the same as always, stupid, big, black and rough, with no aesthetics at all. It was Tony, who was floating beside Kai wearing the latest anti-Hulk armor. He looked at Mechagodzilla and then complained. I think it's okay. After all, it's modeled after Godzilla. I quite like Godzilla. Kai does like monsters, just like when he was a child. When he was a child, Kai watched Ultraman. At that time, Ultraman was not shown on TV very often, because the TV stations rarely showed it, and everyone watched the disc. But the problem is that children have no choice when watching discs. When renting discs, adults choose the discs, so they can only watch what is available. After all, renting discs costs money. At that time, children had very little pocket money. Not only did they have to rent the discs, but they also had to pay a deposit. It was simply not something that children could afford. So a very interesting business was born in the local area. The small shops around the school would play cartoons or Ultraman to attract children to consume. After you bought snacks, you could sit in the small shop and watch them. At that time, Kai's biggest wish was to get his parents to give him a few cents, and then stay in the small shop all day on Saturdays and Sundays. He didn't even want to go home for dinner, because if he left the small shop and wanted to go back in, he had to spend money to buy snacks. His childhood memories of Ultraman were all completed in the small shop. But the magical thing is that everyone else likes Ultraman, but Kai thinks Ultraman is too frustrating. Especially the tight leather jacket, which made Kai dislike it very much, but Kai likes those monsters very much. Although he always can't remember the names of those monsters. So he still likes Godzilla very much, so it's good to watch Mechagodzilla. If it wasn't made by Nick Fury, it would be even better. What should we do? Tony saw 2 monsters facing each other, neither side was moving, and Kai was watching the show, which was completely different from the fierce battle he imagined. Can't we just watch like this? I brought some good stuff. He pointed to a group of mechas behind him. These mechas were all controlled by Jarvis and specially modified. Each one felt very solid. Kai took a look and didn't look like the mecha models he had seen before. What are these? Ordinary mechas are useless against titans, haha. Of course. I worked hard to make these. Do you see those ones? Kai pointed to a few of them. Their feature was that they had strange arm structures on both hands. It's the Mark 29 violinist. Tony pointed at one of them and said proudly, specially used to attack super large enemies. Look at their arm structure, it's similar to a handheld rock drill manipulator. The left arm has a huge impact force and impact force, which can repeatedly impact and crush hard floors or buildings. According to my data, if it hits the heads of those monsters, it will definitely make them miserable, and the Mark 25 Raider, Mark 25 is a heavy construction armor. Its original function was mainly to help construction. Its powerful drill-like arm can crush concrete and can withstand high temperature and electric current shocks. Later, it was modified by Tony and equipped with a best drill bit, which can drill through the skin of the Titan, then drill into the Titan's body, and then destroy it. I installed high-energy explosive bombs inside these mechas. Those are the good stuff I got from the Dark Elves. By the way, I still have a few black hole grenades in my hand. Throw them out if they don't work. Tony worked hard this time. He even went to trade with the Dark Elves. The remaining members of the Dark Elves all surrendered to Kai and became his slaves, but Kai had very little control over them. Basically, he only let them set up deep space outposts outside the solar system to prevent alien forces from attacking the Earth. For the rest, they took care of themselves. Of course, Kai would still provide some resources for them to recuperate. After all, they drank the water of the Holy Grail and could not betray him at all, so Kai could rest assured about them. On the other hand, Kai was not very interested in exploiting them, so the two sides got along well. On the contrary, Tony and the Dark Elves had a close relationship. The Dark Elves and Tony often had some technical exchanges. Of course, with the closed and exclusive personality of the Dark Elves, it was impossible for them to give Tony the core technology, but even some scraps were enough for Tony to study. After all, the technology of the Dark Elves was not only different from that of the Earth, but also very different from that of most races in the universe. In short, their technology tree was so crooked that no one knew where it was. That kind of high-energy explosive bomb was a kind of big killer produced by the Dark Elves, which had extremely strong power. Once it exploded, an asteroid could be blown up, although the thing was only the size of a fist. As for the black hole grenade, it is the flagship product of the Dark Elves. Even if Kai's hit by it, he will have to kneel down. How about it? Who should we fight? Tony was a little eager to try. In fact, many times, Tony and Nick Fury's brainwaves are very similar. They are both extremely arrogant and can control everything in their own hands. At the same time, they cannot accept that they have lost the initiative. For example, in dealing with Titans, he and Nick Fury are surprisingly similar. He doesn't like Titans and even thinks that Titans are a threat to humans. Even if he knows the real reason for the existence of Titans, it can't change his deep fear of Titans. Don't fight anyone, we will watch, Kai said calmly, as long as they don't affect the surrounding cities and villages, we don't have to care. In addition, cheer up and be ready to clean up a mess at any time. Especially that mechanical monster. I always feel that things won't go so smoothly. Although I don't like Nick Fury either, he can't help Titans to pit humans, right? Tony was a little difficult to understand. Hell, you really have confidence in that one-eyed dragon. But think carefully about what he has done. Do you still have confidence in him now? When did he not start out full of confidence, and then end up making everyone cry? Kai sneered. Tony frowned and thought about it. He found out, it's true. Although Kai's statement is full of prejudice and metaphysics, and is not scientific at all, but Tony thinks Kai is right. While the two were talking, Scylla moved. Scylla is different from Sarazoran who controls Mechagodzilla. It is angry to begin with. So how can it keep its composure? Speaking of which, Scylla really doesn't have the face of a Titan. Every time a Titan moves, the Earth will shake immediately, and the momentum is like a tidal wave. Only Scylla moves very quietly. When several long legs move forward alternately, you can't even feel any sound, just like a ghost passing by in a flash. It was very strange. According to Scylla's own weight, even if it had 8 legs, it shouldn't be like this, but it was like this. I have to say that Titans are unscientific from beginning to end. But I'm used to it. I'm not really surprised. There was a titan that looked like a turtle that could fly in the sky. Isn't that even more unscientific? Scylla's rapid approach made Mechagodzilla respond immediately. Its shoulders suddenly deformed, and 2 rows of missile launchers stretched out, and then 16 missiles were fired. Boom boom boom. Those missiles seemed to be specially made and very powerful, but they did not pursue lethality. Instead, they were a bit like stun grenades, mainly to delay the enemy's pace. After being hit by these missiles, Scylla was actually stunned in place by the explosion, and his body began to sway. Because he was moving at high speed before, he was suddenly fixed at this moment, and he didn't keep a good balance. But more legs are good. Even so, Scylla quickly stood firm. But Mechagodzilla didn't give it a chance to regroup. The rocket propulsion device behind it suddenly spurted out flames. Mechagodzilla's legs didn't move, but its body magically slid to Scylla's side. Then Mechagodzilla swung one hand back, leaned slightly, and posed a punching posture. At the same time, several rocket-propelled jets suddenly appeared on its arm to accelerate its fist. Then Godzilla's saw claws rotated at high speed, and at the same time, blue energy gathered on its fist. Plasma fist. Boom. With a blessing of super high energy, this guy swung a 3,400 degrees Celsius rocket fist. The fist hit Scylla's head. Scylla's head is also the main part of its body. It hit its shell in its head. This punch was very heavy. Scylla was knocked away in an instant. Tony and Kai were stunned when they saw this scene. Damn, it's too fantastic. Nick Fury can actually create such a powerful mechanical monster? This is totally inconsistent with his unreliability in the past. Hey, are you kidding? Where did Nick Fury get the energy source? If it was my arc reactor, there would be no way to do such a thing. At this time, Kai sensed a familiar taste from the energy that had just been exposed. However, Mechagodzilla obviously didn't hear the surprise of the two. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. It lit up its rocket thrusters again, intending to glide to Scylla again and give it a fatal blow. However, at this moment, Kai and Tony suddenly felt a biting cold, and white frost appeared on the surface of their armor and mecha. The extreme cold spread rapidly from Scylla, and the unparalleled low temperature instantly enveloped Mechagodzilla. Countless ice slag began to appear all over Mechagodzilla's body, and even formed a layer of ice on its surface. At the same time, Mechagodzilla's rocket thrusters began to change color and even extinguish due to the ultra-low temperature. Chapter 1700. I saw that Scylla, who was lying on the ground, was constantly emitting extremely dark gas. The appearance of these gases caused the surrounding temperature to drop to a terrifying level. The trees around it were frozen under the influence of the black fog. Then, when a breeze blew, the ice sculptures immediately turned into ice slag and shattered everywhere. Mechagodzilla's body was also frozen in an instant. The side facing Scylla was accumulating a thick layer of ice, and the fist that was about to be thrown out was also motionless. Kai and Tony immediately distanced themselves. This thing didn't look simple. Here I want to make it clear that although Scylla has always been considered the weakest titan by Kai and others, it is not true. Scylla may be a rare guy among the titans who specializes in feeding on other titans. Of course, if you think it is the strongest titan, it is definitely a compliment to it. Its ecological niche among the titans is more like a ferocious hyena. It will prey on the old, weak, sick and disabled, but most of the time, they actually prefer to eat carrion. But it would be a big mistake to underestimate it because hyenas are actually very cruel and can dig their anuses. Scylla is not as disgusting as hyenas, but this guy can process the nutrients in the prey's body into deadly aquatic bacteria for combat after hunting. The spiked armor covering its body and legs has a strong defensive ability. At the same time, when its body is damaged, these aquatic bacteria will immediately take effect. After those tiny creatures come into contact with the outside air, they will absorb heat crazily to feed Scylla, so that Scylla will desperately recover itself. This is also due to the black fog and the sudden drop in temperature. In just a moment, the original damaged position of Scylla's shell was actually covered by a layer of black substance, and then Scylla stood up as if nothing had happened, and then pounced on Mechagodzilla. Its 8 long legs hugged Mechagodzilla at once, just like a spider catching its prey. Its feet were powerful and sharp, and even pierced directly into Mechagodzilla's body. But its real weapon of attack is actually its tentacles. These tentacles look very similar to octopus squids, but in fact, these things are very tough, and may even be the hardest thing besides the mouth. It can easily penetrate into the body of the prey and inject the aquatic bacteria in its body at the fastest speed, freezing the opponent from the inside. Then it uses its sharp beak to directly cut the prey and send it into its mouth. On the other side, the moment Mechagodzilla was frozen, Nick Fury immediately told the personnel in the base and asked Sarazawa to increase the energy output immediately to melt the ice on the surface of the body. But sir, if you absorb too much energy from the energy source, it will, the technician immediately reminded him. This is still a rule set by Nick Fury himself. After all, if you increase the energy absorption, it will cause Captain Marvel, who is the energy core, to recover faster. This is what Nick Fury has always avoided. However, few people know this secret. Many people think that Mechagodzilla's energy core is some mysterious technology, but this technology has not been perfected yet and still has shortcomings. That is, if the energy is consumed too quickly, it will be overloaded and cause the core to be damaged. I can't care about so much, unfortunately. Nick Fury is a person who is eager for quick success. Like Tony, he has an inexplicable sense of urgency and insecurity. They will subconsciously arm themselves, whether it is hiding or researching new weapons. But what's worse is that Nick Fury has one more thing, that is, paranoia, which makes him more insecure than Tony, and he firmly believes that he will succeed. So many times, he will become very unscrupulous. Just like now. He is the one who prohibits excessive use of the energy core, but he is also the first to break the rule. Because in his opinion, the establishment of rules is to protect the interests of the rule maker. If the rules restrict the rule maker, then the rules are not rules. Don't worry, there will be no problem. In fact, Nick Fury thought about this problem. On the one hand, they have been suppressing Carol's self-healing. For example, they use surgery to continuously remove Carol's regenerated brain, so that she has been in a vegetative state. Even if she wants to recover, it will take a long time. At most, she will wait until the battle is over and perform surgery again to remove the regenerated part. But Nick Fury still felt unlucky. After all, he originally thought that Scylla was the worst Titan, and Mechagodzilla should be able to easily deal with it, and there would be no accidents at all. But unexpectedly. As expected, any Titan should not be underestimated. But no matter what, let's get through the present first. If Mechagodzilla is allowed to lie down at this time, it will be a big problem. Not only will all the conditions with the US government be invalidated, but he will also suffer endless accusations and distrust from the monarch organization. At that time, he will really be finished. Although he has hidden many trump cards, he has lived a miserable life in the past few years. The trump cards have been consumed one by one. If he fails again, he will never be able to get up again. As Nick Fury's order was conveyed to Ren Sarazawa not only did not object at all, but was eager to try. Unlike his father, Ren Sarazawa does not have much talent in scientific research. Perhaps his father has been busy with the work of the monarch organization for a long time and paid little attention to Ren Sarazawa, so Ren Sarazawa has been growing up safely with his mother in Japan. Even when Ren Sarazawa's mother died, Dr. Sarazawa did not go back. This made Ren Sarazawa extremely rebellious. It was because Dr. Sarazawa saw Ren Sarazawa's character and talent that he never planned to introduce him to the monarch organization. He was too radical. Ren Sarazawa was different from his father. Dr. Sarazawa was fascinated by monsters, and he hated monsters very much. He believed that those monsters had taken away his father, leaving his mother alone and helpless, and she couldn't even see her father at the last moment. Dr. Sarazawa hoped that Titans could coexist with humans, but he just wanted to destroy those monsters and let humans reach the top again. Everything about him is the opposite of Dr. Sarazawa. Dr. Sarazawa is indifferent to fame and fortune. For the sake of mankind and his own dreams, he can ignore fame and fortune and power, but Ren Sarazawa just wants to pursue these. He hopes to be the focus of the world and let everyone look up to him. This can be regarded as a kind of rebellion against his father. Then let me start with the operation of Ren Sarazawa. In the core of Mechagodzilla, deep in the head of Ghidorah, Captain Marvel, who was wrapped by the Ghidorah organization, suddenly burst out with powerful colorful light. However, this energy was absorbed by Ghidorah's organization and then transmitted to Ghidorah's skull. Then, all the energy was absorbed by the pipelines on the skull and transmitted to all parts of Mechagodzilla's body. And to the outside world, all parts of Mechagodzilla's body suddenly emitted red light. It's a bit like Godzilla's Red Lotus state, but not so exaggerated. But it is enough to evaporate the ice on its surface. Energy has increased by 40%. All parts are running well. The Monarch organization, which has been testing Mechagodzilla, immediately gave feedback. Everyone was relieved. Although Mechagodzilla has been built and was in good condition during the previous trial run, there were no major problems. There were only some minor problems that needed to be adjusted, but now it is actual combat, which is different from the trial run. Once a problem occurs, there is no way to remedy it. Hearing this, the members of the Monarch organization in the monitoring room jumped up and cheered. Just like a rocket launch that went well. Now is not the time to be happy, it will still be a tough battle, so cheer up. Fortunately, the leader was calm and immediately stopped their cheering. However, in fact, at this moment, something had gone wrong with Ren Sarazawa. Just as he increased the energy output, a series of rustling sounds rang in his ears. The voice seemed to be saying something, but he really couldn't understand it. He just felt a little irritated, and a sudden surge of anger in his heart. As for why, he didn't know. According to the regulations in the operating rules, at this time, what he had to do was to shut down the machine immediately and explain the reason to others, and conduct a comprehensive inspection. But Ren Sarazawa didn't do so. The reason was simple, he couldn't do it. If he shut down now, it would be equivalent to abandoning Mechagodzilla directly. The Monarch organization could sink him into the sea. And he himself didn't want to give up. After all, this might be his only chance to succeed. The Monarch organization was actually incompatible with him. He yearned for a more exciting and intense lifestyle, but the Monarch organization was ultimately a literary organization, and they were more inclined to scientific research and humanistic care. It had no appeal to rebellious youth like him. Soon, Ren Sarazawa was even more reluctant to shut down. Because he found that he had become more adept at controlling Godzilla, as if he was Mechagodzilla. That feeling made it unable to stop. At the same time, what was manifested in Mechagodzilla was Mechagodzilla became more ferocious. With the appearance of the pseudo-red lotus state, Mechagodzilla moved all of a sudden. It grabbed Scylla's shell and pulled it away from its core to prevent it from destroying its core. As Mechagodzilla exerted its strength, Scylla's 8 legs scratched Mechagodzilla's body with a sound of metal distortion and deformation. It seemed that the two were wrestling and at a stalemate. But don't forget, Mechagodzilla has more than just 2 fists to use. It also has a tail. Suddenly, the huge tail of Mechagodzilla made a mechanical sound. The tail changed section by section, and the length was actually elongated. Even the scimitar at the tip of the tail began to separate and deform, and the 2 sets of blades became 4. At the end were 2 sets of sharp blades, 4 inside and 4 outside, which rotated at high speed and looked like a drill. Then Mechagodzilla poked Scylla's hard shell with his tail like a scorpion. With a series of loud noises, countless pieces of carapace flew out, and Scylla also let out a sharp roar. The deadly drill is no joke, and Scylla's aquatic bacteria also gave the deadly drill a lot of convenience. As we all know, the drill will heat up when used. If the temperature is too high, the hardness and toughness of the drill will be affected. Although the deadly drill is made of alloy, it is just 4 blades after all. It is a stretch to really regard it as a drill, not to mention that it is running at high speed to drill Scylla's shell. The skin of a titan is hard enough, not to mention the shell on Scylla. Its shell protects the most important part of its body, so its hardness can be imagined. Logically, the deadly drill would be almost scrapped after drilling a few times on it. Unexpectedly, the aquatic bacteria on Scylla helped it a lot, constantly cooling the drill, and for a while, the deadly drill persisted. This made Scylla even more uncomfortable. However, Scylla was aroused to be fierce. To be honest, Scylla's personality is actually the most violent among the titans. Don't be surprised. Personality and strength don't need to be equated. It is indeed not as awesome as Godzilla, but it is indeed the most brutal among the titans. Just like hyenas, in the public's perception, everyone thinks that hyenas are no match for lions. Although this is true most of the time, there are actually many cases of hyenas stealing lions' prey. They are really not easy to mess with. The same is true for Scylla. Its personality is extremely fierce. If it is provoked, it dares to do anything. In the comics, this guy was so hungry that he met the king of monsters Godzilla. He also went up and didn't give him any face. Although he didn't fight, he was beaten up by Godzilla. He was already furious because all his offspring died. Now he was beaten by Mechagodzilla. Isn't he even more annoyed? So he just ignored the drill. Anyway, aquatic bacteria will help it repair the wound. For a while, the drill can't do anything to it. He just used his tentacles to frantically dismantle Mechagodzilla's chest. For a while, the two of them were dismantling yours and I was drilling mine. The main thing was to hurt each other. Oh, I don't quite understand. Is this the way Mechagodzilla fights? Why not be more flexible? Tony couldn't understand this approach. No, such a big steel monster, don't you install more weapons? Even his small mecha is full of weapons. Although Tony is wearing a mecha, he doesn't like to fight with people unless it is necessary. But Nick Fury's side. Such a big body, it seems to be produced for hand-to-hand combat. This makes Tony very confused. Why? You have such strong hands-on ability and technology, why don't you build a space battleship? That thing is so awesome. Such a big steel monster. What's the point? Because it looks ugly, or because it consumes a lot of energy? I can't figure it out. On the other side, Nick Fury also frowned a little. No, what's wrong with Sarazoran? Why do you want to fight for consumption? Why don't you use your weapons? But the fact is that Sarazoran really didn't expect it, just simply didn't expect it. As the saying goes, he was just too excited. There is no reason. The anger in Sarazoran's heart made him completely forget that he was a human being. He just felt that he was provoked. What's going on? At this time, outside the operation cabin and inside the monitoring room, everyone was looking at the screen in astonishment, because Mechagodzilla once again increased its efforts to extract energy. But, they didn't give such an order. Leon. What's going on? The commander in the monitoring room immediately called Leon. Speak. Leon. Unfortunately, Leon Sarazoa ignored his call. Sir. Look, then the person monitoring the driver's physical condition pointed at his screen and shouted. The commander immediately ran over and found that Leon's body temperature was rising. Miraculously, his brain waves were also overlapping with the mental transmission waves. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.